Ministry of Education, Government of India. The PSSC
हो गया सर YouTube पे लाइव, एक बार देखिए चला
हाँ
के।
YouTube पे लाइव हो गया, देखिए।
panoramic Shamla Hills in Bhopal, the city of lakes and the capital of the state of Madhya Pradesh, boasting of enchanting view of the Satpura hill range and the cultural ethos that speaks of simplistic living amidst nature and harmony. Madhya Pradesh is a land of sublime natural beauty and serene spirituality and is situated in the heart of India. The institute has a lush green campus spread over 35 acres with excellent
अच्छा
landscaping,
विक्रांत जी,
beautiful
Sir.
accessible architecture
एक
in
मिनट।
its
हाँ, मैं बोल रहा था कि जो हमने यूएसबी केबल्स के जो डीएसएलआर लगाया है, तो उसके लिए वो कैसे उस पे शिफ्ट होगा ये? सेटिंग में कोई ऑप्शन है क्या? जैसे हमारा गूगल मीट में तो ऑप्शन था।
Shiva, how can we broadcast the DSLR live feed? Is there a possibility?
Is there any option in setting?
That we need to select the video option, sir. In video option, we need to select that one.
तो जूम पे HD वेबकैम, वीडियो सेटिंग, निकॉन वेबकैम यूटिलिटी। हाँ,
YouTube पे आ रहा है, मैंने कहा मेरी आवाज वहां दोबारा कैसे आ रही है?
हाँ, यस, ओके। आपको अब दिख रहा होगा हमारा?
बिल्कुल सर दिख रहा है। नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस,
यस यस,
और 3 1 2 3 4 चेयर हैं। ग्रेट ग्रेट, गुड सर।
ओके, थैंक यू।
Sir Vikrant, sir, no need to use the which one I shared in the Teams chat. Don't use that link. This is for only for testing we are doing, right?
Okay, okay.
We'll share the one more link once the webinar is started.
Okay.
उल्टा है, यहाँ उल्टा दिखेगा, उधर सीधा। सिर्फ ये बैनर उल्टा दिखेगा। नहीं ठीक है, नहीं 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 बिल्कुल। क्लैरिटी ठीक है विक्रांत सर? क्लैरिटी आप डीएसएलआर? हेलो, अभी अच्छा उस पे शिफ्ट हो गया क्या? वॉइस उधर शिफ्ट हो गया होगा।
नहीं नो सर,
नहीं आ रही है सर आपकी आवाज।
हाँ हाँ,
क्लैरिटी भी ठीक है।
ओके ओके।
थोड़े से नाम नहीं पढ़े जा रहे, बट बैनर पूरा ठीक से अच्छे से दिख रहा है।
मिरर करना पड़ेगा सर। नहीं वहाँ तो सीधा, वहाँ तो सही आएगा। वहाँ बैनर तो आपको
नहीं बैनर तो बिल्कुल क्लीन और क्लियर दिखाई दे रहा है।
ओके।
वो जो प्लेकार्ड्स लगे ना नेम्स के, वो थोड़े से धुंधले हैं।
ओके,
तो नहीं आएगा, जूम
वो थोड़ा जूम करेंगे तो आ जाएगा सर।
मतलब देख लीजिए कैसे करना है उसको,
जूम करो।
अगर चेंज करना है।
Vinod sir, can you check your WhatsApp? I shared the you shared screen.
विनोद सर का
ओके ओके, यस, आई हैव सीन द स्क्रीन। ओके, अभी आपका YouTube चैनल हो गया? ओके,
Sir, can you zoom out from the camera? Why? Because only we can see the chairs and names.
now we can see that standee national conference.
तो जैसा जिस तरीके से जेडी का प्रेजेंटेशन या वेलकम एड्रेस होगा, तो जो है कैमरामैन उनको फोकस कर देंगे उस समय। स्टैंडी के साइड में जो आपको पोडियम दिख रहा होगा, वहाँ जेडी सर रहेंगे। और जब चारों हमारे जेडी सर, मेहरोत्रा सर और दोनों कोऑर्डिनेटर बैठे होंगे, तो वो सेंटर में फोकस करेंगे। ओके सर
जी।
माइक भी टेस्ट कर लेंगे।
अच्छा, एक बार माइक टेस्ट कर लेते हैं हम। जो
हाँ
हमने
वहाँ पर
पोडियम,
एक बार बोल के देखिए,
जो पोडियम पे लगाया। हाँ जाओ। बोलो, एक मिनट.
Not audible. Sony sir, voice is not audible. Mic की.
Sony sir, can you go to the mic settings?
यहाँ पर माइक्रोफोन का सिंबल बना है ना सोनी जी.
हेलो.
Yes.
Hello.
Now hello is audible. Yeah.
हेलो सर,
Yes,
am
sir,
I
it's
audible?
audible. Yeah, you are
Yes,
audible.
you are audible now. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Vinod sir, you are not audible.
एक ही माइक चलेगा ना शायद.
हाँ विक्रांत सर.
हाँ जी, आवाज आ रही है सर आपकी.
ओके.
अब लेकिन अब आपकी
अच्छा,
वहां
इसमें जो लाइव
लैपटॉप
स्ट्रीमिंग है थोड़ा डिले तो आएगा ना साइड में हम जब
हाँ
देख
हाँ
रहे थे.
30 सेकंड का होता है सर लगभग.
हाँ.
30 सेकंड्स.
ओके.
तो ऐसे लगता है कि काफी देर बाद आया है, बट जो देख रहा होगा वो लाइव देख रहा होगा या फिर कॉन्फ्रेंस, तो उनको तो पता नहीं लगेगा. हम दोनों चीज देख रहे हैं इसलिए हमें मालूम पड़ता है.
आपका रविचंद्रन पे वो आया होगा स्ट्रीमिंग के लिए. पूरा देना पड़ेगा. बस यही रविचंद्रन सर का डलवा दे रहा हूँ.
हेडफोन लगा देखो ना, हेडफोन वाइट की तरफ क्रॉप कर ले. हाँ. सर का केस भी ऐसा है, बैकग्राउंड के साथ बात होती है.
Shiva, which link to use for YouTube?
Yeah, which one I shared in the Teams chat, sir?
Same.
Yeah, same.
तो रिफ्रेश कर दीजिए उसको। क्या नहीं ले रहा सर लॉगिन? हाँ अभी आप लॉगिन करिए सर 25th वाले में। हाँ दो होंगे सर, एक 25 का, एक 26 का। उसका लॉगिन करिए। हाँ लैपटॉप लगा शनि ओपन। हाँ सर के वहाँ लगा। ठीक। क्या बोल रहे हैं? नहीं 25th का होगा एक। मैं कल का मेल तो है तो मगर ये वो डेट होगी, डेट होगी सर। दो मेल एक के नीचे एक नहीं इसका आया होगा, एक वेबिनार का मेल आया होगा एज अ पैनलिस्ट। ये तो कल का वो टेस्टिंग वाला है सर, टेस्टिंग वाला नहीं सर। और पहले उसमें दो मेल है ना, विक्रांत चंदेला में दो मेल दिख रहे हैं सर, देखिए एक ऊपर वाला देखिए, क्लिक करिए उसको, ये भी वही है। तो और एक और मेल होगा देखिए नीचे नीचे। विक्रांत सर।
हाँ जी सोनी जी।
वो R.रविचंद्रन जी को मेल नहीं भेजा है क्या इसमें पैनलिस्ट के लिए?
सर एक ना लिंक है मैंने आपको दिया है, उसके अंदर सबके लिंक्स अवेलेबल हैं।
अच्छा तो जैसे उनको लॉगिन करना है तो कैसे करेंगे वो सिस्टम से उनके?
तो मैं दिखाता हूँ आपको।
जी।
अभी तो मैं भी दे सकता हूँ, अदरवाइज मैं आपको बता देता हूँ कहाँ पर है। लेट मी शेयर माय स्क्रीन।
ओके। हाँ अरे इसको बंद कर।
सर स्क्रीन दिख रही है आपको?
हाँ स्क्रीन तो दिख रहा है, इसको बंद कर।
ये ना ये वाली मेल है आपको आई हुई है, इसके अंदर यहाँ पर है।
ओके।
इसको जैसे ही आप क्लिक करोगे
हाँ
आपकी एक एक्सेल फाइल खुल जाएगी।
ओके।
उसके अंदर दो शीट्स हैं, एक 25 के नाम से, एक 26 दिख रही है आपको? 25th,
यस यस यस
26।
यस।
इसमें से बाई चांस आपको लगता है कि किसी को नहीं गया है तो आप कंट्रोल F करके नाम सर्च कर सकते हो। क्या नाम बता रहे हो आप?
आर रविचंद्रन, रविचंद्रन।
हमको लिस्ट में आया ही नहीं उनका रिक्वेस्ट शायद। ये सब
रविचंद्रन
का
जी का
था
नहीं
ये।
है?
देखिए कहाँ है।
ओहो। तो आप डायरेक्ट अभी मेल कर सकते हैं क्या उनको?
बिल्कुल कर सकते हैं आप।
हाँ
मेरे को उनका ईमेल आईडी चैट पे भेज दीजिए।
आपने कल भेजा था ना जो टेम्परेरी लिंक जो हमने डिस्कस किया था, उसमें R.रविचंद्रन है आपका ऑलरेडी।
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा, ये
हाँ
अपना प्रोफेसर
उनको,
सर जो है
रविचंद्रन सर को। या ये इसको बंद कर देना, इसका लाइव स्टॉप कर दो।
आई एम सेंडिंग द ईमेल आईडी, यू कैन जस्ट अपडेट द एक्सेल एंड आल्सो शेयर। हां
25th एंड 26 दोनों का देना होगा ना उन्हें?
जी।
हटा दो, स्टॉप कर दो।
यूट्यूब पे आप जो कर रहे हो सावधान दिख रहा है।
अभी तो बंद कर दिया। मालूम है, जान दो।
कर दिया विक्रांत सर उनको मेल?
2 मिनट में उनको बोलिए अपना ईमेल आईडी चेक करेंगे, आ जाएगा।
हाँ देखिए रविचंद्र।
आफ्टर 2 minutes, आफ्टर
ओके आफ्टर 2 मिनट ओके।
for both days. Send the email on team.
हाँ 2 मिनट्स का बोला। और कुछ तो नहीं विकास, कुछ भूल तो नहीं रहा?
नहीं कुछ
हैं?
तैयारी अपनी तरफ से जैसे फोटो जाएगा सीधे, और वो अपना एडिटर
Good morning, Ravi sir.
अच्छा ये बंद कर दिया था। हाँ स्टिल हो गया होगा वो। हाँ स्टिल हो गया होगा। अब आ गया ना, वही तो। क्या सर, वो आपको तो वो हेडफोन लगाना होगा ना। नहीं आपको उससे नहीं, वो तो एक सिंपली अपन ने इस पे दिखते रहे स्क्रीन पे, इसलिए आपका लॉगिन करवा दिया। ये जस्ट फॉर हाँ विक्रांत जी, आपको मेल कर दिया है मैंने। हेलो हेलो,
ठीक है सोनी सर, ठीक है
बैनर आपको मेल कर दिया।
जी।
ओके।
सोनी जी, when do we start? When do we go live?
बस जेडी सर आ रहे हैं।
ठीक है, बता दीजिएगा फिर पार्टिसिपेंट्स को भी ओके करना होगा ना, या फिर हम ओके करते हैं पार्टिसिपेंट्स आते रहेंगे, बिकॉज जब तक हम स्टार्ट नहीं करेंगे पार्टिसिपेंट्स वेट ही करते रहेंगे ना।
हाँ करो, यहाँ आ जाओ।
अरे यहाँ नहीं,
कहाँ? यहीं करो ना। लाइव है क्या? अभी लाइव नहीं है।
अभी नहीं है।
दोनों आगे, ब्लू वाला लगाना है, व्हाइट वाला लगाना है?
सुरेश महेश वंदे जगत की आराधना, जगत की आराधना। नमन है हे हंस वाहनी, वीणावादी। जयति जय जय मा
फिर बोलिए।
हेलो, गुड मॉर्निंग, नमस्कार। ये बंद करो।
गुड मॉर्निंग, गुड मॉर्निंग।
सर अब एक बार फिर चेक करें।
हेलो, चेक करना करण जी, चेक करना।
हाँ बोलिए ना।
हेलो,
क्यों हमारा
हेलो।
इसकी आएगा, इधर से आएगा।
सर
हमें कैमरा किधर से कैप्चर है?
कैमरा सर का कौन सा वाला
ये
तो
अभी
ये
जैसे हम
हटाना है।
बैठे तो दिख रहा। फिर जब तुम घुमा के करोगे फिर ऐसे।
सर ये
हम यहाँ से स्टार्ट करिए, इसकी लगानी जरूरत है।
इसको नहीं जरूरत है ना।
नहीं ना
सर अपना डायरेक्ट उसी पे हो रहा है सबका।
ये हटा देना।
हाँ
पूरा इसमें होगा ना।
पूरा सर सभी का ऐसे। वीडियो ऑफ कर देना तो फिर
यहाँ जब शुरुआत हो जाए तो कोई भी बात नहीं करेगा, सब बाहर जाएंगे।
हाँ ये
और मोबाइल सबके साइलेंट कर देना आप।
ये
जो भी यहाँ बैठेगा सबके मोबाइल साइलेंट कर देना।
अरे वो एक नहीं, ये बिना जाए लाइट आ गई। अभी नहीं आई।
खोल दो सर इसमें बस।
देखो जरा लाइट।
हेलो हेलो।
अपन कैमरे से ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं। तो आप
स्विच
जब
कहाँ है?
बोले तो उसको देख के बोलना इसका ऑडियो आप
स्विच
ऑफ
कहाँ
कर
है?
देना।
ऑडियो तो ऑफ कर।
वीडियो भी ऑफ कर देना।
सर आप जब बोलेंगे तो फिर इससे बोलना
इससे बोलना ना, क्योंकि अपन ये सेटअप वैसा बनाया है।
स्विच का हम लिंक
कुछ
पे
नहीं करना
जाए ना।
अरे
कहीं मत जाइए। लिंक
चालू कैसे
आप
होगा?
लॉगिन करके छोड़
यहाँ के लोगों के लिए
लिंक लॉगिन करके छोड़ दीजिए। बाकी आपको कैमरा और माइक बंद करना है। हाँ वो उसने भेजा है ना ये। हाँ सारे लोग साइलेंट कर दो। ये ना एक्टिविटी एक्सेल शीट पे भेजा है ना।
हाँ उसमें कर ले।
हाँ एक्सेल शीट पे कर दो ना, वही डायरेक्ट आप क्लिक कर दो। आपको वहीं पे करना है। कॉन्फ्रेंस सेक्रेटरी कर दो। हाँ बाकी
नहीं आई। अभी फिर आते हैं लंच टाइम में।
अभिषेक को एक इसमें लेके करते रहना है, एक सेकंड वाला।
ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है। अरे डॉक्टर वीरैया, मिथिला मैडम को एब्स्ट्रैक्ट भेजो।
अब आपको यहाँ से बोलो, ठीक है। वो वाला भेजना है तो देता हूँ। प्रिंट आउट। अरे अभिषेक को बोला, अभिषेक ये बनवाना था। इसमें आप डाल दो चैट में ना, चैट में डाल दो।
क्यों ये यूज करना है मेरे को हेडफोन? नहीं, तो यहाँ से ही बोलना है। लाइव जा रहे हैं, 399 करीब ज्वाइन कर चुके हैं, 150 के करीब यूट्यूब पे। Good morning, all the best. वो थोड़ी देर के लिए मिथिला मैडम का एब्स्ट्रैक्ट किया था, ये चेक कर दोनों धोनी
फैन ऑफ करेंगे
ये फैन एसी तो ऑन है
फैन ऑफ करके ऐसी ऑन
उन लोग को सबको बाहर भेजना पड़ेगा ये आवाज है बस नहीं हम लोग स्टार्ट करने जा रहे हैं आप लोग सब लोग जो यहाँ पे नहीं है जरूरत वो बाहर जाइए सब लोग चले जाओ बाहर अभी बस सरस्वती वंदना वाले ही हो यहाँ पे बाकी लोग बाहर हो जाए अभी सब बाहर चले जाओ अक्षय तुम आ जाओ इधर
चलो भाभी
नहीं पीछे नहीं इधर आओ जब बुलाएंगे तब सब लोग आ जाएंगे
So all the best to our team.
इधर रहो इसके सामने मत रहो ये देखिए स्टार्ट करें
करें यहाँ से अभी बिल्कुल डिस्टर्ब मत करो विनोद राजू ready now?
स्टार्ट
एसी ऑन नहीं किए
Mic is working, na? Mic, audio test.
एसी चालू है क्या देखो
इधर का बंद ही रहता है
Hello. Good morning. Namaskar. Good morning. Namaskar. ठीक है साउंड बस ठीक स्टार्ट स्टार्ट ओके गुड मॉर्निंग नमस्कार and welcome to this National Conference on Transforming Vocational Education Training for Excellence, Perspective, and Challenges. I am pleased to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Sridhar Srivastavji, Director, National Council of Educational Research and Training, New Delhi. I also welcome our guest of honor, Dr. C. Thangaraj, Director, National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, Bhopal. I also welcome the special guest, Ms. Su Hyang Choi,
Thinking about you.
पता नहीं, देख लो वहां जरा विनोद सोनी से पूछो कि ये
दिनी जयति जय जय मा सरस्वती जयति वीणा वादिनी सप्त स्वर की इंद्रधनुषी छटा से हो सरस जीवन साधना में रत रहे प्राण अर्पित रहे तन मन प्राण अर्पित रहे तन मन नमन दुख निवारिणी जयति वीणा वादिनी जयति जय जय मा सरस्वती जयति वीणा वादिनी शरण में आए तुम्हारी सुनो अब विनती हमारी वरण कर उद्धार कर दो करो दूर विपत्ति सारी करो दूर विपत्ति भारी हे अनुग्रह कारिणी जयति वीणा वादिनी जयति जय जय मा सरस्वती जयति वीणा वादिनी जयति वीणा वादिनी जयति वीणा वादिनी
Thank you very much, PSSCIV team. I now request our PSSCIV team to show the video film on the virtual tour of PSSCIV.
प्रशिक्षण देने की सभी जरूरी सुविधाएं उपलब्ध हैं। स्वास्थ्य एवं परा चिकित्सा विभाग मध्यम स्तर के कुशल जनशक्ति से संबंधित पाठ्यक्रमों में विकास कार्यों को संपन्न करता है। विभाग में निर्मित प्रयोगशाला में नर्सिंग से संबंधित शिक्षकों को प्रशिक्षण देने के लिए सभी आवश्यक उपकरण और यंत्र मौजूद है। इंजीनियरिंग एंड टेक्नोलॉजी विभाग ऑटोमोटिव, प्लम्बिंग, टेलीकॉम, मीडिया जैसे सेक्टर में पाठ्यक्रमों के विकास का कार्य करता है। ऑटोमोटिव सेक्टर से जुड़े पाठ्यक्रमों पर शिक्षकों को प्रशिक्षण देने के लिए विभाग में आवश्यक आवश्यक उपकरणों और मशीनों से सुसज्जित राष्ट्रीय स्तर की प्रयोगशाला स्थापित है। होम साइंस एंड हॉस्पिटैलिटी मैनेजमेंट विभाग परिधान सज्जा, टूरिज्म एंड हॉस्पिटैलिटी, फूड प्रोसेसिंग आदि से संबंधित पाठ्यक्रम और पाठ्य सामग्री का निर्माण करता है। विभाग में परिधान सज्जा और फूड प्रोसेसिंग विषयों के शिक्षकों को प्रशिक्षण देने के लिए प्रयोगशाला विकसित की गई है। मानविकी विज्ञान, शिक्षा एवं अनुसंधान विभाग उद्यमिता विकास, ब्यूटी एंड वेलनेस और शिक्षक प्रशिक्षण के क्षेत्र में पाठ्यक्रमों तथा पाठ्य सामग्री का विकास करता है। संस्थान भवन के प्रथम तल पर एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन और अकाउंट्स ब्लॉक आधुनिक शैली में निर्मित है। सर्व सुविधा संपन्न इस ब्लॉक में स्थापना अनुभाग, परिसर एवं कल्याण अनुभाग, केंद्रीय भंडार, लेखा विभाग और प्रोग्राम प्लानिंग एंड मॉनिटरिंग सेंटर के सभी अधिकारी कर्मचारी मिलकर काम करते हैं। अकादमिक कार्यों में अतिरिक्त सहायता के लिए संस्थान में पाठ्यक्रम विकास एवं मूल्यांकन केंद्र, अंतरराष्ट्रीय संबंध केंद्र और इंफॉर्मेशन एंड कम्युनिकेशन टेक्नोलॉजी सेंटर भी बनाए गए हैं। राष्ट्रीय अंतरराष्ट्रीय स्तर के बड़े और भव्य कार्यक्रमों के लिए संस्थान में 330 व्यक्तियों के बैठने की क्षमता वाला पूर्णतः सुसज्जित सभागार निनाद बनाया गया है। शिक्षण, प्रशिक्षण, कार्यशाला आदि कार्यक्रमों को ऑर्गेनाइज करने के लिए संस्थान के सभी विभागों में स्मार्ट क्लासरूम और बोर्ड रूम है, जो कि इंटरनेट, ऑडियो वीडियो, साउंड आदि के लिए जरूरी उपकरणों से सुसज्जित है। संस्थान के संगोष्ठी कक्ष में नवीनतम एलईडी और आधुनिक प्रोजेक्शन सिस्टम भी उपलब्ध है। संस्थान की लाइब्रेरी सभी प्रकाशित, अप्रकाशित सामग्रियों जैसे पत्रिकाएं, जर्नल, सीडी, डीवीडी आदि से संपन्न है। संस्थान के गेस्ट हाउस में 11 कमरे मौजूद हैं, जो कि पूर्ण रूप से सुसज्जित और आधुनिक सुविधा से संपन्न है। इसी तरह
I now invite Dr. Rajesh P. Khambayat, Joint Director, PSS Central Institute of Vocational Education, a constituent unit of NCRT located at Bhopal.
Thank you, Dr. Mehrotra. Good morning, everyone. Namaskar. Our honorable chief guest this morning, our beloved director, Dr. Sridhar Srivastava, Director NCERT, New Delhi. Our guest of honor, Dr. Madam Choi, the Director of UNESCO Univoc International Center, Bonn, Germany. Our also guest of honor, respected Dr. C. Tangraj, Director, NITTTR, Bhopal, India. We also have our special guest, Dr. Ram Hari Lamichane, the Director General of Colombo Plant Staff College, Manila, Philippines. We are also joined by our special guest, Dr. Stephen Mackey, the President of LabTech International Limited, respected principals of RI, my colleagues, Dr. Mehrotra, Dr. P. Viraya, Mr. A. Palnivel, the conference coordinators, our invited guests and speakers this morning from various international and national organizations and institutions representing UNESCO, UNESCO Univoc Network, CPSC Manila, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India. Today, we also have the pleasure of having distinguished keynote speakers and session chairs, including delegates from Indonesia, Sri Lanka, Germany, Nepal, Philippines, South Africa, leading professionals, Tibet experts, distinguished industry representatives, officials from NSDC, NASCOM, FICCI, CII, sector skill councils, all the directors of SCRT, SPD, principals, headmasters of vocational schools, state officials, practicing teachers, research scholars. Most importantly, delegates. Delegates of this online national conference who have been watching this program through Zoom platform, Facebook, including our YouTube channel. My esteemed colleagues and faculty colleagues of NCERT, NI, principals, my PSSCIV faculty and the family. Let me also acknowledge Vadvani Foundation, who is supporting us in this particular event. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. It's a historic day for PSSCIV, and we have been waiting for this day for a long time. We are extremely happy to welcome the entire galaxy of vocational education and training system on this online platform. This is the first time we are conducting such a large online national conference, particularly focusing on how we can transform vocational education for excellence and what are the perspectives and what are the challenges and all that. I believe the entire ecosystem of vocational education and training system is available today on this particular platform. I'm extremely pleased to tell you that there are more than 2,000 delegates who have registered this program online on our dedicated website, which we have created for this online conference for the first time. At the outset, allow me to take this opportunity, first of all, to thank our director, sir, Dr. Sridhar Srivastava, for giving all the entire support and guidance to organize this particular event. I'm also grateful, particularly to Dr. Choi, the director of UNESCO Univoc International Center, Dr. Ram Hari, Dr. Steve Mackey, for their gracious support in our endeavor and particularly joining us on this inaugural program. As we celebrate the inauguration of this particular program, allow me also to share a few thoughts on this occasion with all of you. To begin, for the benefit of all the audience who are watching this particular program, we all know with 1.3 billion population, India is the second largest country in the world. 65% of our population is below the age of 35. And our country has the largest number of youth any part of the world today. But at the same time, when we look at it, the formally trained manpower in India is only 4.69% as per one estimate. Under the Skill India Mission, Ministry of Education, Government of India, under its Samagra Shiksha initiative, vocational education has been introduced as an integral component of school education across the school in India. I'm very happy to tell you that today, more than 10,000 schools benefiting more than 12 lakh students in India through this vocational education endeavor. It gives me immense pleasure to share with you that PSSCIV, that is Pandit Sundarlal Central Institute of Vocational Education, a constituent of NCERT, has taken many new initiatives for strengthening vocational education in the country. Some of the major initiatives which this institution has taken very recently is curriculum development. We have developed around 152 curriculum. All these curriculums are learning outcome based and based on the national occupation standards set by the Government of India. and they are covering the prime sector of Indian economy, almost 17 sectors that has been encompassing these 152 job roles. Employability skills and green skills have become an integral part of our vocational education curriculum. We have also developed student textbooks, and around 47 textbooks have been printed and published by NCERT today. We are also focusing on developing the digital content for all these published books. We are also making this content available not only on our website, but it is also can be accessed through mobile app known as e-Pathshala, and it can be made access to the students as well as to the teachers and all that. We are also developing instructional videos, PowerPoint presentation to facilitate our young learners as well as our vocational teachers. Training program. We are actively engaged in building the capacity of the states and union territories, particularly how they can look at the new vocational education scheme that has been rolled out across India. We are conducting orientation program for the key functionaries, vocational pedagogy exclusively for the vocational teachers, and as well as capacity building of the vocational teachers in various sectors and creating the master trainer for that one. It also gives me pleasure to share with you, we have recently launched 1-year diploma program in vocational education and training. It is a distance mode program, and the purpose is to create a pool of resource person to all the states and union territories so that they can champion the vocational education across India. We are also working on 2 major projects. One of the important project is Innovative Model Vocational Schools in India. This project is specially funded by Ministry of Education, NCERT, and there are 10 model vocational schools we are going to set up across India in the 6 states. We are also actively collaborating with CRIVET, particularly beauty and wellness sector, as well as in the mechatronics sector. We are also investing effort on coming up with pre-vocational education, which is going to be introduced from classes 6 to 8. And that also we are trying to develop. The guidelines and the necessary digital videos are also being offered and all that one. In the years to come, we are also going to engage with COICA with a special funding project of almost $2 million, particularly for vocational education in mechatronics sector. As far as this conference is concerned, this is a very landmark conference, and that is how we look at it. Because we all are aware that the world of work has drastically changed in the last couple of years. Technological innovations are bringing new dimensions to the world of work, and that is impacting immensely the skill set which are required by the new age workforce. We are also aware there is a lot of economic transformation, demographic change, technological developments happening at a very rapid pace and bringing flexibility into the work. And also more importantly, it is putting new demands, particularly on the new workforce, which is demanded by the new industrial revolution 4.0. We are all aware, Government of India has recently launched the new national education policy. This new education policy puts special emphasis on reimagining vocational education. Keeping all these things into mind, we are organizing this particular conference in order to address all these challenges. And the focus of this entire conference is that how we can really transform vocational education and bringing excellence into the education system in our country. The major objectives of this conference is basically to provide insight to all the policymakers to understand what are the future trends in the vocational education, share the experiences, and understand what are the innovative practices on excellence in vocational education and training, and also to find out different strategies and approaches so that we can diffuse the excellence in vocational education across the system across India. India, beyond India and all that one. There are 2 keynote sessions in this particular conference. Along with, there are 6 technical sessions, and we will also have an exclusive panel discussion only to address how we can transform the institutions for excellence and all that. We are extremely lucky and feel blessed that we have, for the next 2 days, heads and representatives of the international, national organizations who are actively engaged in vocational education, will be deliberating, will be sharing their knowledge and expertise through this particular conference. And I'm sure as we look forward and we wish to see what are the new and more opportunities being created in vocational education and training for the near future. We wish to see the vocational education which meets what are meeting the aspirations of our young people and also meeting the demands of the industry. And that is how we look at it. I'm sure by joining all of us today, you all will be immersing in a beautiful learning experiences, and we'll be getting a different point of perspective that how vocational education should be reimagined and should be taken forward in the near future. With these words, allow me once again to thank our director, sir. We are also grateful to UNESCO Univoc, Colombo Plant Stock College for collaborating with us in this particular event. I'm extremely honored, and we feel we would like to extend our gratefulness to all our speakers, all our chairpersons, all our panelists who have joined and will be making the part of this. And most importantly, all of you who are watching through online this particular platform, I'm extremely grateful to all of you that you have joined to this our endeavor, and we look forward that you will have a very exciting time during this online transaction and interaction, and also will have a wonderful learning experience in coming years, in the coming days of time. I also would like to thank my colleague for their gracious support and active support in organizing this particular support. I'm also thankful to the media for giving active support and giving a wider publicity to our event and all that one. Let me conclude with a beautiful quote, which Mother Teresa has always told and always inspired to all of us and all that. We ourselves feel that what we are doing is just a drop in the ocean, but the ocean would be less because of that missing drop. With this word, I wish all the international, national delegates a wonderful time during this interaction on this online conference. And we look forward to your continuous support and encouragement to our PSSCIV in the near future. Thank you for your attention to me. Thank you and have a great day ahead.
Thank you very much, Professor Rajesh P. Khambayat, respected Joint Director of PSSCIV, for your welcome remarks, as well as for giving us the overview of the activities that the PSSCIV has been doing, particularly under your dynamic leadership, and also the background of this National Conference on Transforming Vocational Education Training for Excellence, Perspective, and Challenges. I now request our team to please show the video film of this special address of Ms. Su Hyang Choi, Director, UNESCO Univoc International Center, Bonn, Germany. Team, please.
Yes, yes.
The world is moving at an unprecedented speed with a rapid technological progress and changes in how we work and live. In order for TVET systems to prepare workers for the future, they should be able to assess the future requirements of work, employment, and skills, and make the necessary adjustments in a timely manner. This requires the TVET systems to undergo important transformations. This conference is taking place at a very special time. The COVID-19 pandemic is having a profound impact on our society and is reshaping labor markets around the world. TVET needs to respond to surging demand for digital skills. It also needs to help the workers who lost their jobs to re-enter the labor market. Massive reskilling and upskilling will be in great demand. In undertaking all these tasks, we must be reminded of the inequalities that have been widened by the pandemic. Disadvantaged youth are dropping out from their TVET training at an even higher rate, and they will face steeper challenges in obtaining training opportunities to acquire the skills needed for the rapidly changing labor market. TVET institutions will also need to be prepared for future crises and transformed to meet the fast evolving labor market demands. Institutional agility and resilience will be required more than ever. UNESCO UNEVOC is launching a series of activities that aim to support UNEVOC centers in meeting these challenges. Some of these activities are designed to mitigate the impact of the pandemic and others to prepare for the post-pandemic period. All are designed to support UNEVOC centers and to be implemented together with them. We look forward to working with the Central Institute, which is one of the many active members of our global network of UNEVOC centers. I wish you a successful conference.
Madhya Pradesh राज्य की
National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, Bhopal. He's MTech from IIT Kanpur and a PhD from IIT Delhi, and a very renowned personality who is very well known for his skills and also as the leadership that he has given at the National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research. I now request him to please address us. Dr. C. Thangaraj, please.
Somebody has to unmute. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Mehrotra. Thank you so much. I do not know. I just wanted to escape from this responsibility sometime before, but when Professor Kambayat has come, so I could not deny him. But I'm really surprised and I'm really very happy that I agreed to participate in this aspect. this is going to be, sorry, in this inaugural session of this conference. Number one is that.
So can you please put on your video?
I think video is on. No. Okay. Right.
Yeah, now it's
okay.
on.
Now
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. I think
no, it's gone. Yeah, it's okay now. Yeah, thank
I'll
you.
center myself. Thank you so much, Professor Mehrotra. Yes. So this is an opportunity given to me by Professor Kambayat. I know that he has not left out anything for me to say, especially about vocational education, because I know that PSSIV, under the guidance of NCRT director, they are doing a wonderful job in educating the teachers at the lower level, school level, that how do we vocationalize things. I mean, at the lower level, when the students are very young, they should be given a concept. So I think I should congratulate the director of NCRT, Dr. Sridhar Srivastava, and Professor Kambayat, and all the guests who have joined this. In fact, I'm really fortunate that I could participate in such a wonderful network which Professor Kambayat is making out. I think it's a worldwide network which nobody can think anything beyond this. And he has also coordinated all the experiences for sharing this. The objectives, the conference objectives, and the themes. And one cannot go beyond this. And I cannot, he has gone to the limit of things which could be talked about in terms of vocationalization or in terms of vocational skills development in India as well as across the globe. So it is going to be a very good experience for us, and I would be very happy that if the objectives of the conferences are met with, we would like to share, we would like to learn from Professor Kambaya that this experience has to be well spread across any institutions, every institutions who are interested or who are doing the vocational part. But friends, that apart, we all know about the skill needs. We are talking about skill needs across the country, and in India, it is skill match is being talked about. There is 40% employment vacancy which are there in in many sectors for which we don't get the right skills, and all aspects. You are going to discuss about all the days and days to come. But only as a civil engineer, as an environmentalist, as a person who is interested in sustainability, I will just see that you can extend the theme towards sustainability or green skills also. Yesterday, we have been formulating a curriculum for Gujarat State with a theme that it is going to be a greener curriculum, competency focused, outcome based green curriculum, where the focus is going to be there on every aspects of skill development. That, of course, obviously, it is outcome is going to be the skills which are carrying it. It is not only the technical skills or the manufacturing skills or whatever skills which are required for Industry 4.0 and beyond, but we are also thinking about the future sustainability aspect should be brought in at the curriculum stage itself. Wherever we identify the competency, wherever we identify the outcome, the green skill should be the focus over there. And we have been asking about every question that there are 12 standard questions for sustainable, so green skills which are going to be there. Every student, every teacher should learn about, and he should start focusing those questions on every aspects of manufacturing or design which we are doing about it. For example, what we are talking about is a virtual water. Virtual water is going to, if you take into account the virtual water in the design and analysis parts of engineering, and when we develop design skills, if the fellow is put into right questions, whole design concepts are going to change. All over the design outcomes and the type of casting mechanisms which are going to be there, that will be totally different. So where we want to talk about, Professor Kampayat was talking about 152 skills they have developed it. And I know that these people are going to be there in the operational maintenance part, even the installation part, and in the fabrication part also. Many skills we are developing it. But each and every stage, our request or our concept is that let us ask green questions there. Because if you manufacture a car or for manufacture any product, India is very happy with the dollars which we are earning, but we are not worried about, we are not costing the virtual water which we are putting on it. And all of us, each product, wherever we develop, whatever we develop it, the cost is going to be very, very high. So that greener skill aspects which are going to be there, it should be definitely be getting into. That is the only thing I found. Probably I could throw idea into the I mean, the conference, because I didn't find out anything about the green skills which are explicitly, I mean, mentioned over there. But though Professor Kambayat has already pointed out even green skills about in his thinking process, I know that he would have taken care of it too. And I would definitely request that this focus should be there. I mean, well, we are focusing on vocational skills, and then when we are talking about skills for the future, let us include the greener concept in our curriculum and all the thinking process, which is getting into skill development aspects. That is one of the aspects, I mean, which I thought I would add to the, I would make as a request to add to the thinking process in the conference. I think that is the only aspect which I thought I would put it. Otherwise, all the aspects have been covered by the conference theme and objectives. And I congratulate all the members who are participating in this conference. I would definitely, initially I thought I will join only in the inaugural session, but it is tempting me that I'll be there in all the sessions to learn from the speakers who have come across the globe and the people who have come across India to share their experience. I think it is worthwhile spending 2 days. I'll stay with you, and I say very good luck to all the participants and all the organizers, and congratulate Professor Kambayat and his team. And also I thank Sridhar Srivastava, who has helped the PSSIV, because NITER Bhopal and PSSIV are rather sister institutions or brother institution, whatever we want to call it. But we work together, we grow together, and then we like to be together always. So thank you so much, Professor Srivastava, and for this wonderful support you have given to PSSIV. And it is especially because we are located in Bhopal. So we are very proud that in Bhopal such an event is happening over there, and NITER is always like to associate with PSSV in the long way to come also. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Kambayat. Once again, thank you all the participants. I'll stay with you.
Thank you very much, sir, for highlighting the green skills, the greening TVET, and we are definitely of greening TVET, and definitely we'll be collaborating with institutions like you in taking this further. It will be an honor to have you for the whole day and also for tomorrow as one of the delegates who would be listening to the speakers. Thank you very much. I now invite our honorable chief guest, Dr. Sridhar Srivastava, who is Director in charge of National Council of Educational Research and Training, and also the Joint Director of NCERT. He has held several positions in the NCERT, and also he was the former chairperson of the National Institute of Open Schooling. He has his university education from Banaras Hindu University, which is a very esteemed university particularly in the discipline of statistics. And he has done his PhD in statistics, and he is not only just a statistician by knowledge, but also by heart, because he has been involved in many of the educational surveys that the NCERT and other organizations have conducted. So we are very honored to have him as the chief guest of this conference. I now request our honorable director, sir, to please address us. Dr. Sridhar Srivastava.
Yeah, namaskar.
Namaskar.
Thank you, Professor Mehrotra, for your kind words. And I feel humbled and honored both to be given this opportunity to say a few words to this galaxy which is present here on this National Conference on Transforming Vocational Education and Training for Excellence. Perspective and challenges. The word challenges is very important. And as we all know that we just had a chance to listen to the opinion of Sri Miss Su Yang Choi from UNIVAC. We also had a chance to listen to the words of Dr. C. Thangarajji, Director NITTR Bhopal, and JD Passive himself gave a very nice framework for the deliberation that we are going to undertake for these 2 days. And I'm very grateful to have the session chairs who are here and the keynote speaker. A few of them I personally know, and I have learned a lot from them. Professor N.K. Ambast, Professor Jaina, and Dr. Rathor, Dr. RSP Singh, uh, Professor M. Sen Gupta, a very senior colleague from NCERT, Professor J.B. Tilak. He is a very well-known figure who can really reflect upon how the India can reach to the target of 5 trillion economy. And Professor Sacheti, Professor S.Z. Heather, these are the names who know where the soup pinches. Means if you are talking about the challenges of the vocational education, these are the figures who know how really we can meet the challenges. And most importantly, we have with us the representative from different other government agencies, state level functionaries, and from the state level agencies and field level practitioners and other delegates. So it's a very nice occasion, as and we know that as Madam Sue was just mentioning from Univoc about the pandemic. We all know that the pandemic did not only impact the life, most importantly it impacted the livelihood. And in the same duration, when we have the national education policy 2020 before us, which has talked very clearly about no hard boundaries as regard to academic and vocational stream, then it gives a very tall target to us, how we can really see the day that there doesn't exist really any hard boundaries between academic and vocational stream. We all know the figure, the gap in the figure of the enrollment in vocational education in our country and the figure for the countries like Germany, South Korea, and many developed economies. We all know these figures are talked about every day. So how to bridge that gap? So these are certain challenges that we have to meet. And while talking on this point, I also feel personally that we need to have a have an out of box thinking, because what I feel that when we talk about vocational education and realizing the dream of the vocational education, often funding also comes before us. I'm not talking about the social stigma or the other things that we say that these are associated with the less spread of vocational education. But when we are discussing with many national level planners or who matters in the realm of planning, often this funding issue is also coming. But I feel that we have a solution for that also, but we have to think at least some solution we can offer. For example, if we are leveraging the ICT technology, we can think of such vocations where the possibility is like that the theory part can be offered through online courses, and there is a very good mapping of that area. There are some industries around, and the scope of that vocation is there in that local area. We have the mapping, and then some industry partnership can be looked about, and for the hands-on practice, the students can move to that industry in the local area. There will be no issue of moving to any far off place. So these kind of model can also be thought about. And one more thing which I hold to my heart very closely we should look for some real field level practitioners who are coming out with some solutions. We are low cost or no cost, or with the local needs, they are coming forth with certain such vocations which are real needed in that area. We know that the pandemic also gave us an experience of huge migration that resulted into many kind of miseries. We know from the media, or we know from the other field. But at the same time, we found there are certain good examples that these migrants have somehow reestablished themselves in their local area, in the local vicinity. They somehow come forward with certain productions which were based on the material available locally, and they came forward with the solutions. If such efforts can be supported by an agency like us, government agency like passive, or the other minds who are interacting here, we come out with certain solutions, then surely we are going to give a support to all such endeavors in this country. One more point I just want to make here: you all Galaxy delegates are there, dignitaries are here, you people are here, who have seen the vocational education through very close quarters. When we talk about critical thinking, or problem solving, or creativity, innovation, collaboration, communication, we normally talk about these 21st century skills for school education. But I feel that for vocational education also, this is very, very important. Vocational education, the person who is into some vocation also needs soft skills. These things are very important. The NEP 2020 is talking about exposure at the upper primary stage. This area is also very important. We have to still come out with such innovative models, or uh, innovative some listing of activities, or some procedure where we can come out with the 10 bagless days uh, spending of time by the children, and they get something, they at least be able to appreciate the vocations around their local space. So these kind of points are very important, and we have to come out with certain solutions, or certain directions, or the way forward for all these things. And I also look forward, because we have delegates from different agencies, how to collaborate between different government organizations, agencies, state level agencies. One more important point which we are realizing now, that in this country we should not be shying away, we should not be shying in adopting certain good practices which is there in any state or any corner of the country, and take it to the other parts of the country. We are finding such good practices by state level functionaries, state level, some district level efforts are there, which are very good, and they can be scalable elsewhere. So with these words, I am very glad that we have a very good number of delegates registered for this conference, and we have really somehow, I am very thankful to Professor Kambayat that he has put in efforts, and somehow we have got all our very experienced, you can say, torch bearers in the area of vocational education, or in the area of educational finance, who are here, and we will be spending these 2 days with them, and all these things can be talked about, and we can note down their experiences and the discussion points, and we can come out with certain solutions for the targets to reach, which is there in the NEP 2020, and we will be able to succeed in our effort. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir, for your inaugural address and your blessings and guidance that we always get. I now also request you, sir, to please release this handbook of the National Conference on Transforming Vocational Education Training Perspective and Challenges. And on your behalf, I also request our Joint Director, Professor Khambayat, to please do the honor.
Yes.
So we wish that you have been there, but because of this corona pandemic, we are missing you. But I request our
I'm
Joint
there.
Director to please release this on your behalf. Thank you very much, sir, for this. I now request Dr. P. Viraya, who's the conference coordinator, to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Respected Honorable Chief Guest of this August gathering and this national conference, Director NCRT, New Delhi, Professor Sridhar Srivastava, sir. Respected Guest of Honor, Dr. C. Tangaraj, sir, Director NITTTR Bhopal. Special guest, Miss Shu Hang Chai, Director UNESCO UNIVAC. Respected Jain Director, Professor R.P. Kambayat, Jain Director, PSS CIV Bhopal. Chairpersons of different technical sessions, keynote sessions, and panel discussion. Speakers of different keynote sessions, technical sessions, and panel discussion, and rapporteurs of different technical sessions, keynote sessions, and panel discussion, and all other dignitaries and delegates present in the inaugural program of National Conference on Transforming Vocational Education and Training for Excellence, Perspective and Challenges. A very good morning to all. Once again, it gives me an immense pleasure to propose the vote of thanks for this event to all valuable dignitaries who are participating in this conference from India and all over the world in virtual mode. On behalf of PSS CIV, I welcome and thank you all for participating in this two-day mega event of this national conference. I am grateful to Honorable Chief Guest, beloved Dr. Sridhar Srivastava, Director NCRT New Delhi, for providing the opportunity to organize this conference in this the year. In spite of his extremely busy schedule, he gave time to our PSS CIV family for the success of this event, and his blessings are always required for growth of this PSS CIV. Thank you so much, sir, for giving your valuable chief guest speech, as well as spare the time for this national conference. I am very thankful to our guest of honor, Dr. C. Tangaraj, Director NITTTR Bhopal, for his presence in this mega event is very, very excellent. Why? Because the NITTTR is equally the important in the technical education, but improving and imparting technical education along with vocational education program. That is, sir already told, we are the brother concerns, both the institutions, the combinedly doing efforts for the increasing and improving the vocational and technical education program in the country. That is need of the hour. in this era. I would also like to take this opportunity to express our healthy thanks to special guest Miss Shu Hang Chai, Director, UNESCO UNEVAC, for giving time to the presenting is special the message in this national conference is highly appreciable within a short span of time. She accepted our request and she will be involving in this national conference. That is very the appreciable job for her. Thank you, madam. Thank you for accepting our request to involving in this national conference. My special gratitude to our Joint Director, Dr. Rajesh Kambat, PSS CIV Bhopal, for his continuous support and for his dynamic under him, his dynamic leadership for organizing this national conference since from the starting of this event. Now still now his cooperation and his support is for excellent the of this national conference. I mention our deep sense of appreciation to Wadhwani Foundation and its entire team, especially Vikrant, Shiva, team for their technical support in this national conference. Without their support, we are unable to show and unable to reach all these vast group of people involved in this national conference. I also wish to express my gratitude to all our faculty members and other staff members of PSS CIV family for their continued support and encouragement in organization of this important event is very appreciable for them. Thank you so much, sir. I am thankful to media persons, especially for Doordarshan and all other both print and electronic media for giving an excellent coverage of this program in their newspapers and their channels. I am also very grateful to all the delegates for their overwhelming response to the national conference who are joining virtually from India and abroad. Approximately more than 2,000 delegates the joining in this national conference. That is very, very appreciable to them for joining in this national conference. This day will be remembered as a milestone in the history in the vocational education in India, as a large number of participants, stakeholders in VEP have joined through virtual mode. All the SPDs, directors, vocational education, and have shared their knowledge in this 2 days program. We really grateful to all the people, those who are directly or indirectly involving in this national conference. Last but not the least, all our PSS CIV committee members, coordinators, without their support, I am unable to the success of this national conference, especially for the venue arrangement and this IT team. They succeed for the conducting this big the national conference. Because of them only, we are easily and very enthusiastically the conducting this national conference. Thank you, one and all, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar, Supramatam, Sarsakal, Namaskaram. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Viraya, for that vote of thanks and also your greetings in different languages. Before we move to the keynote session 1, which is on future trends in vocational education training and the world of work, I would request our Joint Director to please release the guidelines which we have developed for the students, school students from classes 9 to 12 on the job training. So These guidelines have been developed by a group of experts, and our faculty was also involved in this development. And this is basically done to provide guidelines to the schools and particularly to the other stakeholders so that they can smoothly run or implement this on-the-job training um, along with the industry and other organizations. As we all know that on-the-job training is one of the very important components for providing hands-on training to the students. So we have come out with these guidelines, and this will be made available on the website of the PSSCIV so that we can get the inputs of the stakeholders, and then we'll come out with the final document based on the inputs from the states and other stakeholders so that we come out with a very robust guidelines for implementation of this very important aspect of vocational education training. So I now request the Joint Director and also the members, faculty members on the dais to please release this guidelines. Thank you very much, sir. Now we move on to the first keynote session, that is on future trends in vocational education training and world of work. And I invite the Honorable Session Chair, Professor N.K. Ambasji, who is the former chairperson of National Institute of Open Schooling, which is located in Noida. He has held several important positions such as Faculty of Education and Extension, University of Sokoto, Nigeria in 1980. He was professor and head in the NCRT and chairman of the National Institute of Open Schooling. He has also served as pro vice chancellor of IASE University and honorary professor emeritus, International Institute of Adult Education, New Delhi. He's an awardee of Bal Mitra Award in 1999 and Radha Krishnan Memorial Centenary Award in 2000 and several other literary awards. We have in this session two very eminent persons, Dr. Stephen Mackey and Dr. Ram Hari Lamishane. Dr. Stephen Mackey, he's the president emeritus of World Dialect and the president of LabTech International Limited, Indonesia. He has, to his credit, several awards and accolades. He has worked in multiple sectors of the economy, particularly bringing about educational development, including digital learning solutions for quite some time. And he is he will be sharing his insights from discussions with educational leaders around the world to offer useful insight as to how this transformation can be managed and planned. So we look forward to his presentation and subsequent discussions. We also have Dr. Ram Hari Lamishane, who is the director of CPSC, that is Colombo Plant College, Manila, Philippines. He's the first Nepali and the 11th Director General of the CPSC. He's also current president of the Asia Pacific Accreditation and Certification Commission. He has more than 30 years of experience in Tibet. And he has worked for several ADB projects. He has a lot of awards to his credit, including Global Educational Leadership Award by the World Education Congress, scholarship from Uratro Hashimoto Foundation, Japan, and Humphrey Fellowship from Fulbright Foundation, USA. He's a strong promulgator of the Greening Tibet and He has done his PhD and MPhil in education from Kathmandu University in Nepal. So we have two very eminent speakers in this session. I now invite Professor N.K. Ambasji to please take over as the session chair and also address us before we start the presentation. Professor Ambas, please.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Welcome to this very momentous seminar, which is both timely as well as appropriate, because at this time we are linking our education with Atmanirbhar Bharat, with Skilling India, and diversifying the classical education into world of work. And some of the fundamentals that I think are still I say blurred are the difference between trade and vocation. Many of us are taking vocational education as training in trade. To my mind, there is a fundamental difference that vocational education also explains why and how you are doing a particular job and what is the basic understanding in terms of theoretical, I would say, theory. For example, if you are making something in woodcraft, I mean some figurine or anything, then you use a number of tools, including the file, the plane, the chisel, etc., etc. So that is kind of trade. You are involved. You have been trained to do a thing in a particular way and in a particular style. But if it is a vocation, then you must know why you are using, what tools you need to use in different kind of circumstances. So this particular aspect of vocational education, when it is linked with education, mind you, there is word vocational education, it's not vocation. So if it is vocational education, then you must understand why are you doing what you are doing. This brings in both the personality development, also your conceptual broadening of your conceptual framework, and also working on with hands or tools and implements. In this digital age, with the dwindling of face-to-face interaction, there is a strong need for rediscovering our approach, particularly in vocational education, where you are not there in person and where the two-way dialogue or hand-holding, making them work. If somebody is having the chisel, holding the chisel in a wrong way, in face-to-face relationship, you hold his hand, you tell him how to hold it. But in this digital era, I think this needs to be revisited. The way that we are teaching in vocational education needs to be revisited in the changed circumstances. I would further say that vocational education is no more a option by default. It is a necessity and it is a must. It has acquired center stage in the entire gamut of education in the modern scenario. The trend that was earlier that you have the liberal arts or sciences as a preferred area of teaching learning, and vocation used to be a kind of a forced alternative. I remember Ishwar Bhai committee report and the deliberations in those days, where it was thought that those people who went to vocational stream were the ones who could not go into the academic stream. And the problem at that time was that how to make a bridge from vocational to academic stream and vice versa. That stage has passed. Now you have to majorly depend on vocational education stream to deliver the product that we want to come out of the entire stressed area. The challenge that we have been thrown into is how to link education to make people Atmanirbhar, how to make education to give an output of skilled people, skilling India, and therefore linkage with MSME, education, hand-holding. These are some of the emerging challenges which need to be addressed both by the planners, both by the government agencies, a close coordination between MSMEs and the education. These are some of the posers that we have, and we still have to solve this problem and make education in the Education 2020 academic excellence or academic achievements have been left to those who are seriously inclined to go to that level. But those who are pursuing education for the sake of getting employment, they have to diversify, and there comes the various kinds of vocational, including IT and all those. IT is not, for that matter, in terms of employment, is also a vocational program. So what are the challenges that are emerging in this change scenario? Needs a very serious discussion. And the most important is a deep and very strong built collaboration between different agencies responsible for, one, education, two, small and medium enterprises, three, skill development, fourth, the liberal arts, liberal sciences, and these things. So how to build that kind of structure in which links are multifacetedly connected with one and another, and how any change in one particular link will affect the others. So this kind of, I think that this kind of worldview with regard to emerging scenario of challenges to vocational education would be necessarily addressed. Thank you very much. I think I have. Thank you once again.
So I now invite Dr. Stephen Mackey to please make his presentation on emerging trends in world of work impacting TVET.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with you today, and I'd like to thank the PSS CIVE for inviting me here to this national conference, and also to thank the organizers, Dr. Shrita Stava, Dr. Kambayat, Dr. Viraya, Dr. Marotra, and Mr. Palanivo. Thank you very much for being here today, and it's very interesting to hear everyone's comments. The landscape in India for TVET is very active and very complex, and is, like everywhere else in the world, has been suffering through this period with during the COVID adjustments and pandemic, which has hit the world very hard. So I have a few notes to share with you here, and we will just try this for a moment here to get the PowerPoint going, and also to organize this. So this is the new feature of Zoom here that allows you to be superimposed on your PowerPoint, which they just did a few months ago. I quite like it. It's quite interesting to do this. It's very useful for teaching also as well. As was mentioned by our esteemed hosts, I'm also the president of World DIDAC, which is the Global Association of Education. And as that, I'm the president emeritus. Actually, I just finished my full presidency term, and but I'm still on the advisory board of World DIDAC. And it's been very interesting to be at the helm of World DIDAC during this period of the COVID transition. It's given me a unique perspective of participating in conversations and conferences around the world, discussing the changes that are going on, how education is reacting at all levels, from K to 12 to university to the TVET sector to even preschool, which has been hugely impacted too as well. And so from this perspective here, that what we see that is education is certainly changing around the world, and often we talk about in the past many issues when we talk about Industry 4.0, how technology is changing, and the impacts before, which we've spoken on many times. There were certain things that we identified, such as economies are changing, the growth sectors are changing, the manufacturing is shifting, new jobs are rising, old jobs are disappearing very rapidly, workers are being displaced and replaced through this relentless change and pace of engineering, of change, and also a jobs and skills mismatch, which has been with TVET for a long time, but seems to be getting wider rather than narrower, despite all of our good efforts in this area. So these factors are still common during COVID. What I could say is different from my observations, personal observations, is these trends have accelerated for the most part, except for perhaps increasing urbanization. In some places, we've seen a de-urbanization as work from home has arisen all over the world, which is going to change how we work and where we work for many companies in many countries around the world here. So the old pillars that we have of education are still good. The classroom learning, the workshop learning as well. These are in TVET, these are our two main pillars. This has come under challenge and come under difficulty, certainly from the issues about, that we can't do this anymore during COVID. So what has happened is that the digital side, both of on-campus and off-campus learning, has accelerated. It was started before then, and it's been slowly gaining traction in the TVET area, but it is now, the urgency and the need is clear to everybody. I've been long an advocate personally of digital learning. I think the potential for this is transformative for the TVET sector, just as our illustrious chairperson of this session has just commented. Dr. Ramhari, who's following me after this, who's a good friend of mine, also is a great believer in digital learning and its potential for how it's going to change. And so these are accelerating. Now, the question is, how do we keep it moving? And I think there's a risk also, if we don't do it properly, we may get a lot of pushback on this. One slide I'd like to share with you here is very, very interesting slide that was just come up recently by a research organization that the link is down there at the below on this, that's come out with the changing landscape of educational technology with the impact of COVID. So basically the declining section is the physical content and assessment. This portion has obviously decreased during COVID because we're trying to move to remote learning. What has been accelerated is new generation content, new generations of learning management systems, online institutions. That's something we talked about for years, but we never quite got there in the vocational technical area. We have many open universities that embraced online learning, and they thrive during this time, but they exclude the skill element of this because it's different. And this is why one of the problems that we face in our area. Also the rise of AI, e-learning apps, and virtual tutoring training, different types of assessment. These are all coming up emerging in terms of need, desires to be there, platforms and content are coming up at a spectacular level for this. I'd like to share with you today, we're trying to, at LabTech and at World Didact, to make a kind of a meta study, if you have it, of sifting through. We've got dozens and dozens of reports and videos of different conferences and papers that have been issued during the past year, all of which are hugely interesting by the various multilateral development banks, such as the Asian Development Bank, World Bank, African Development Bank, World Didact has issued a few of them, UNESCO, ILO, UNIVOC. We had the distinguished Director General here with us earlier, who also participated in World Didact session a few months ago. CPSC, Xiamio, very, very active in the Southeast Asian region, and lifelong educators. And so some of these points I'd like to share with you because I think it's common to us, the dilemma and the challenges here, but it's worthwhile to mention. So we basically, I think we can all agree that education systems were caught unprepared and in many cases struggled to agree upon what actions to take and to provide the proper support and tools for their systems and for teachers to effectively utilize digital online learning. This is a big challenge, and this hit all countries, including advanced ones in Europe and the US. My daughter is a teacher in the US also as well, and her lack of support and direction was astonishing during this COVID. The burden was put on the teacher's shoulders to do somehow to go into digital learning. Universities, as generally observed, have done better, particularly the open and online universities have really, really thrived. And they've been doing this for quite some time. They show that they were in a position to do this, but it's a small portion of the need that was out there that was addressed. The TVET sector, I have to say, in my opinion, has probably been the least effective in embracing digital learning. Why is that? I think we should talk about that separately. I have a separate slide on that to share some ideas with you after this one. Teachers and schools have mostly used technology to replace face-to-face learning. This is the practical first step, but it has been both tiring for the teachers and not very effective for the students. As was mentioned earlier, if we do not make the teaching effective online, we're facing students dropping out and tuning out. First they tune out, then they drop out. And this has been a big effect all over the world for those sectors that have not coped with this. And this is going to scar us permanently for the next number of years. In fact, even this generation of students now in class, this may be a burden for them for a long time. The shift to digital and online learning is accelerated. The trend was there before, but it's now faster, more urgent. Digital learning should not be implemented as a stopgap measure, but should be planned for to make use of technology in more effective ways to improve outcomes. Also, digital learning has the potential to transform learning if we can do it and implement it properly. A key to this has been the need for upskilling teachers. It's hugely important. I mean, it's the primary thing actually of why this didn't happen very well. They need new skills and tools to upgrade their teaching practices. In-service teachers can be trained en masse through e-learning. Future teacher upgrading programs will rely more on e-learning in implementation in the future, it is estimated. It is important to embed digital learning practices into updated pre-service teacher qualification. So these are points that are coming from these many, many, many reports. A long-term commitment to blended learning should be made by the TVET sector. and it should be systematically developed to be a new leading pillar of learning. It actually can be the center point where all things come together and not just an afterthought, which is how it's been treated in the TVET area for the most part. Content and curriculum would need to be adapted, and to enable digital learning, for the most part, it's not available to the teachers. And to do that, investment should be put into digital learning platforms and content and capacity building, just like it's been put in other development projects. When you build schools, acquire land, and hire teachers, all these are acceptable costs for this. Digital learning should be featuring right in there with it as a co-cost. And in the investments in the future, there'll probably be less in buildings and land in the future for educational needs, because if digital learning is enabled in its proper way, it could probably double the capacity of the existing schools as students move off campus and online. There's less need for space in the schools. And so we'll probably face the next decade, not so many new schools will be needed, but to make existing schools more powerful and more effective through digital learning than ever before. And this could be transformative for education. We need to share better internationally. And of course, this is what this conference is all about. And this is the point of this. And so these are some very important points that highlighted summaries that we came away with. Now, coming back to that all important question, why didn't TVET embrace this earlier, quicker? We were talking about this for many years, and there's been starts and stops on it. But nobody, I cannot point, in my knowledge, globally the world, where a TVET institution, particularly en masse, has gone online and has this embedded as part of their learning. I cannot point it. I've been asked by the US Department of Education to come up and nominate schools that have done this. And if you know this, please share it with me, because we are always seeking additional information. But I think the short answer is it's complicated. TVET teaching is not easy, and it's not like teaching academics, as we all know. TVET has many physical tasks to develop those skills. And it has a reliance, because of that skills, it is a mentoring process in a lot of cases to mentor and guide the students' acquisition of skills. So it's two parts, the acquisition of knowledge, and then how to use that knowledge and develop their skills. The relatively slow uptake of learning by TVET institutions has been a problem, which has made initiatives by individual teachers difficult, because you need support, you need platform, you need content. And without that, you can do a little bit, but not a lot. Teacher curriculums, and remember, teachers for the most part are not skilled in developing digital content. That's a real problem. Whereas they can make their own lesson plans for physical, when you ask them to do that digitally, many do not have a clue, because they haven't done that. They haven't been trained in that way. It's not how they teach. So how do you expect that they know how to do that now? It's a new skill for them. TVET curriculums, for the most part, do not have any indicators or expectations to teach digitally. And until we require that and upgrade those expectations, why should it be done when it's not in their KPIs? So things that are not in the KPIs tend not to get done. So that's the job of leadership at a regional, at an institutional, regional, and national level to do. There are also relatively underdeveloped digital learning platforms. We need TVET LMSs, not academic LMSs. LMSs that are able to fuse practical and theoretical knowledge and information and systems and assessment. And that's very different to when people try to use academic and especially light versions of LMS systems. They don't deliver what you need to deliver very well. The teachers at the lower levels, especially also, we have been finding that their inherent ICT skills may not be as good as other sectors in certainly like the university level, but even the upper K-12 levels generally have a higher ICT literacy, it seems, on here. And why is that? Because many of our teachers and instructors come from the trade areas. And they come from a previous time when digital technology was not part of their trade job makeup. And so they didn't use it, they didn't experience it, and they may not be proficient in it, and they moved into training, and they carry those practices with them, which is naturally, because teachers teach as they were taught. And now we're talking about working with teachers to develop them as they were not taught, but to embrace new technologies, to teach differently and to teach better. So we do need to modify the pre-service programs and to update in-service teachers. So these are very important points, I think, to share with you. And how does this all fit on here? So we have to realize that we're in a journey, a digital journey for embracing technology for teaching and learning. And this is a very fantastic chart I'd like to share with you, which is done by the Florida Center for Instructional Technology, University of South Florida, which is one of the major institutes doing research and development in digital and online learning. They're a partner with us, and I think their material is fantastic. They have developed a 5-step process that goes from entry level, adoption level, to when you first adopt it. This is when you first stick your toe in and you get your feet wet. This is when you start to adopt and start to use basic technologies. The adaptation level is when you start to now understand those technologies and you're adapting it to your own purposes and needs. And this is a very important point midway to reach. Infusion is when technology is now being used in many, many elements of what you're doing, and it becomes a regular part, it becomes a major pillar of your instructional practice. Transformation is when we get to an area that you can now do things in the class, in the school, with the student, with industry, that you could not do otherwise without these new technology tools. So this enables you to do teaching and training on a completely different level and transform learning on here. We can catch glimpses of this. I can see what it can be involved, and I think it's going to be fantastic if we can get there step by step, but we have to move through these steps. So where are we now? For the most part of what people have been doing to use Zoom and to move on to do face-to-face, replicate face-to-face learning online, we're here, we're at entry level. We've only just stuck our toe into this, and we need to get here. Good LMSs with good content would be adoption level. Adaptation level would be interactive content, nonlinear learning, game-based content. And what we're talking about transformation is AI, adaptive learning, differentiated learning. Let students learn to a tailored program to their needs. So recognition of prior learning. So we only need to teach students what they don't know. Why teach students what they do know? But in our process of the way that we structured education, everybody has to move through the same steps. We cannot differentiate. We cannot test each student individually for what he knows and then teaches him only what he needs to know because teachers don't have the time. That's actually good one-to-one learning is when we do that. But it's a time factor for that. But we can, if we invest in the tools, into the technology, this can be done very, very effectively, and we can magnify what teachers can do. So we're seeing over this time an acceleration also of the transformation of schools to where they're looking at the platforms now. They're considering updating their pedagogy to move away from pedagogy to heutagogy, which is what we're talking about here, 21st century learning for TVET, learning anywhere, anytime, development of new 2D and 3D content and various technologies such as VR and AR. Connectivity, improving that, and big adaptive learning. These are the big elements that come together that will empower potential transformation in this area. And we've developed a very interesting chart I'd like to share with you about a digital TVET transformation framework. So the question comes up, how do you do this? How do you implement this? And this we've been tweaking over 10 years now. And we first started out with what we call the 3I approach, dividing things up into infrastructure, infostructure, and infoculture. And so this is the 3 big considerations. In most cases, when people start to go in technology, just think about infrastructure. We need hardware, we need computers, we need devices, we need to have some tech support, we need to have connectivity, we need to have bandwidth, and that is the starting point. But unless you do the other 2, it's actually useless on here. So the infrastructure is very important. That is your TVET LMS system, your platforms. Your school platform, your school management system, even the software to run all this, all the apps and tools that the teachers will be using, both on campus and offline. The content that is adapted for technical education, for digital learning, special content, new content. This is just as important as having textbooks. So we had textbooks in the past. This is the new textbooks of the future. Assessment, the potential digital technology opens up so many new potentials for assessments and formative learning, and formative assessments, which will transform education. But once you have that, that doesn't guarantee you that it'll be effectively implemented. That's where the info culture comes in. That is getting the teachers and the students to use all these tools effectively for learning on campus and off campuses. We talked about changing the curriculum. Policy also needs to be updated. Capacity building for the teachers and the administrators and the educational leaders is so, so important. Change management to make that stick, make that happen. You know, all of these are absolutely critical. And if you do this, then the whole thing works. So this gives you leaders, our educational leaders, a basic broad framework to think about what they need to do to make a well-balanced and effective and a successful program. We'd be happy to share this with you. And if you go onto our website, you can download the logo for this too as well. So after sharing this with you, I'd like to now give you a brief glimpse in how lab tech ourselves are applying some of these concepts to developing new forms of interactive digital learning and content for you. So we have here that what we call virtual TVET is using realistic 3D advanced gaming technology for teaching and learning, infusing new technologies for the benefit of learning. And this is things like web AR, VR, 360 degrees, videos and photos, scanning, real-time translation, which is incredible, AI, mobile technology, all this into these platforms. Interactive 3D animation simulations, because interactivity is the key to stimulating the students' knowledge. Visualization, to let them visualize what is happening, is the most powerful teaching tool universally and globally around the world. Not describe something to a student, not give them a diagram, but show them insight into how these processes work. And with these simulations and animations, we can do what cannot be done on even physical equipment or videos. It can take them inside the technology and the processes so that they get an instant understanding of what is going on, and that makes them better at their jobs. It could be delivered in various ways, from your phone to your tablet to your PCs. There's many ways it can be done. Ultimately, we're talking about braided and blended learning, because digital does not replace the physical skills development, but it complements it. And together they're very powerful. And of course, you need a TVET LMS, as we said, because it is different to enable this learning on campus online. So you can check out some of this stuff on what we launched last year. Is we've been developing digital content for a decade now, but it was not available to go online because they were massive files. These were gigabyte-sized files. Because they're using interactive game technology, they're huge. It's like the games that your kids play. You have to download them, and it takes time to do it. But we restructured the whole thing about the middle of last year and started to move the technology online. And it's gained massive acclaim and interaction on this. And you can see this at the labtechacademy.com here too. What that has is it gives you a variety of learning elements structured in very methodical pedagogy or pedagogy for the learning: glossaries, background theory, video, multimedia resources, interactive simulations for taking things apart and investigating it, looking at how the technology works, the interactive formative learning assessments, which are basically RPL. We find out what the students don't know and then lead them through it until they do know, because TVET is not, again, like academics. If you take a history test and you gain a 90% on it, that's an A. But if you put together somebody's transmission or to install an air conditioning only 90% of the way, it doesn't work, and that's a fail. So the problem that we have in teaching TVET, the challenge we always have, it's 100% competency game. You're either competent or you're not. How close you are to that can be different for this. And I'm going to have to switch my screen for a moment because because I'm going to show you video, and the current thing that I'm doing is not able to show a video. But I'll go to here now, and so I'll be able to show you this video here. So this gives you an example of, I'm just going to step you through this quickly, of the types of things and the visualizations, the animations that are being done. You get different types of you can see what's going inside. You can see the refrigerant flowing around. You can take things apart. You can move them around. You can also be assessed on how you put something back together again. You have a lot of different types of assessments, and we give instant feedback on these assessments. That the feedback is what is part of the formative learning. So we ask what this, we test the student what he doesn't know, and then take him back, give him hints, give him to other portions of the content, and you have a non-linear learning. You're going back and reviewing what you missed, and to make sure that the student understands the full thing and his competency. So we have many types of assessments from different types of assemblies and component things. We have developed about 20 different elements, for what this is. And so this is where this leads to comprehension, freeing up teachers' time, reducing and lowering costs, flexible learning for deployment, and this type of stuff. So just to finish up here for you, just 2 more points. This is what the Lab Tech Academy has accomplished over the last 6 months. We've had students from over 156 countries around the world. And one of the things that's enabled that to happen is we have real-time translation into over 100 different languages that we're using technology to do this. So this, for the first time, you can have one source that gets translated, and it's effective. It's about 80 to 90% effective for this. And this is then, I think, a chart I'm going to leave you with here on this. It shows you some of the averages that you're getting here for this. And so this is from thousands of users from those 156 countries around the world. And what we do is we scientifically approach this for looking at pre-tests and post-tests. And so our pre-test is 50% and our post-test is 93% after they take the course, which is huge. That is a class average of over 90%. That's not your best students. That is your average between those thousands of students between 156 countries that are doing this. And so this shows us the potential, the glimpse of the potential, when you organize your content in the right way and using technology for the power of learning, you can take averages that probably were previously 60 or 70%, is not bad in many technical schools, and you can move them up to everybody's getting A's. And this will, if we do this, we can fundamentally change the quality of teaching and learning and technicians in engineering permanently and in a huge way. So this is where the power of technology to do what we're doing better and with less effort. It makes it easier for the teachers and the students, more engaging, and it's more effective. And so this is the potential, I think, of what we're dealing with here for this. And so this is just a program of one of the things we've done recently for Toyota, of fusing the digital with the actual physical. This is the new generation of Toyota Prius hybrid systems, which are used for learning activities at a new installation that's going in Indonesia, actually, on here. So I think with that, I've gone a little bit over for my time here, but I want to thank everybody for being here. And I'm also looking forward to Dr. Ramhari, my good friend, who's speaking next, and about his contributions. So I want to thank you very much for this opportunity to share some thoughts with you. I hope I've given you some inspiration in what can be done. And let's do it together. I think that this is the time to move education, take TVET to the next step and bring it fully into the 21st century. And this is the task of us all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for such a lucid presentation. I feel a little mystified that what are we doing in terms of vocational education. We are trying to mystify, use big terminologies, use big words, big concepts, and then demystify to put it in practice. What is happening today, as I said earlier also, that we need to bring it to the common man's understanding and common man's practice. So if we use these kinds of concepts and try to build a discipline out of this, the purpose of reaching the last man in the line would be difficult. If I'm not saying impossible, but it will be difficult. In the process, what we are doing is we are building a discipline by itself by having various concepts brought together and building a body structure of vocational education, and then training people for vocational education, the teachers of vocational education, or the conceptual framework giving. So we must be clear, very, very clear about what we want to do really. Do we want to use vocational education as a means of empowering common man to practice various kinds of trades and practices and augment his own economic position? If that is the goal, then we need to demystify rather than mystify. So that was one point that has been haunting my mind. Although I am very appreciative of Mr. McKay giving a very, very insightful conceptual framework, how TVET is going to work and things like that. But at the grassroots, particularly in the context of Indian situation where we are fighting ourselves to make India self-reliant India, to make difficult technological concepts as practicable as a common man with basic literacy skills is able to practice and eke out his living. And particularly the pandemic, post-pandemic situation, the job opportunities of self-employment has to be sought. So that is one challenge. That is the practical side of it. Right. The theoretical side of it is yes, for us, for people who are working in this area, who are conceptualizing I find that your paper was excellent and superb. But how to make it work at the ground is the challenge that we are facing. I don't know whether
I agree with you. If I could just comment what you said a little bit about there. If I could comment a little bit what you said, I agree totally with what you're saying. And I'm a practical person. I've been involved in development, TVET development for 40 years internationally, from the poorest country and also to the richest country. And I'm a practical person at my heart. And I know the huge challenges India is, I appreciate anyway, the huge challenges India faces. I think one of the reasons it's worth considering moving to this, besides the COVID has highlighted all these problems and those comments from educators around the world that this should be gone into as a direction, why they're also saying this. But one of the most powerful arguments for this is, in India's case, you have masses of people that need to be reached for training right now. I remember a few years ago, it was put at 500 million people that need to be trained over the next 5 years. That I heard that 5 years ago, and that has been barely touched, actually, because it's expensive to do vocational training for the masses. You have to build schools, you have to put equipment in there, you have to train teachers. All this requires massive amount of funding. Either private industry or government has to pay for this. So this type of training is hugely expensive. When you go into digital like this, for every dollar you put into digital is worth 10 times the physical investment. So it would reduce the cost of reaching those masses by down to 10% of the cost. So it's going to be very, very cost effective. And the other thing is it's quicker. You could implement a nationwide program for digital learning in 5 years, but to reach and develop a system for 500 million people, it will take you 100 years to do that because it takes so long to build the schools, to get the investment and things like this. So I think this has a lot of potential for a country like India because of the scale and the desire to move quickly. There really is no other alternative for this. Is it different than what we do it? Yes, it is. But it can be effective is the thing. But it does not do away with teachers, and it does not do away with building skills, but it changes how you do it. And it took me a while to be convinced of this myself. So I know where you're coming from. And I think these are questions that should be discussed and debated back and forth. So.
Thank you very much. May I now invite Professor Ram Lamchani. Sorry for my pronunciation of your name, but I welcome you to make your kind presentation and enlighten us with your thoughts on this subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you, respected Professor Yanke Ambasad, the chair of this session. Professor, Joint Director of PASKIP, and Dr. Stephen Mackey, founder of the LabTech, and President of the World Didact, and all the very high-level officials of the PASKIP and great personality of the education and TVET sector of India. On behalf of Colombo Plan Staff College, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the PASKIP for their continuous support for this type of event and for the improvement of the TVET sector in India. With this, I'm going to directly present my presentations without further delay. The fostering 21st century skills to address TVET needs. I'm not going to show this video because of time pressure. Anyway, you can see. My presentation will cover why TVET, 21st century skills and conclusion. TVET, because about the TVET, the previous Professor Mackey already mentions, and previous speakers during the inaugural, they already what is TVET, what is vocational. But actually, TVET is for teach mind, train hand, touch hearts and transform lives. That's why TVET is for 4 T's. So teach mind, train hand, touch hearts and transform lives. Like we talk about the soft skill, that is touch hearts, and practical skills, psychomotor, domain of the learning, that is train hand, and cognitive domain of the learning is teach mind. If we able to impart these 3 T's, then automatically transform lives will be happen of the graduates. That's why TVET for 4 T's. And challenges of TVET, these are the common. We are facing mismatch between demand and supply. Still, we have this issue, even in India, and fast changing the pattern of labor market. So changing pattern of the labor market, like Dr. Mackey already showed the digital technology and things, but still we are not coping the changing pattern of labor market by the supply side, and lack of social and entrepreneurial skills. So we talk a lot about TVET, but still social and entrepreneurial skills are lacking. And similarly, lack of communication skills and inadequate competent teachers and other resources. So regarding that, these are the challenges we are facing. And regarding the 21st century skills framework, today I'm going to talk about what is 21st century skills and what is the framework. Like especially when we talk, this is the 21st century framework. According to that, in our TVET or in educations, we have to cover key subjects like a TR, reading, writing, arithmetic, and 21st century themes. That is a one set of skills. Another is life and career skills. Another set of learning, innovations, skills, that is called 4 C's, like critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and creativity. Similarly, transformation, media, and technology skills is the another set. So when we are in the position to impart these 4 sets of skills, we must have a very strong foundation of the standards and assessment system, curriculum and instruction in my system, professional development. We have to develop our TVET teachers. Without this, we cannot achieve the 21st century competencies and learning environment. Like we already discussed, the today's learning and tomorrow's learning environment should be more blended learning environment, not the traditional face-to-face. So we need to change our learning environment, problem-based learning environment, project-based learning environment, industry-based learning environment. Then only we can impart 21st century skills. So in detail, like core subjects, science, technology, mathematics, and arts, in each and every subject is these subjects: the applied science, applied technology, applied mathematics, and applied arts. That is very important. Sometimes we ignore about art. Like even in the opening session, I heard a lot about arts, and our chairperson also mentioned about this. So similarly, applied arts, reading, writing, and arithmetic is must for each and every subject in TVET. And another set for this 21st century theme is global awareness. Today, we are staying in a global village, not in a small town of India or any city of India like Bhopal, Gujarat, whatever. But entire world is a global village. That's why global awareness type of things is very important. And financial business and entrepreneurship literacy is must for each and every subject of TVET. Previously, like when we talk about entrepreneurship, only for business student used to teach. But today, we have to teach entrepreneurship for plumber, electrician, mechanical, nurses, whatever. And civic literacy, that is very important to produce competent graduates who love the country. That is very important. Civic literacy part is very important to produce good citizen. And health literacy, similarly, basic occupational health is very important. And second, other sets of 21st century frameworks are like I already mentioned, learning and innovation skills. That is called 4 Cs. I think somebody is disturbing this. Please unmute your mic. Dr. Mirdula, I think. So learning and innovation skills, information, media, and technology skills, and life and career skills. These are the remaining 3 sets of the 21st century skills framework. So 4 says communication is very important. How to communicate, not only to the co-workers or peer, how to communicate to supervisor, how to communicate with the stakeholders, different stakeholders, how to communicate to seniors. Similarly, critical thinking, like those pros and cons of each side. We have to produce our graduates who can think critically and they can challenge. Even they have to ask challenging questions to the teachers. So we have to create our learning environment in that way. And creativity and innovation is very important, and collaborations. The today's world is collaboration and partnership. That's why in TVET, even in small certain vocational training, we have to teach how to collaborate with other organizations, how to collaborate with co-workers. That is very important. That's why this is called 4 CG skills, one set. And information, media, and technology skills, I'll not explain a lot because Dr. Mackey already mentions a lot about this importance of information, media, and technology skills. Like that's why I interpreted it me between I skills. So to remember easily, it is skill. Me means media. Our students, our TVET students should be very familiar with these media things. LinkedIn, Facebook, social media. I think for India is the another India is the another hub for ICT after US. So no need to worry about this. Like I say, Bangalore is considered as another Silicon Valley. So ICT is in India very strong. So with media, like information is the power. If we do not have any informations, we cannot get even job. We cannot, create any entrepreneurship. That's why how to get information, that is very important. That's why we have to teach our student about the source of informations, and with that information, our students should be able to use ICT, information and communication technology. That is very important. That's why me, like if we remember 20 years or 10 years back, there was like diploma, a separate subject. And like mechanical students, electrical students, they were not taught about the ICT and computer things. But now this ICT is the part of the each and every subject. So it should be integrated in all subjects, not as a separate subject. So every student should know about this. That is the another state of required by the 21st century skills framework. So life and career skills. So we have to produce our graduates. They should be flexible and adaptable wherever they go. Like change management, how to change, how to manage in the change context, how to manage, how to get work in the change environment. Like the graduates from Uttar Pradesh should be able to work in Tamil Nadu. The graduates from Gujarat should be working in Assam, Guwahati. So that type of, so we have to teach them how to be adaptable and flexible in the working environment. Same time, how to balance between work and life is very important. Like we have seen many professionals, they have destroyed their family because they have given more time to the work, and they have destroyed their family life. Children cannot understand, recognize well their parents. Sometimes many peoples got divorced because they are not giving more time to the family. That's why we have to teach our students how to balance between work and life. That is very important to be a successful citizen in the country. And same time, life and career skills like cross-cultural skills. I already mentioned today's world is a global. Today we are in a global village. So politically there is a boundary, but technologically and intellectually there is no boundary. So we right now we are in different countries, but now we are conducting this seminar very easily. That's why, and many multinational companies are in India, and many Indians are working in the entire. So we can find Indian professional everywhere in the world. Wherever I visited, there is no country where I haven't met any Indian friend. Means we have to teach our graduates social and cross-cultural skills. That is also very important. How to work with Western people, how to work with African, how to work with European, how to work with Chinese, how to work with Japanese, different countries, different cultures, different religions. That is, India itself is a globe, I think. So if we remember from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, India itself is a different world. So that means we have to teach social and cross-cultural things. Similarly, leadership and responsibility is also very important. So many Tibet graduates, they are lacking leadership skills, and they are afraid to take additional responsibility. They are like, they can work like a particular skills, what they taught like technical skills, but most of them are lacking leadership and responsibility. So we have to impart leadership and responsibility skills to them. That's why leadership is not a position, it is a responsibility. Leadership is about taking responsibility, not excuses. If our graduates ask excuses, means they cannot be a leader. So that's why leadership is and responsibility skills we have to impart under life and career. Then only they can be a successful persons in their professional life. Similarly, initiative direction. So we have to prepare our graduates who can take initiatives, demonstrate, and they can take self-decisions, self-directions. That is very important. Productivity and accountability is another set of life and career skills. So how to be produce productive workforce to get more productivity from the Tibet sectors, and they should be accountable to their responsibility. So we have to teach them how to get more productivity, like how to go set goal, make plan, get to work and stock to it and reach the goal. That is a strategic plan. So if people develop their own life goal and career goal, professional goal with a strategic directions, they can generate more productions and they will be a more productivity. And they have to take not only responsibility, they should be they have to show their accountability as well. That is very important. Responsibility can be delegated, but accountability cannot be delegated. That's why we cannot pass our delegation to somebody else. We have to own that accountability. So we have to produce TVET graduates who can do that. And like entrepreneurship skills, we already know this, like knowledge, attitude skills, KSA, and plus innovations, creations, risk, resources, equal enterprise development. The whole process from TVET institutions, when we impart skills to create an enterprise, its whole process is called entrepreneurship. That's why entrepreneurship is a process. So I think in India, I think each and every Indian, their blood itself, they have an entrepreneurship. So that is my experience, because I have a lot of friends and I visit many places, even in Nepal. Many Indian businessmen are here. By blood, Indians have their entrepreneurship skills. So I think if we give some clue and some tips, one day definitely they will be a great entrepreneur. And civic literacy, I already mentioned, integrity, ethics, respect, and honesty is very so. In today's generations, like chairperson, Professor Amba sits are here, compared to his generation, our generations loses integrity and honesty part. But if we see our new generation, like new children, they are just doing friendship with the device, technological device like laptop, mobiles, but they are not very close with the relatives, guests. If somebody comes to homes, even they do not, the new generation don't talk with them. They talk with technology. But talking with the people, talking with the society is very important. That is also part of life. Like that's why integrity, ethics, respect, and honesty is very important. We have to teach, and we have to create the cultural environment, our religious environment in our TVET institution, in our vocational training center, in our TTIs, or any polytechnics. So our learning environment should be reflect to the nationality, like religion, culture. Then only students will learn. Like I can give one example, and even in India, very good in this part. Like in Thailand, every morning the Thai students, they have to stay in the beginning of their class. They have to like they have to stay for Buddhist prayer, and in the meditations they stay in meditation. Because of that many Thais are very obedient and they respect to the others. That is a part of culture. That is one example. And similarly in India, there are many these sort of examples. Essential skills for 21st century. This is the summary part: collaboration and teamwork, creativity and imagination, critical thinking and problem solving, flexibility and adaptability, global and cultural awareness, information literacy, and similarly leadership, civic literacy and citizenship, oral and written communication skills, social responsibility and ethics, technology literacy, initiatives, and this. These are the summary of that 21st century skills framework. It is given by Envision if you visit that site. And like if we see the report of the World Economic Forum 2015 and 2020 future job reports, like if we compare 2020 and 2025, the top 10 rank skills, like in 2020, number one rank was problem solving, but for 2025, analytical thinking and innovations will be the number one rank. So Similarly, critical thinking was second rank, but critical thinking and analysis will be fourth rank in 25. This is a kind of comparison. If we, what was the top 10 rank of skills for our student graduates, or let's say professional in 2020 and 25, it is drastically changed. So we have to consider the top 10 skills required for the 2025, because we are producing workforce not for today. Who enroll today, after 3 years they will be graduated and they will work after 3 years, means we are producing workforce for tomorrow. So we have to think this type of skills. And if you see this report again, World Economic Forum global gender gap report, like what is the share of women in the jobs of tomorrow? Like cloud computing 12%, data and AI 26%, marketing 46%, sales 37%, content production 57%, people and culture 65%, product development 35%. So based on this, if we are talking about the inclusion in Tibet, we have to provide opportunity to female students in these areas. This is also very important figures. And similarly, rate of automation, if you see the Future of Jobs Report 2020 World Economic Forum, like in 2025 and 2020, if we compare, like human involvement was 67% and
कम ये थोड़ा सा ये लाइट ऑफ करके देखना
33%. But in 2025, human involvement will be 53 and machine involvement 7. It means the automations, AI, machines involvement in the workplace is increasing. That's why we have to produce our technology friendly, equipment friendly, AI friendly, digital friendly. Then only they will get the gainful. So I'll not show this video because of time. So only technical skills is not enough for future jobs. Foundation skills, STEM is must, plus transversal skills like critical thinking, creative thinking, problem solving, and innovative skills, plus technical skills like core subject skills, digital skills, ICT and Internet of Things skills. So if we able to combine these three sets of skills, then only future jobs will be ensured. Okay. So with this TVET curriculum for 21st century skills, foundation or core skill system, technical or subject related skills like KSA on a specific subject, ICT and digital technology, and innovations and entrepreneurship skills, communication, creativity, and innovation and entrepreneurship. These sets of skills should be incorporated in our curriculum. And TVET curriculum for 21st century, like development, delivery, evaluations. If we see these three areas, for the development, we need labor market studies, industries, subject expert, and contextual reality is necessary. For delivery part, we need competent teachers, appropriate learning environment for KSE. Competent teachers means the today we need TVET teachers with industry exposure, industry experience. Fresh university graduates cannot teach what market is looking for. And evaluations, we have to evaluate based on competency based for all. Knowledge, skills, attitude. Normally, we evaluate only knowledge and skills. We are not evaluating attitude part, but we need to evaluate that as well. So in conclusion, therefore, skills we impart to the graduates in 21st century that must prepare for marketability, employability, and readiness for citizenship, have technical, digital, entrepreneurial, and social skills. With this Buddha's quote, I will conclude my session. Beauty catches the attention, but character catches the heart. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, please.
So,
thank you.
I now invite questions from the delegates. If there are any questions, you can raise your hand. Any questions?
Please permit me to make the final comments in the capacity of chair.
So I request you, sir, to please make the final comments as
Right.
chair of the session.
Thank you very much. I have been listening very, very attentively of Professor Lakhmanis. I'm so sorry, I get confused in this with the name. Mr. Lamchani. It has been a splendid paper, I would say, demystifying many of the challenges that we are facing in TVT. I'm particularly enamored of your presentation, which very vividly expounds various steps for TVET, and the graphic presentation. I must say that you demystify many of these concepts that we build around like a cobweb. First we build around a cobweb, then we try to dismantle it and come out. So that is the kind of situation in any academic field, that first the simple thing, we build around various definitions, and then we'll try to find out, demystify the definition and bring it to the practical level. But I must commend you, sir, that you have demystified almost everything. Your stress on last point, only technical skill is not enough, and the development, delivery and evaluation model has very clearly set out the agenda for TVET we need to do, and we need to develop in that direction, particularly in the emerging areas of vocational education. One point that I would like to point out here, for those who are going to be involved in this kind of teaching, learning strategies, because you have made a mention of teachers, that with the change means of communication, I have come across that the teachers have to reinvent their pedagogy in terms of training the eyes at 2 points simultaneously. For instance, take the case of a computer that you are working with. You are working with your fingers on the keyboard, but the results are coming on the screen, and you are teaching the person the computer skills. By the time you tap a particular key, the fellow is either looking at your finger or is looking at the screen, but is not looking both simultaneously. The result is that he doesn't know what has happened on the screen is because of the input that you have given on the keyboard. This synchronization of looking at 2 places simultaneously needs to be built into the computer teacher. Until now, people have been trained to look at the blackboard where you are writing, making hand movement, and the picture is emerging out, A, B, C, D, whatever it is. So your eyes are trained to look at that place and see the input and the output coming out there. Here, there are 2 different places. Input is the keyboard, which is on the tabletop. The output is on the screen, which is vertically above that. So you are not seeing the relationship between tapping a finger and the print that comes there. That is one I would say that's my experience of my growing up in the process of education. I'm now beyond 80. So this kind of, which you call visual and motor coordination, this is one thing that is happening. And most of the teachers, these computer teachers are not taking this. The other point that you stress, which I like most, that in this race of technologically oriented educational process, whether it is vocational education or general education, the values that you have emphasized, I would say, hats off to you, sir, hats off to you. You have not lost that point. And the share of women, you see the last but one point you made, the share of women in job requirements. You see, if you look at the traditional way, particularly I have been exponent of tribal education, perhaps the pioneer in tribal education in the entire country, not in the country, but the world.
Sir, Professor Ambas, sir, may I request you to please,
last sentence, sir.
Sir, we have to start the next session, sir.
Last sentence, sir.
Yeah, please, sir. Yeah, thank you.
I'm saying that the stress that you have given on women's share of work and the need for their vocational training is very timely, very important, and it needs to be given special emphasis. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot for inviting me to be there. I don't know whether I talk relevance or not, but that's how I feel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for chairing this session. Also, to the presenters, we would like to express our gratitude for joining us and also making that kind of scintillating presentations, which I'm sure the audience must have enjoyed listening to, and we can take this discussion further. There's just one question to Dr. Steve Mackey regarding whether the skills can be taught through the digital mode or not. So there's just one question from the audience, whether we can teach skills to the target group through the digital mode or not.
Right. Well, thank you. That's a good question.
Dr. Steve, would you like to comment on this?
Yes, indeed. Can you hear me? Yes. Can you hear me? All right.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, okay, thank you. My computer had a glitch for a moment. That's one of the problems with technology, isn't it?
Yeah.
But that's a really, really good question. So can skills be taught? Through digital means, I know in our personal journey, we're getting closer and closer to going into the digital and the physical space. One of the ways that we look at it, we view this as half of it, 50%, can be taught in the digital area, and 50% more or less as average needs to be taught physically. As the technology develops and as the content becomes better, the digital space can do more and more what we can do physically. This is, of course, is a bit subject dependent. I mean, when you teach something like accountancy can be done 100%, and that's a type of skill, it's a type of vocation also as well. But other things like bricklaying or so, or automotive mechanics, you need that physical element. So it's a little bit, the answer to that is subject dependent. But the overall trend is more and more each year can be done in the digital space. I once had dinner with the chief education architect a few years ago from Intel, which is an amazing title, Dr. Robert Vogel. And he was the head of the Mars missions for NASA before he became the chief education architect for Intel. And he and I were talking about this point exactly. And I was saying, I felt that we could be quite comfortable at 50-50. 50% could be done digitally and 50% would need to be done in a physical skills-based environment. And so I asked him his opinion on the question. And he said, Steve, you're wrong. I think you're underestimating this. He said, in my opinion, looking at it from where Intel is, 90% should be able to be done in the digital space. And that was his vision of the future. Whether, only time will tell. But I think the trend is more will be able to be done as it goes on, and quite a lot can be done already. Thank you.
Session 1, which is on transforming VT for excellence, priorities and challenges. Now, this session is being chaired by Dr. Sitanshu S. Jena. He's Professor and Dean, School of Vocational Studies, Ambedkar University, New Delhi. The reporter is Dr. Mridula Saxena, who is the Professor and Head of the Department of Home Science and Hospitality Management at PSS CIV. So there are 3 presentations, but Mr. Jan Eben is not able to join, so we will have just 2 presentations by Dr. Siddharth Chaturvedi and Mr. Sunil Dahiya. So I now request Dr. Mridula to please take over and introduce the chairperson as well as the presenters. Dr. Mridula, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Mehrotra. And welcome all friends and colleagues to the first technical session of this 2-day national conference that we are organizing. Welcome to our institute through the digital mode, and welcome to the conference. The title of this technical session is Transforming VET for Excellence, Priorities and Challenges. As the title suggests, the session shall provide a platform for discussion on the various priorities that we see for VET and the challenges that we face in achieving those priorities. The priorities to VET can be in the form of educational technologies, skill development, holistic approach development, innovative teaching, learning, media, and various other aspects which influence modernization of VET in India today. In order to address these priorities and to achieve our set targets and desired goals, we face many challenges which are perceived and which are actual also on ground. The challenges can be collaboration between school and industry, introduction of skill-oriented courses, developing guidelines for better implementation of VET, and several others. So in this session, we shall be pondering about the various priorities and challenges that we face in achieving them. As already told by my colleague, Professor Mehrotra, we have 2 presentations in this session. The session will be chaired by Dr. Sitanshu S. Jena, who is a professor in vocational education and is currently the Dean, School of Vocational Studies in Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Delhi. Professor Jena has functioned as Chairman, National Institute of Open Schooling, that is NIOS also, under MHRD for a period of 5 years. He has earned important expertise in the areas of curriculum development, teacher education, vocational education, continuing professional development of university and college teachers, and student support services. Welcome, Dr. Jena, to this session. Our first speaker would be Dr. Siddharth Chaturvedi. He will be talking on advancing VET for excellence, a case study. Dr. Siddhartha is presently working as Executive Vice President AISECT and handles the entire strategy and operations for the group's various activities. Dr. Siddhartha has been instrumental in the group's growth on a pan-India basis in various verticals, as well as strengthening of the group's various initiatives in association with key Government of India priorities, such as the Skill India Mission, Digital India Mission, and Startup India Mission. Welcome, Dr. Siddharth Chaturvedi, for this conference.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Welcome, sir. The second speaker will be Mr. Sunil Dahiya, who will speak on the next gen VE&T. Mr. Sunil has nearly 3 decades of rich experience in vocational education and training and skilling. He is presently leading the skilling vertical globally for the Wadhwani Foundation. our long-time collaborators and friends for vocational education. The learning and development, building technology-based scale solutions and co-founding new learning businesses are his forte. A tech professional who has been driving education, training and learning solutions on site and driving technology-based innovations for scale solutions in skilling space. Welcome, Mr. Dahiya, to the conference. We look forward to hearing from both our speakers.
Thank you. Thank
I
you.
now hand the session to the chairperson, Professor Jeena, for further conduction. We'll have about 20 minutes for each speaker, followed by about 5 to 7 minutes of question answers or discussion after every paper. Thank you so much. Over to Dr. Jeena.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mudula ji. I hope that I am audible.
Yes, we can hear
Fine.
you.
Okay, thank you very much. And in fact, I, on my personal behalf and behalf of the panelists, express our gratitude to the organizer, particularly the colleagues at Pandit Sundarlal Sharma Central Institute of Vocational Education for inviting us to this particular technical session on transforming VET for excellence, priorities and challenges. As rightly pointed out by Dr. Mridula, that we have two presentations. One is Dr. Siddharth Chaturvedi from ISECT, Bhopal, and we have another is Dr. Sunil Dhaya, who is from the Wadhwani Foundation. And both of them are, in fact, have rich experiences in the vocational education sector. Before I hand over the presentation, since the third presenter is not there, so we are told that we can have 20 minutes presentation each, and then we can have question answer session subsequently before I come to the concluding the session, this particular session. In fact, I will be also requesting the participants and colleagues that please put your questions on the chat box. So this will help us to take up the questions for more discussion during the session. The topic which has been taken, transforming VAT for excellence, priorities and challenges, each of us are familiar with that what kind of situation we as a country from the Indian perspective we have been facing, where not much has been done as far as the means reaching out vocational education to the people across the country. Hardly 5% of our students are enrolled in the vocational education sector. And for the first time, perhaps, lots of emphasis has been given through the National Education Policy 2020, which says that there is a component of introducing pre-vocational courses at the school level, elementary level, and starting the vocational education from classes 8th onwards. Even lots of emphasis has been given for skill development and vocational education at the higher education segment as well. So keeping this in backdrop, there are many states, as I know, that they have started developing their action plan for establishing center of excellence in their respective states. Like I can tell you, in Delhi, there are world-class skill development centers are there. There are set of world-class centers are coming up in Odisha as well. And more of such type of things are also going to follow soon. Now, keeping this in mind, at this stage, choosing this particular topic for discussion, I think it is a timely intervention by the PSS CIV. And I congratulate each of you for taking up this priority area. And thank you all for inviting us. And now I request Dr. Siddharth Chaturvedi. Please, Siddharth ji, if you can come forward and make your presentation, but kindly stick to the timing so that we should be in a position to complete the session within the stipulated time frame as given by the organizer. Thank you. Welcome to you, Dr. Siddharth Chaturvedi.
Thank you so much, sir, and good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this conference. It's always a pleasure to be speaking at a PSSCIV conference, especially the national ones on the TVET sector, uh, because these conferences provide a perfect mix of the academic point of view as well as the practitioners' point of view. So, me being, from the private sector and representing a training provider, I would try and address the topic from the point of view of ground level best practices, ground level challenges, and what, according to us, can be some of the best practices for advancing TVET for excellence. So, I believe we have 20 minutes, sir, for presentation.
Yes.
Okay, fine. So I will, stick to the time. I hope the slides are visible.
Yes, we can see. Yes, Siddharth ji, we can see.
Okay. So advancing vocational education and training for excellence, that is the topic for today. And let me start. So I would like to start by this very dear statement which we try and follow, that excellence, which is the topic of this session, is not an accomplishment, but it is a spirit and actually a never-ending process. So that is what we need to keep in mind when we are discussing excellence in any of the operations. In terms of the organizational profile, ISEC's initiatives are aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN. I will not spend much time here, and we work across various segments, starting from skill to higher education, schools, skilling in schools with PSSCIV and other related areas. We've been partners of NSDC for last 10 years. And today we work on a pan-India basis in skilling, vocational training, apprenticeship, recruit, train, deploy, and placement of the candidates. These are some of the recognitions which the organization has received over the past several years. Coming to the models for advancing of vocational education and training, and since the topic is ISEC as a case study, I will try and stick to the organization's practices and model for this session. So the first segment which we operate in is the government-sponsored programs in the skill development domain, starting with skill training and capacity building for special beneficiaries group, skill development of rural and urban unemployed youth, vocationalization of school programs, which is a key initiative today, and we operate in 1,500 plus schools across the country, entrepreneurship development program and self-employment programs, capacity building for panchayat functionaries and other government functionaries, cluster development programs, and so on. And keeping these segments in mind, what are the different activities which we do and different contours which help us in advancing the model? First of all, the quality training centers, the master trainers and subject matter experts, SSC approved labs and other infrastructure, SSC approved vocational trainers, in-house content development team, course content in Hindi and other regional languages, blended learning mode currently, which is much required, industry collaborations and tie-ups, placement assistance through the ISEC network, and apprenticeship and on-the-job training currently. If I go to the other side of the spectrum, which is the fee-based model, which is where the government wants to steer the entire skilling ecosystem to, that in the long run, the dependence on the government funds reduces, and there is a demand from the market to pay for the skill development programs. So here, we start with apprenticeship and training. We go, I'm sorry about the color of the font here, high-end skill training programs, corporate training programs, BVOC programs, degree and diploma programs, and the short-term certification programs. So for us, it is very important that we have a perfect mix of student paid model as well as the government fees model, because this long-term sustainability is achieved only when you have a critical mass of students coming and paying for getting these programs. And we have the advantage that in our higher education institutions, we can actually do these pilots and experiments and launch work integrated diploma and BVOC programs, which is the way to go in the coming years. Again, what are the interventions? Certification and course materials from the group of universities, pool of master trainers, industry collaborations, in-house content development here as well. Linking up entrepreneurship and startup incubation with the entire skilling domain is very important. We are doing this with our Atal Incubation Center in Bhopal. We have also started investing heavily in technology, and now we have our own learning management system. Industry tie-ups for creating jobs and skill development programs for the future skills, and apprenticeship opportunities in the coming years. So these are some of the models for advancing of the vocational education and training, which we follow in the government and private sector. Now coming to excellence, which is the main topic for today. In India, if we have to look at excellence, these are the main foundations according to me, starting from policy readiness and institutional capacity building at a national, state, and now at the district level, mobilization of students and qualified instructors, participation of private sector across the value chain and industry, taking care of inclusivity and disparity, which is unique to India, accreditation and certification process, use of effective data or the LMIS for designing of skilling programs, and operational effectiveness in driving the whole program. So unless the cogs of this entire wheel move together, it will be very difficult to aim for excellence and move in a coordinated fashion across the country. So coming now to what are some of the parameters for excellence, if we take our organization as a case study. The first one would be operating at scale. Uh, Unless the social sector organizations such as skilling and other development organizations, they operate at scale, the kind of impact which has to be created will not be present, and that is a key requirement for driving excellence. We work not only on a pan-India basis, but also across several partners and stakeholders for driving the skilling and other related projects. We have an extensive experience of working with various stakeholders in the skilling domain, right from the ministry to NSDC to the other ministries, sector skill councils, apprenticeship schemes, assessment agencies, industry engagement and CSR, and the state skill development missions. And this to me gives us a wide spectrum view and a macroeconomic view of our operations, which is key for driving excellence. As I said, we work today with more than 20 sector skill councils and also help them in development of course material and question banks and so on. The second excellence parameter is effective mobilization and community connect, which is very key for getting the right kind of candidates inside, starting from awareness campaigns to Kaushal Yatras, partnership with NGOs, mobilizers, door-to-door campaigns, skill competitions, knowledge Olympiads, and using social media today are key to getting the right kind of candidates. One of the innovations which we started 7 years back was a simple yatra or a simple below the line campaign, the Kaushal Vikas Yatra, which is now adopted by NSDC as a best practice and is done across all the states to drive registrations for vocational education programs. Apart from that, the older but the sturdy ways of meeting individuals, meeting the parents, meeting the community at large, door-to-door campaign are effective for mobilization. These are some of the pictures of mobilization campaign. Also involving the community and the decision makers and the influence makers in the key areas. So we always try, whether at a center inauguration or distribution of kits or passing of students or placement drives, we always try and involve the local decision makers from the bureaucracy and the ruling people there to be involved in this domain. And trust me, they find great value in getting associated with these events, and it gives a good amount of credibility. One of the other innovations is a Kaushal Championship. It is a unique skill-based championship which we do. Again, a mobilization campaign to make skills aspirational. The winners here get assured jobs, they get cash prizes, and we currently do it for 5 job roles. We intend to expand this to many other job roles in many other states. PSSCIV has been a key partner in the jury process, in the entire evaluation process, and we thank PSSCIV for the same. The third parameter is quality infrastructure. Whereas 10 years back the quality infrastructure was not well defined. Today, at least we have reached a standardization phase where the quality infrastructure is written, it is prescribed properly, and we stick to the guidelines for getting the right kind of infrastructure in place, which also helps in achieving excellence. These are some of the glimpses of ongoing schemes, and when the infrastructure is right, the aspirational agenda of the vocational training is achieved, and the students attend in good number for getting benefits out of the training. These are some of the other glimpses of the ongoing projects before the COVID. Excellence parameter 4 for us always has been, for the last 20 years, inclusivity and working with underprivileged sections of different kinds of beneficiaries. So whereas the first one here is related to training of the minority community across various schemes which we have done at the state and at the national level. NSQF in schools, and especially schools for the specially abled children, working with the National Institute of Orthopedically Handicapped Students as well. So we try and see that we are always associated and working for the persons with disability sector along with our regular training programs, so that the inclusivity criteria is always maintained. Specifically, we are also one of the training partners which has more than 40% participation by women at all our training programs. And these are some of the SOPs which we follow for ensuring female retention during pre-placement phase, and the ensuring of female retention at the post-placement phase. And we are completely aware that in India, one of the major problems is the low female participation in the workforce. So unless the TVET sector responds to that challenge, that figure is not going to change. And we all have to work towards getting that figure right for the right participation of females in the workforce. The next one I would say is quality content, for which we maintain an in-house content development team, and this team is responsible for developing of hard copy and soft copy content today. Uh, I hope I'm audible.
Yeah,
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, yes.
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, these are some of the pitfalls of doing a virtual conference. Normally you're just talking to the screen, but I can see that 500 plus participants are there. That's a great number. So going ahead, the next one I would say is Industry Connect and getting the outcomes right, for which again the practice of Rozgar Melas is an effective campaign which we have started 6 years back. Today, we do it at the block level, at the district level, and of course at the state level, and it sees great participation. This activity also has been adopted now by NSDC as a best practice, and Rozgar Melas are being organized at all the states. Apart from the Rozgar Melas, we also work in the apprenticeship sector, which is the work integrated training program today. And we work through the apprenticeship schemes to get the apprentices trained and get them to work on the shop floor at our all these clients which are there. The next one I would say, continuation of this is, it is very important to get the industry involved in the entire skilling domain. Even though we have majority of our workforce in the unorganized sector, the industry has to be a part of the value chain to get the right kind of outcomes in through the entire skilling process. So long-term partnership, investing time, getting the skill gap analysis right, focusing on sectors specific to states, getting the one district, one product into the skilling plans, thinking of the rural MSME and cottage industries for skilling, the CSR deployment and school adoptions, getting various activities like ideathons and so on. These are some of the tools through which industry feels involved in the whole process, and the Industry Connect team at ISEC is continuously trying to get this in place. The next one in today's context is utilization of technology, and now we have our own LMS. We are launching courses which are there for future skills. We have our own job portal, which today does the matchmaking for job seekers and employers. Especially in times of COVID, we we had a very quick response time, and especially the NSQF vocational trainers did a great job by doing a lot of question banks, getting the students engaged, delivering a lot of lectures using the online media, and creating a lot of study material, which is greatly valued by all the RMSs. We also had our own e-course version for COVID management and COVID awareness. Finally, the last but one parameter would be trainers, without whom this entire thing is incomplete. So maintaining a large pool of SSC certified trainers, investing in TOT, investing in TOT for effective teaching on online mode, refresher TOTs by master trainers, and not only focusing on trainers, but focusing on counselors, center heads, and placement coordinators is a key element of handholding and training for our key beneficiaries. Specifically, again, training of trainer at regular intervals by PSSCIV for NSQF vocational trainers is also a key element in our plan. Finally, getting all this operations going but not documenting it would be leaving the whole plan incomplete. So investing in good research and documentation in terms of surveys, analyzing various schemes, analyzing the success stories, publishing the success stories of candidates on social media. These are some of the key elements which we continuously do. For all the unique best practices, we have documented our case studies, which are there for academic purpose and for decision making for the next generation of leaders which are there in the organization, and also engaging with the external agencies for doing impact assessment studies and case studies. So UNDP, Sitaram Rao Livelihoods Asia, or the World Bank case study report. This is an academic touch which we don't want to leave, and we want to continue with to maintain the research and documentation based insights for our decision making. So doing all this, today we stand at 20,000 entrepreneurs. Over the last 30 years, 19 lakh candidates have been trained, 11 lakhs have been placed or self-employed. 5 universities are there in backward areas. We have around 1 crore plus bank accounts opened through our financial inclusion vertical. Skill development module, content creation is there in regional languages, and vocational education in 1,500 plus schools. Finally, and I'm towards the last two slides, NEP gives us a great chance to actually do all that which we have been trying to implement and talk about in the past few years to improve the quality outcomes of the TVET sector in terms of getting more people to join. It talks about at least 50% of learners to be enrolled. Uh, Vocational exposure at early stages, so pre-vocational education from 6th to 8th, that is going to be a key. Every child to be learning at least one vocation, that is a good step. Sampling of important local vocational crafts and local appreciation of local craft, getting ODL mode for skill development and training, forming a national committee for vocational education, incubation centers for self-employment and entrepreneurship training, uh, matching of standards with the international qualification standards, and the credit-based framework for horizontal and vertical mobility. Finally, the spirit of NEP urges us to act together to remove the social stigma, break the silos, inculcate appreciation of local craft and labor in our youth and children, facilitate mobility from the formal to the non-formal education sector, including all stakeholders in the process, encouraging hands-on learning from early on in schools, encouraging entrepreneurship development and the training in schools, professional training of trainers, and thinking digital and investing in technology. So these are some of the areas which I wanted to present today from our experience and what I think could have been the principles for advancement of vocational education and training and also achieving excellence in vocational education and training. I would say we are not perfect in each of these parameters, but at least if the plan and the parameters are fixed and the areas are well identified, the journey and the entire effort becomes easier because the ambiguity is and you are focusing on those key 9 or 10 KPIs to improve the excellence. So I would like to stop here and once again thank you PSSCIV for letting us share the case study and also talking about an important topic such as excellence and advancement of VET in India.
Thank you, Dr. Siddharth ji. Thank you very much, and thank you for giving us such a nice presentation. I hope that I am audible to everybody. Yes, okay. Thank you. So, in fact, it was an excellent presentation, and you have given a kind of a case study of a center of excellence. Rather, I will put it in that way, that your institution has been working in the skill development area. So thank you very much. Before I don't want to take up the comments questions at this stage. Rather, let us have a discussion subsequently. So I invite Mr. Sunil Dhaya. Sunil Dhaya from Wadhwani Foundation to please join. Please come in for a presentation.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Sunil Dhaya.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And first of all, good afternoon to everyone, and thanks for giving us this opportunity. And I must congratulate the entire PSSCIV team and the entire TVET sector, let's say professionals, leaders, and the participants on this conference. Because this is such an event which brings us all together and gives us an opportunity to discuss on certain perspectives, and maybe that paves the way as we move forward. So what I'll do is I'll just start off from so basically the topic which I'm going to talk about is next generation vocational education and training. So typically, as we are talking about what is the next generation, the TVETs model is going to be, what is working towards what's happening on the learning models, what is the future of learning looking like. Of course, with this, what is going to be the impact on our trainers or teachers and experts, what is going to be the impact on in terms of our students, as we envisage the future. And towards the end, I will also touch upon the policy supports and government intervention to make this complete thing happen. So to start with, the basic part here, which is typically talking about the emerging learning models. So from this perspective, what we are trying to say is, what kind of skills do we need to be teaching our youth, and of course both the modes as well as what is to be taught. So if you just glance through, of course most of the words here are pretty common, but whether it is digital skills, teamwork, collaboration, research orientism, critical thinking, problem-solving attitude, adaptability, resilience, gender sensitivity, cultural, I would not say cultural awareness only, but cultural fitness, mindset for change among our students, optimism, learnability, curiosity, entrepreneurship. Now, this entrepreneurial mindset is something, this TVET sector started working on. But now, as we move into future, it's important that maybe we should look at it from either a student after completing the skill program, gets into a job, or gets into a self-employment and starts creating, starts contributing by creating jobs. So those are, of course, the directions. But the modes available today, we all know about. There is online, there's offline, there is hybrid, there's self-learning models, face-to-face, hands-on. Now, even though there's a comma in between all of them, but the future lies in the kind of a best combination from here, because we cannot ignore any one of them, whether it is online, offline, self-learning, hands-on, face-to-face, in terms of the model. But on the other side, we cannot, there has been textbooks, there have been videos, audios, gaming solutions, scenario-based learning, AR and VR, we spoke about it in the earlier presentations, the community mode of learning, shop floor learning, activity-based learning. So as we move into the future, and as the future learning model evolves, it is more looking like a combination of all this is extremely important as we develop, as we together move into the future of the TVET sector. Now, coming to the, this is the concept which we have been hearing in the morning as well. So I would just like to touch upon, the complete, the movement towards, we all know about pedagogy and andragogy and now heutagogy. And the basic aspect is movement towards heutagogy, but from the, basically it is in a very simple terms, it will be looking like, moving from a teacher-centric, sorry, to a complete student-centric kind of model, but pretty independent student-centric model. So if I just touch upon few points, let's say dependence part. So in the pedagogy, the dependency is on learner. Learner is dependent, but in heutagogy, learner is independent. And then, of course, if I go in terms of teacher's role, while in pedagogy, it is more to do with, a kind of a knowledge holder, somebody who's hand-holding the learner, and a director, and this moves into a capacity builder. So how can we really work on capacity building part? And obviously, from the learning resources standpoint, the pedagogy part and andragogy, when we go here, teacher-driven and controlled, and in heutagogy, it becomes teacher and learner provided, and learner negotiates the paths. Now, when I say this, it might look like, a complete paradigm shift. So in simple terms, heutagogy is a scenario where teacher provides the resources, learner designs the course, that this is how I want to learn based on the learning pattern. Because there could be a learner who has a learning pattern who can pick up very fast on textual content. There could be another learner who can pick very fast from let's say videos and maybe listening content, or maybe audios. So there are different learning patterns. So learner, on the basis of his learning pattern, designs the course, not truly as learner alone, it's a combination. Then, of course, the whole assessment piece, which we talk about, today assessment is more like a test, and then test which ultimately decides there are marks. But can the whole assessment piece can be turned on its head and becoming a learning experience? So every assessment you do is a learning experience. So in other words, should the assessment be scenario based or real time based, and then how can that happen? And teacher builds the learning capability. So teacher here actually plays the role of capability building. And how do you make the learning capability in the student better and better? So this is a piece on typically we have been hearing this since morning in a couple of presentations, but I thought let me just try to put this in once again in terms of perspective. Yes, now looking at it from a futuristic standpoint, we all are seeing that technology is getting evolved. On one side, there is cognitive sciences which are picking up. There is on-demand economy now. So, and in fact, as we are seeing, the whole ecosystem of learning is getting evolved. And now slowly the things are moving towards depth rather than just the width. And from that standpoint, it's very important that we need to relook at it from a teacher's point of view, from an administration point of view, from the government point of view, employer's point of view, and obviously, definitely from the learner's point of view. So moving forward, so these are the basically some of the points when we talk about the future of learning. So new content areas would emerge. So it's very clear that where we have the math, science, social studies, literacy, and of course there are many subjects which we are all already training. But this will pave way to the very to more robust and interesting subjects which we might not even have heard of as we stand today. But one thing which is standing out very clear, analytics and data, is going to be there throughout. So all the so the focus on that part will continue, will always be there, whether it is any subject which the student is learning. Edutainment is another evolving area where the whole objective is to combine education and entertainment. So how, because this will be increasing the learnability for the student standpoint. Personalized learning, as I said, just in terms of the learning is decided on the basis of the learner pattern and what is the destination. So imagine if a person has to go from point A to point B, as we do a Google map today. And when you specify point B, the Google map gives you the shortest distance. But maybe a distance for one of the student might be different from the other student, because this student needs to be knowing. Let me give an example. Take an example. If I'm a student learning a concept, but I need an example which is at level 1 because I think I am a novice, versus I'm a student who feels that I am somewhere intermediate. I know this topic. So the kind of example student would undergo would be depending on the level of the learner, which is defined by the learner himself. No one defines that learning level for the learner, and this can be done using technology. So which is more on personalized learning capability. There may be new reasons to go to school. Obviously, going to school to get a job at a broad level, or going, this can be replaced by critically learning so that we can come to understand what must be done. So are you going to the school to look at which are the new areas and what must be done? That's the shift. Collaboration, I think, as the name suggests, collaboration among the students, collaborations with the experts, collaboration with the community, and that entire piece is extremely important. Mobile learning and self-directed learning. So as we just spoke about, the complete movement towards self-directed learning. This is what I want to learn, and this is how I want to learn. Now, of course, that might sound very, very, student oriented, and that cannot be addressed in that way. But as a TVET sector, how can we make clusters and work it out in such way that this is what the student wants to learn, and this is the way of learning? And how can mobile play see, one of the best learning during pandemic is the mobile learning. Students did, apart from learning from the sessions, they were self-learning using their mobile. Now, how can we use this device to a level where this device can be used even further. For example, today if we tell a student that there is some self-learning to be done on mobile, which anyway happens whether it is pandemic or non-pandemic situation, that's something to learn from and taken forward to. Obviously, focusing on student choices and preferences. So basically, focusing on student-centric learning. And obviously, I just spoke about the demand is for a new kind of assessments. Can the assessment be very interesting, very done in a very different way? The whole phobia of this I'm being tested, can that go off? Rather, every assessment becomes a learning experience for every learner. So this is so now coming very specifically to to the how is the life of teachers, or the let's say as we move forward, what is being demanded from them and what is being expected from them. So as the education system evolves and it focuses around connectedness, collaboration, co-creation, co-creation is so important. See, even today when we look at it, we are slowly moving from content being created by only, let's say only group of experts who are creating the content, versus today content can be created by any trainer anywhere and can be put together by any student anywhere and can be put together for everybody's consumption. So co-creation is extremely the key, and as the education system moves towards that, anywhere, anytime learning, we have been speaking about it, and this is pretty clear. Customization for a learner's first approach, so keeping the learner in the center and then customizing it. Putting testing to the test, we spoke about assessments. So what can be done around that? So that leads us to the question in terms of the educators or the trainers or the experts. For them, it is extremely crucial to be collaborators and excellent planners. Analytics, extremely critical in every role. Data collection, drawing inferences, and working on analytics all throughout the process. It is not just to be done once in a year, once in 6 months, but rather continuous analysis. And depending on the analysis, the inferences, and depending on the inferences, the action items. That goes on continuously. Obviously, they're curriculum experts, and the trainers coming from a problem solver approach and a researcher approach. If you put across a set of problems to the students, and then also be open to research and get back to them. This is coming from the a trainer perspective, and this slide now talks about the student perspective. So what changes from the student perspective? Definitely micro learning, going into let's say the nugget level learning, skilling nuggets we call them, and then micro credentials. Students should only be recognized at a point when assessment has happened, or there is a way to giving credentials to student even when it is neither an assessment nor a test, but it is some participation or some very small achievement by the student. How can credits be given at micro level? Collaborations, we spoke about personalization, we spoke about reciprocal. Students can, the flipped learning model, students learn and they train other students. Is it possible to be done in this way, where the peer-to-peer learning completely takes a different shape and the community learning starts emerging? Gamified is the way in terms of learning. So what part of the content can be gamified in such a way? So just to give an example, today there are games available where we can make out from a student whether the student would be, is bent towards getting a job and then moving forward, or creating a self-employment or maybe an enterprise in future. So gamified way of finding out things, gamified way of learning, interactive, multidisciplinary, self-explanatory, adaptive. Now today we are in a situation, adaptive to what's happening around is one part, and adaptive to industry requirements is other part. So adaptive to what's happening around. For example, today, if we look at all the academia, they are already into this, that if in case there is pandemic or no pandemic, how do we adapt to a situation if there is, God forbidden, if pandemic still continues, or if it doesn't, or does it prepare us better if we are prepared on both the sides? So that's one of the adapting, and the other part is obviously adapting with the industry requirements. Self-paced, I think we know about it. Self-directed, we spoke about. Accessible. Now, the content and the learning resources, can these be available and accessible to the student 24/7? Lot of work has happened in this direction, and a lot of work is already happening in this direction. But ultimately, can all the resources be available to the student, to the learner 24/7? And obviously, an immersive model at an overall piece. So basically, what we are trying to say, just as I move towards the end of my presentation, we all have a gap to fill, and that gap to fill is the gap between industry and academia, the expectations from industry. Obviously, focus on skilling and focus on skill-based education, vocational training is going to be the solution. Enhancing the education system. Now, here, of course, I must mention about a lot of emergence of applied skilling ecosystem. There are applied skills universities which are coming up, and maybe intervening in students' life very early, maybe deciding which vocation to be taken, maybe from grade 6 onwards. And in fact, this also takes us to the new education policy, where how can the skilling be made mainstream, and those things are there. Utilizing youth energy with various government schemes supported by the government, and obviously the policy interventions in terms of the education policy or the NSQF, and how do we work on this. Before I close, the last part is to do with the government support which can be provided by the government or by the policies framework. So government is already working on the national education policy. So is it possible to compulsorily link the academics with vocational training and students' right to choose his vocation? Monetary assistance or sometime kind of recognition to academia, industry, and students. All vocations made equivalent to degrees. Maybe that's what I spoke about. Applied skill institutions, where the application is extremely important, and industry starts playing the role in the life of student very early. Not waiting till grade 12 and then after that, but rather much early. Encouraging industry to build shop floors in vocational centers and actually making it like a production floor where students really make something and sell it and earn margins or otherwise. But the point is, can that be taken to that shape? Or in other words, the production floors of industry, can they come down to the, can they be also be some part of it be part in the vocational center itself? Early intervention by industry we spoke about. Obviously, building curriculums and continuously upgrading them is the requirement. Of course, can there be a wide platform for aptitude testing or rather screening students for very specific vocations, recognition of meritorious students, early vocations. Okay, this is more of participation with industry. And lastly, a mechanism to be drawn, this is more to be doing with the start own ventures. If students are showing entrepreneurial mindset, let's say from early stages in school, how do we channelize them that they truly can start their own venture one day? So from that perspective, this slide was to capture the summary of what support we can expect from the government. So with this, I come to the end of my presentation. Just to recap, I started off from looking at what are the emerging trends and what is the future looking like on TVET. Next part, we worked on what is the role of trainer in that, and then what can student expect. And finally, we spoke about how can government support the entire ecosystem to take this forward. Thank you so much, and would be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sunil ji, for giving such a excellent presentation. And in fact, we had two distinguished panelists, and one is Mr. Dr. Siddharth, who spoke about a case study of a particular institution, ISECT, how they have been engaged in the skill development process. And of course, we had to Mr. Sunil, who is from Vadhwani Foundation. Basically, they are engaged in curriculum development and helping the different states in taking the skill development process as a way forward. So thank you very much. And in fact, before I give my concluding remark, I request participants, if you have any questions, you can come in, please. Or I was looking at this chat box. I did not find very that much of very interesting questions, except, of course, appreciating the presenters, their in fact the way they had articulated the concept on the excellence in the vocational education sector. So if you any question, we can take up one or two questions quickly. If anybody is interested to come in, please. Can anybody come in if you are interested? Either from the yeah, one question came in that how important is multi-skilling exposure to help students understand their interest? This question I will request Sunil ji if you can answer. How important is multi-skilling exposure to help students understand their interest?
Absolutely, and thanks. Great question, and very much. And Nikita is asking this question, so
Yes,
thanks for raising this question, and very relevant, Nikita, because one of the aspects which we all are seeing from the industry per se is multi-skilling, because from skilled in one domain to multiple domains, and I must share this that I was just few weeks back, I was with an example where a person working in tea garden is learning how to operate drone. Now, somehow he never thought of this because they would only be looking at tea garden and leaves. But suddenly now the time has come where they have to look at drone and then manage the same tea garden in a very different way. So absolutely important. Multi-skilling is extremely, extremely important because it is, the times today is such that the more you know and the more skilled you are, you get those many more opportunity, not only in terms of growing within the same domain, because within the same domain also multi-skilling is possible, moving from, let's say, the back end to front end, or moving from, let's say, from finance to operations or marketing. So there are various aspects within this. So extremely important, and thanks for raising this. But yes, from a futuristic standpoint, multi-skilling is the part of the game, and we cannot, we cannot think of ignoring it. Very, very crucial. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunil ji. Here is a very interesting question which I would like to request Dr. Siddharth to answer. He says, means there is Sohan Lal who has put a question that is it possible to merge the industry to schools in vocational education segment? In fact, there are many countries which I have personally seen, Germany, Australia, the industry and the school, the academia, they have joint collaborative projects they have been running for the skill development area, which hardly we could see in the Indian context. So can you please come in, Siddharth ji, because you have been doing lots of private initiatives on the, and there's such a large scale, the scaling up of these things which you showed. Can you please answer to this question?
Yes. So I think this question has been raised by one or two people, and specifically talking about integration of industries with schools.
Yes.
So I would like to say that with the onset of the new education policy, it categorically says that the schools also will have to work closely with the industry to give exposure to the students during the pre-vocational stage, and working for internships, OJTs, and possibly apprenticeship in the senior secondary stage. So, but here we should keep in mind that we should not take industry only to be the large scale or the big industries. Here, I would say that anybody who is able to get exposure of hands-on learning, or learning based on trades should be taken up as a possible collaboration for the school. So it will include not only your large scale industry and industry clusters, it will also include your small scale industries, your MSME sector, your rural industries or the clusters which are working in the rural areas. It will also involve NGOs and freelancers and subject matter experts who can come and do a talk and give exposure. It will also involve the local craftsmen and some of the other local artisans which are there for providing exposure. And I would like to say in the end that it is not only going to be the job of vocational trainer, but the policy says that even for a maths teacher or a science teacher or a social science teacher, they will have to find out ways and means to introduce hands-on learning with respect to their own subject to students. So that is a welcome step, that vocational training is not going to be done in silos, and it is going to be integrated with the formal chain. And for that, collaborations with incubation centers, industries, small scale, large scale, rural industries, NGOs, all of them are going to be very important.
Yeah, see, there is another question related to assessment. Am I audible?
Yes,
Hello.
yes.
Audible, sir.
Audible. So, because I see that there is some problem at my end, I cannot see the screen, the people. Anyway, if it is audible, I'm just asking a question that assessment, regarding assessment, that how this can be done, particularly when it is in the context of vocational education using the digital mode, if it is a skill to be assessed. This is the thing which any of the panelists can answer, please.
Sure. Can I? Yeah, Sunil here. So let me try to address that.
Please.
So see, from the assessment side, there are two aspects to this. One is using technology. There are ways where you can, rather than giving multiple choice questions, can it be scenario-based questions? So maybe even in an auto sector, putting all the different components on a table and saying, okay, this is a 4-stroke engine. Can you now assemble it in next 5 minutes? So now that becomes a very different way of using AR, VR, and then assessing whether the person is able to assemble it or not. Versus on the soft skill side, there is clearly a possibility using the scenario-based, different situation, a customer can come in, and so the entire assessment part can be made very live. A lot of video scenario given, and then you stop the video and ask questions, and then show them the next part of the video. So that shows how exactly, so this is very real, which happens there. And so that is I think my take at this point in terms of how can assessment be digital, and also the assessment can be continuous. We don't need to really wait for the let's say the end of 3 months to come up with an exam, versus this can happen on a daily basis. Last 5 minutes is really playing a video and answering certain questions from or rather not watching the video and answering, stopping the video, put the scenario, answer, move forward. And depending on your answer, the video would change. So those kind of interventions are being done as of now. That's all from me.
Thank you very much. I think we are coming to the end of the, no more question. We'll be able to take it up because we are almost getting closer to the session. So in fact, it is indeed an excellent session. Let me put it in this way. And thanks to my colleague from ISEC, Dr. Sunil, Dr. Siddharth Chaturvedi, and also friend from Vadhwani, Mr. Sunil Dhaya, giving such an excellent input to this particular session, technical session related to transforming VET for excellence. And in fact, when we talk about excellence, we have to think about the what kind of it is not the input only, what kind of quality of output that we come across, and what they have been doing, and how they have placed in different societal contexts. It is also equally important. It is true that we have to have some kind of linkages with the industry, so we meet industry requirement, but that is, I think, not in totality means all. But rather, how the students or the output, particularly the trainees, they have developed their social abilities. That is also equally important. In fact, most important thing is the means soft skill development. People are in a position to, maybe in a position to perform their duties, but they should be in a position to demonstrate adequately across the spectrum in the industry. This is also equally important. And when they move to the, most of our students, why they fail, I have been seeing in the our vocational education program, we have been running a BVOC program in our university in 4 areas we have been offering. But these 4 areas, what I feel, when they go to the industry, the communication skill, the presentation, the grooming itself, how they have groomed themselves, their personality, how they have developed, their social connectedness with the social issues. All these things are also equally important. I think we cannot, rather, it is not only training is important, it is equally the education is important. So unless you educate the people in that manner, your excellence cannot come in forefront. This is what is also equally important. Anyway, I'm thankful to the presenter and the organizers also that giving us an opportunity, and I'm sure that when, as and when we are in the process of developing a means translating the action plan of our NEP 2022 as far as vocational education segment is concerned, as and when we'll move further, I think we'll get more enriching experience of this kind. And thank you very much for your support, and also for inviting us and making us part of this particular event. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you to both the speakers. We had very informative talks from both of our speakers, and I'm sure the participants, especially the teachers who have logged on, they would be benefiting a lot from the information provided by both the speakers. Thanks a lot to Dr. Siddhartha and Mr. Sunil Dahiya for sharing your excellent views and information with all of us. I would like to extend a heartfelt thanks to Professor Jeena, who has been our long-term friend and collaborator ever since he was in NIOS. Thank you so much, sir, for accepting to not only attend this conference, but also chair this important technical session. This session has surely set the tone and momentum for the sessions to come. Thanks to one and all. I think we'll now break for lunch. Over to Dr. Mehrotra for further announcements. Professor Mehrotra, please.
Thank you, Professor Mridla. Thank you very much. I also take this opportunity of thanking the chairperson, Professor Jena, friends, I would say Dr. Siddharth and Mr. Sunil Dahiya for kindly agreeing to present in this session. Thank you, one and all. I would also like to thank all the delegates who have been there with us through this forenoon session. And we look forward to their presence in the afternoon session. And for the time being, we'll take a lunch break and come back at 2:30 p.m. So for the next technical session. Thank you very much and see you again at 2:30.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all.
Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Viraya.
Good afternoon, madam.
Yeah, I just wanted to check whether you are able to hear me.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, it is audible and I'm visible too.
Yes, true, madam.
I will just try to share the screen. Just see if you are able to see. Just
Madam, black tab is ulta.
उल्टा हो रहा है
मैडम आपका बैकड्रॉप जस्ट चेक कर लो
अच्छा बैकड्रॉप मिरर इमेज में आ रहा है
रिवर्स आ रहा है
मिरर इमेज में आ रहा है
ओके आई जस्ट मैंने एक्चुअली यहाँ से फ्लिप किया था क्योंकि मुझे उल्टा दिख रहा था बट आई चेंज ओके आई जस्ट चेंज इट
Gayatri madam, good afternoon.
Is it okay now, the backdrop?
Yes.
वो बंद नहीं है क्या एक बंद कर हाँ वो बंद कर दो वही ऑन है ना उधर बंद कर दो माइक बंद कर दो
Yes, madam. We can see the present PPT, madam.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay. वो दोनों म्यूट है ना नहीं हो रहा है
Gayatri madam, good afternoon.
Hello.
Can you hear me, madam?
Now only I'm hearing, sir. I'm trying from the that what you call that. Am I audible now?
Yes, madam.
Yeah. I was trying to log in from that panel list login, but I couldn't. So I registered and I'm logged in now.
Oh, registered and okay.
Got stuck there.
Good afternoon, Dr. Mehrotra.
अभी वो तो इनके से हो रहा है ना
मेरा तो चल रहा है जी
नहीं ये बोल रहे हैं ना इनके ऑन है ना यहाँ जाएगी ना जब इनसे बात करें
Sir, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good to see you.
लगाया ना पहले
Thank you so much, sir.
Hello, Gayatri madam. How are you?
Fine, sir. How are you?
After many years or many months.
Yeah. Hi, Gauri ma'am. How are you?
Hello, Gayatri ma'am. I'm good. How are you?
Good. Only we are seeing in WhatsApp. First time we are seeing in video.
Yeah.
I will sincerely request, morning we had wonderful presentation today. So maybe whenever you get time, these will be all available on YouTube.
Yeah, I saw some part of it, sir. In the morning I joined. I saw a first presentation, I believe I saw. I joined around 10:15 or so, but I was there for 1.5 hours. It was actually good. It was quite enriching listening to the speakers. And presentations are there, sir, what you said?
We'll be uploading once everything, maybe in a day or two.
Sure, sir.
But unfortunately, it is national conference, though we have many international speakers.
But sir, Univoc, collaborating with Univoc gives it the international scenario only. It's okay. But
So,
sir, that is a great thing that even in this pandemic time, you managed to organize and bring every one of us together on the platform.
And that even in regular interval. That should be, we should really appreciable.
Right.
Yeah.
Because people like you always enthusiastic and supporting, that's why we are able to do all this.
That's why somebody has to take a lead, na? And that's what you do. Followers are there.
I really enjoyed it. I also saw these presentations, really engaging.
Right, sir.
Only issue is that many our vocational trainers are concerned with their salary and this structure. So maybe if you get a chance, maybe you can take a look at this.
I understand that, sir, because the talk of excellence and trainers and teachers are the major pillar who will actually lead us to excellence. So that they have a major concern, and we are aware of it. And at times we try to intervene for various issues, but at some point we have our limitations because of a concurrent subject, and states take their own decisions for that.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, sir. Doctor, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we will be starting at 2 o'clock.
2:30, sir. Maybe another
2:30. Sorry.
Yeah, 2:30.
Fine. Fine. Good afternoon, Malhotra sir.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you? I was talking to Palnivel sir. Rathore sahab aa gaye.
Yeah.
कैसे आप? बस बढ़िया, आप कैसे हैं?
All well, all well. Thank
How's your new assignment? आपका कैसा चल रहा है? There's another university now, Delhi University, skill universities.
Yeah, that is another government in another second, probably third one.
Right, third one.
Because in
आपके यहाँ कैसा चल रहा है? बढ़िया.
It's pretty good. Only issue is yet we have not shifted to our permanent campus.
Okay.
So once we will shift to permanent campus with all complete infrastructure, all the labs, so it will be altogether a different story.
Right. We have faced that situation, you know.
Yeah, you have overcome that.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Pradeep Karambelkar. Dr. Rajesh Kambata ji, namaskar. Pradeep Karambelkar.
Namaskar, welcome. Namaskar.
Namaskar, namaskar. Good afternoon.
Dr. Virej sir, B. Virej ji, namaskar.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
I'm Pradeep Karambelkar. I have disturbed you a lot and not responded you well. I'm sorry for this.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Murthy here from Bangalore.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, Viraj garu.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Murthy sir.
Senior person.
Good afternoon, all of you. This is Tehseen Zahid from Sports and Fitness Sector Skill Council.
Yeah, good afternoon and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Malhotra Saab. How are you?
I'm fine. आप कैसे हैं बताइए?
एकदम बढ़िया बढ़िया.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Gauri from Ministry of Education.
Murthy साहब का presentation.
Gauri ma'am, namaskar.
Hello.
So, Professor sir, should I put PhD or I should put national conference?
National conference.
We have sent you the backdrop.
Yes.
National conference.
Namaskar, Mehrotra ji.
PhD is always sir. This is the now national conference.
It's okay.
Oh, thank you so much.
So I should also shift to the blue one. Everyone is putting the blue one. I have put the gray one.
हाँ तो राजेश
सर आप भी कर लीजिए.
मैं तो डॉक्टर राजेश को फॉलो कर रहा हूँ.
सर
6, 7, 8. Then 3 के पहले बोलो. 3, 6, 7, 8.
They had given us choice.
Given this opportunity to us.
It's an honor, in fact, to all of us.
Hello, namaskar, Rajesh ji.
Still 5 minutes.
Namaskar, Rajesh ji. Murthy here.
Oh, namaste, sir. Namaste. Oh, इतने सारे वीडियोस खुले हैं इसलिए मैं I was searching.
So nice of you to be an inspiring presence always.
सर आपका आशीर्वाद है इसलिए हो रहा है ये.
It's a great effort. It is a very, very great effort to bring people together on a topic that is very, very important for the country.
Thank you, sir.
Especially in the Atmanirbhar point of view or whatever it is.
We got very encouraging response this time from this event, you know. Unparalleled.
Do we see some change in the panel in the original plan or some? I don't
Small.
know.
Actually, what happened? There was some request we received, and one or two speaker had some personal issues. So small adjustment we made it in the final schedule. Minor.
Anyway, we may be introduced to each one so that we know who are all in the panel today.
Yeah. They will take care. Our
I will introduce, sir. I will introduce the 10 panelists are there, so I will introduce, sir.
Actually, I have most limited role.
क्या फेस चमकता है फिर.
Nice to see Mehrotra ji there as well.
अरे प्रिंट तो दे दो.
Karla ji, Gauri ji, I heard a lot about your great passion towards this vocationalizing the country. Huh?
I'm so obliged to hear these words, sir.
I have been in Tata's and Bosch for several years.
Okay, sir.
I thought I will share my few points, short points.
Yeah, it is a great opportunity to listen to speakers like you, sir. We will all learn from your experiences. We are though just newcomers in the field. You have been working for years, and I know your experience and your knowledge. We all will learn a lot.
So I heard about you, so I was looking forward to all the eminent people in this group.
Thank you so much, sir.
Parthadas.
Also came. One person, Anil Kumar. Sheikh Anil.
As a participant, कुछ कर नहीं पा रहे.
Pradeep ji.
Yes, sir.
Pradeep ji, Pradeep.
हमारा तो म्यूट है.
I think he's speaking to somebody.
बाद में आया. देख लो इसमें है. गड़बड़ हो गया. हाँ, केरला का. मोनिका बाल.
बहल
बालू.
Pradeep ji did not hear, sir.
Oh, he's on mute. I could see that.
Am I audible?
Yes, Mr.
Yes.
Okay.
I hope you could all hear me all right. I think so.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Modi, sir.
Fine. Pradeep ji has put on mute, I think.
WhatsApp number.
वो बता देना. ईमेल एड्रेस बता दो.
Jaykant ji did not come.
Sir, he will join maybe around 2:40, sir.
2:40.
I think we can start, Dr. Parliament.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to the panel discussion session. The topic of the session is institutional development for achieving excellence in vocational education and training. For that purpose, we have our chairperson of this session, Dr. R.S. Rathore. Professor R.S. Rathore is a professor of policy planning and research and also in charge registrar in Sri Vishwakarma Skill University, Haryana, which is the first skill university set up by Government of Haryana. He was closely associated with major skill development initiatives of government. During his service in AICT as a director, skill development, and also he was visited USA, represented India, and also he visited China, representing this India, and also he visited Russia and attended the World Skill competition. And he is a member in various committees, and he is also member of various board of governors, and he has a very vast experience in the vocational education programs. And welcome, sir, for this panel discussion session.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
yeah, and we have today 10 panelists for our panel discussion session, and they are representing the Ministry of Education, the NSDC, sector skill councils, states, and industries. And first panelist is Madam Gauri Kalra, Madam. She is a senior consultant, Department of School Education and Literacy, Ministry of Education, New Delhi. Actually, she was a Air Force officer. She is an engineer by profession and postgraduate in education management. She is associated with Vocational of School Education under Samkriya Shiksha, a flagship program of Ministry of Education. Yes, our other panelist members were telling, Madam has taken lot of interest and energies in these vocational education programs. And second is Mr. Dekon Singh. He is a senior consultant, Department of School Education and Literacy, Ministry of Education, and representing NSDC. Because since shortage of time, I am not going in detail about all the CV of individual persons. I am just informing them about their destination and where are they from. Third one is Monica Madam, and she is a Chief Executive Officer, Beauty and Wellness Sector Skill Council.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome, Madam. The fourth panelist is Professor Gayatri Harihara Subramanian. She is representing the Logistics Sector Skill Council. And fifth, Madam, welcome, Madam. And panelist 5 is Tahsin Jahid Ji. He is the Chief Operating Officer of the Sports Sector Skill Council. Welcome, sir, for this panel discussion session.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Then sixth panelist is Dr. Sapna Mishra, and she is involved in designing the skill ecosystem, developing and implementing the projects for skilling in textile sector since November 2014. I think welcome, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Then panelist 7 is Mr. Partha Das. He is representing the states from the West Bengal. Welcome, sir, for this panel session.
Namaskar.
Yeah, sir. Then panelist 8 is Mr. Anil Kumar TV. He is from Kerala, representing the vocational higher secondary education. And welcome, sir, for this panel session. I think it's not joined. Yeah, okay. Then panelist 9 is Mr. Pradeep Ji, and he is the state chairman of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Bhopal. Welcome, sir, for this panel session.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon,
And welcome, sir. And last panelist is representing industries. And the last panelist 10 is Mr. KP Murthy. He was a former head of sales and marketing of Bosch Power Tools, and he has more than 44 years of experience in industries. Especially, he trained 1,500 vocational teachers and 225 vocational UNDP sponsored trainees. And he founded VET through PET, vocational education and training, through Power Tool education and training. Even though he was in industries, he was much involved in the vocational education training. He has contributed a lot for the vocational education training. We are happy to have you, sir. Welcome for this panel discussion.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Over to Chairman, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Planville, for introducing the panel. Good afternoon, Professor Rajesh, who is present here, and all the panelists, as well as all the participants in this national workshop. What I feel is that the total time for this session is 90 minutes, and 10 very eminent panelists are here, and everybody are having vast experience in their field. My request would be, we will plan the session like 7 to 8 minutes talk, probably. Every panelist can speak about their ideas, and finally, if question answers are there, we can take simultaneously the question answers also in remaining 1 minute's time. and finally conclude. Just to begin with, what I feel is that the topic which is is before this panel, that is the institutional development for achieving excellence in vocational education training. I think in whole, what I feel that in whole this conference, this topic is most pertinent topic, because when we are talking about institutionalization of vocational education, especially in country like ours in India, then the preparedness at the institution level plays a very, very critical role. And when we have to develop institutes to institutionalize the vocational education, so what are the different parameters on which such institutes should focus? So probably we will hear from the panelists that what are the different parameters. Then second important component probably is that the different institutions maybe are working in this area, how to build a synergy between these different institute so that the holistic development of the vocational education and training can take place in this nation. We have a mammoth task of upscaling a big number of population. And until unless a proper form of institutionalization of this process is not happening, probably it will be difficult in achieving the target whatever are been envisaged either in the national education policy or in the skill policy of government. Another important component probably, which I think some of the panelists may touch upon, is to suggest the methodology to design, develop a synergy between the higher technical and vocational educational institution. So until unless that synergy is built, the whole ecosystem of institutionalizing this vocational education and training probably may not be so effectively delivered on ground on such a broad
वो तो आ गया, sign तो आ गया.
which we are talking.
Okay.
So probably these were few of the opening thought. I think our panelists will further elaborate on these points, and finally we can reach to some conclusion, and we can provide some conclusion, some final observation for implementation purpose. So to start with, as all the panelists were introduced by Professor Palanville, we will follow the same sequence in which Professor introduced all the panelists. So the first panelist who was introduced from Ministry of Education, Mrs. Gauri Kalra, who is a senior consultant and looking after the vocational education in the Ministry of Education. So I would invite Ms. Gauri Kalra to share her thought on this very pertinent topic. Over to you, Ms. Gauri.
Ma'am, unmute.
You will
Thank
have to
you.
unmute, Dr.
Thank
Gauri.
you. Audible? Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. And this is a great platform where industry, academia, industrialists, senior professors from universities, all are there at the same platform and discussing something which is very pertinent. As the chair has already mentioned, this is a very pertinent topic, and all of us have to actually work together to bring about excellence in vocational education training, in which field all of us are working. Institutional development, that is the topic on which we all of us will focus our discussions, and me representing the Department of School Education would basically focus on how I feel that Government of India is pushing the development of our schools in the vocational education field, and what are the challenges we are facing, and what, in my opinion, I think that we should all do so that we all move towards excellence in VE, not only in schools, as sir mentioned, even in the higher institutions. And there has to be a synergy among the schools and the higher education institute if we actually want to bring about the change in the vocational education scenario. And with your permission, I would just share a few slides for the benefit of all so that.
Sure.
Thank you, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So when we talk about institutional development, the first thing which comes to our mind is the basic infrastructure, which I believe that is very much important and pertinent to have the required classrooms, the workshops, and the relevant tool equipments in the workshops. So for this, as I have been dealing with the vocationalization of school education under Samagra Shiksha, in which we are actually promoting introduction of vocational education from class 9th onwards till 12th. And we have been funding the setting up of labs in the schools. And we have always like pushed creating infrastructure in the schools, but somehow we have got a mixed kind of response from the various states and the schools. We have to understand then that when we talk about creating a vocational education scenario in the government setup, in the government school, we are not talking of hundreds, we are not talking of thousands, we are talking of lakhs of schools which are there with us. And bringing them all together at some standard that requires lot of funds, and not only funds, lot of somebody is unmute. May I request others to mute themselves? Yeah. So we have been pushing for creating infrastructure in the schools, and we face various challenges as regards, especially in the schools. In the schools, when we have to introduce some vocational courses, the basic problem what we face is that the students, the teachers, and even the headmasters are not actually aware what is happening, what is to be required, what is required to be done. Even if we are pumping in funds, the funds remain unutilized, and that remain unutilized because of the various factors. No, people are not aware. If they are aware, there are the procedures which are involved, which take a lot of time. And thirdly, even if they know how to purchase, they do not know the right kind of equipment, the relevant kind of equipment which is to be there in the schools. So towards institutional development, I think the first and the foremost thing is having good infrastructure. Providing funds, that's Government of India is doing, but at the same time, if what National Education Policy has put forth as the huge target of covering all the schools, all the institutions, I feel now the synergy point of comes in, the collaborations come in. Creating more and more infrastructure every now and there maybe is not the solution, but sharing of resources amongst ourselves, among it can be G2G, it can be public-private partnerships, like creating hub and spoke models, having good collaborations with ITIs, the polytechs. So in my last 7 to 8 years of experience, I have understood that there is no dearth of fund or dearth of creating infrastructure. The problem is under the utilization, the optimum utilization, which I feel is one of the key factors if we want to go towards the excellence, that we should actually share our resources and optimally utilize them by creating some kind of collaboration among the schools, among ITIs and schools, among skill universities and schools. So there, in our neighborhood, there must be a good skill university, but we are still telling our vocational trainer to just show those two equipments which are there in the school lab. Why? The students must get better exposure if the things are available nearby. And of course, the industries and the employers. We have been practicing and we have been promoting field visits, industry visits in the schools, so that even if they do not get a proper infrastructure in the school because of the cost constraints, space constraints, occupational hazard constraints. There are multiple constraints which limit us when we talk of vocational education in schools. So these all scenarios, these all limitations can be overcome if we give exposures to students outside the schools, in the higher institutions and in the industry. So this is one aspect. Infrastructure is one aspect towards institutional development. The second point which I would like to bring to the notice of all the panelists is the trainer. Of course, the trainer, the resource person, the teacher in the school. Without the teacher, without the instructor, whatever infrastructure you provide, whatever courses you provide, whatever curriculum you provide, the trainer is the pillar. The trainer is the pillar who would actually lead us to the excellence. So having good quality trainers, I think there is a complete session on the trainers capacity building, etc. So that is one of the major aspect which I would like to draw attention, that the trainers have to be very well equipped, very well trained. They have to understand and deliver on the ground to the students. They are actually our torch bearers. If we have good trainers, half of the job is done. And in that scenario, Ministry of Education is funding the trainers and the teachers in the schools. We are also funding the induction, the 10-day induction training and the in-service training of the teachers. But here also the challenges which state put across, or what we come to know from them is there is a shortage of qualified teachers. There is a shortage of qualified vocational teachers who are aware of the vocational pedagogy, who are actually trained on the skills. There is a limited supply of those trainers in the states. And when I talk of states, it is not the urban schools we face problem. In the rural schools, there is a major issue of finding the qualified vocational trainers. And then also we have, despite providing funds for the training, we have been seeing that induction training and in-service training is not conducted for the trainers. And it is there are various multiple reasons why it is not conducted, because the recruitment happens late, and then you have a pressure of the academic session. They are sent into the schools, and that proper induction training which actually motivates them and tells them about the vocational education pedagogy sometimes get missed out. And that is why we do not have the kind of trainers or the kind of teachers that we expect in the especially in the schools I'm talking about. So that is one thing that we all need to actually discuss and harp upon, that how can we actually work on this trainer and the teachers concept. And the possible solutions which I feel is that if we do not get the regular vocational teachers, the guest lectures, they are the best thing that can be done. Of late, we were attending one workshop in which one of a good school's principal was mentioning that we have a tie-up with the local electrician, we have a tie-up with the local plumber who actually comes and takes classes in our actual vocational classes, and he is as good as much better than our physics teachers. So like this kind of scenario in which you actually involve your community community people, and have those practical knowledge, the practical knack of the profession, that is also one part which I feel can actually contribute towards the institutional development if we involve the local people, local industry, and not only on the skills like electricals and plumbing. Why not the local art, which our national education policy is much emphasizing on, that the local art, and that would be only possible if we actually bring the community into the school, community people, the relevant people in the school, and they teach. That kind of scenario will actually help the kind of training which happens in the institution. Now, coming to other points which can lead to vocational excellence are, you provide good education, you have a good infrastructure, you have good teachers, but if people are not aware, if they are not aware of how this course is useful, how this vocational education will help their kids, how will it actually turn into a job for them? So bringing awareness and making it attractive, making so that the students and the parents actually take up those courses. That is one major part which I feel our society needs the most at this time. At this scenario, we are actually into that thing that we are trying to push vocational education and training, but somehow the acceptance levels are still not rising in the society. So that is one part which I feel as institutions, as the schools, because many of our schools have started very good practices, like whenever they have their PTMs or whenever they have their that Parvesh Utsav, the mass admission processes, they make the students show off their skills, be it the beauty and wellness skills or the other skills. So that is creating one kind of awareness. So every institute, I feel, in whichever way possible, they should actually make this effort to make it more visible, more attractive. And there are a plethora of activities which our states are doing. I think in the 2 days conference, they would get a chance to showcase their activities which are doing, be it skill competition, be it the incubation centers, be it the production cum training centers. So these are the activities which I feel that every institution, every school should do at whatever level they can do, maybe just a gram panchayat level, maybe just at the district level, or after doing all the activities at lower levels, they can have good kaushal melas at the state level and involve people in that. So that is one thing which I feel is very much required at this time. I have already spoken about the leadership and the collaboration, because in the institution, the major factor is the leadership. The dynamic headmaster of a school, the dynamic principal of a school, or if we talk of the university, the VCs and the HODs, if they have that kind of a energy and enthusiasm to bring about, because we may have various excuses of limited infrastructure and funds, but I think a lot can be done within the available things if you have dynamism in your leadership, if you think upon how to utilize them properly and make best use of this. Third is one major aspect which I think I should speak upon is the industry collaboration. That industry collaboration, in case of schools, industry collaboration is not only with the big major industry, it is with the local industry, local, let it be just a simple card printing, a press which is there in the school, and then there is small cottage industries in every district. So these collaborations, they actually help the students to see the real time work situation. They actually help the students to understand that how is the world of work. And now, especially in Haryana, skill universities have come up. They give us such a good exposures to students. I have been made to know that Skill University Haryana is working very closely with the Department of School Education Haryana, and they are coming up with various projects in which is not only useful for the students, but is very beneficial for the overall development of the vocational education and training scenario. So as Government of India representative, I would urge upon people that VET, being a very cost intensive in terms of infrastructure and with limited space available in schools, we all have to work together, in which we can collaborate with each other, we can share resources of each other and work towards excellence. So I think I would close my talk on this, and maybe I'm open for discussion and questions further if there are any, and we may build upon this. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, yes, sir.
Ji, madam. Ma'am, my question is about NSQF project that is played from last 7 years in Punjab.
Okay.
There is not a proper policy for the recruitment and the increment. Last 7 years, we have nothing in the increment and our salary, and not any HR policy.
So
please give the solution.
Yeah, you were representing. Please come again. Sorry.
I am a vocational trainer from Punjab,
Okay.
NSQ. Ji.
Okay. So regarding the vocational trainer, I would like to say that the policy under the Samagra Shiksha, what we have actually done is that we have given a liberty to the state to either hire direct vocational trainers or they are hired through the vocational training providers. So under the scheme, we from 20 to 25,000. That is what we have been. The provision has been made, and the annual increments are should depend upon your performances and whatever HR policies at your state level or at your VTP level. And I believe we have a range. That range has been given only for this purpose only, that there is some kind of motivation and some kind of increments which are provided to the state. And being a centrally sponsored scheme, you would appreciate that when we are under a big umbrella of Samagra Shiksha, there has to be some uniformity among the teachers. So the teacher's salary, be it a vocational or a ICT or a regular math science teacher, Government of India has taken a step that we can provide financial support till 25,000. Beyond that, if a state wants to give or it should be given, that should be from the state funds. So from Government of India side, beyond 25,000 financial support, as of now, we are not providing.
But sorry to say, ma'am, till now we have only 17,000 as a gross salary and in hand 13,000.
That is grossly under.
Grossly is 17,000 gross.
That is what I'm saying. So this has to be brought to the notice of. I will bring it to the notice of Punjab government, because we are funding 20 minimum, so they cannot underpay you from 20 to 17.
Thank you very much.
One another point, madam.
Excuse me, because we have time constraint actually. So
sir, very short.
Your point has
very short question, sir. Very short question.
I think, sir, I think we can send the questions in the chat box and we can take up those questions later, I think.
Yes.
Because it has already been taken and ma'am has assured that it will be...
Recruitment is done only and only on the basis of outsourcing.
So probably that also Ma'am Gauri has explained that
all VTs are recruited under outsourcing agencies.
The point has been, there is no mandate from Government of India side. I have already clarified, and I have noted down both your points, the salary as per as 100% outsourcing, and it will be taken up appropriately.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Gauri, for sharing your thought and clarifying the doubts of participants here. Moving to the next panelist.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Jaykant Singh. Jaykant Singh.
Thank you, Dr. Rathore, for giving this opportunity.
Welcome, sir.
I think Ms. Gauri Kalra has very elaborately described and touched upon almost all the subjects what we could think of in PVT. Still, I would like to touch upon few of the points. For any social and economic development, I think skill is very important. And for a skill, we need to have integrated vocational or vocationalization of education system. Now, this is such a big topic for years on. And if you look at Indian society, it has traditionally been on, the skill basis. So if you see how the Indian society is divided, if you go back, all the names talks of, if you talk of any Gujarati names, Kapda wala, Ready wala, so all this social division has been made based on their skills. So India has got a rich linkage to, the skilling ecosystem, but somehow in the past we have lost the very basis and the roots. And again, the new policy looks to be, if you look at the new education policy, it talks about higher emphasis even in the foundation course on giving experiential learning. And skill is something of vocational education. What we are talking today is all about experiential learning. Somehow we have to get away from the lab culture which we have currently in the school system. As Madam Kalra was mentioning, that only 2 equipments to showcase. So students only need to see it and not to experience it. So somehow even in the current skilling ecosystem, we still find similar things going on. And it won't give you the right skill set what the industry wants. And the biggest point of the problem or the challenge in the current system for the country is, if you look at the world standards, internationally, any organization which spends less than 1 or 2% of their profit on TVET will not ensure a very effective system for promoting, skill learning in the school ecosystem or even at higher standards. So the last question, which again, Madam was being asked again and again, that the salary is low. So here industry involvement is required. We have to make skills aspirational. We have to attract or lure the industry and we have to highlight how skilling or vocational is going to help them. Somewhere it is not happening today in the country, and all people present in this session has to work at individual level to bring in the desired recognition and respect to skills. And once this is in place, I'm sure there will be investment coming in, there will be respect for skills. And for that, one of the way which we have found out is, when a student undergoes an academic session, or if he's passing through a school system, what does he expect? If we talk of the Indian mentality, everybody wants their children to become a collector. If somebody is undertaking something in sports, they want to be into Olympics. What will happen if you are taking a skill as a career? I think world competition is something which is the topmost end for any student undergoing or having a career in skills, because World Skills International is an organization which is something similar to Olympics of the world. There are 85 countries in this associated in World Skills competition, and anybody who or she wins a gold in World Skills, overnight they become a star across the world. 85 countries of the world is going to look up to you. And there are different ways how skills can give you a career. Once you become a skill champion, you can become an expert. You can become a coach. You can become a trainer. And the charges, sorry, I'm diversing a bit, but this is very important for this ecosystem to know about it, why skill is so aspirational. People charge, an expert of World Skill charges up to 500 euro a day to come to your country and give a lecture for a day. So this is the value once you become a gold winner or a silver winner or a medallion in any World Skills competition. So there is huge value to consider skills as a career. This needs to be popularized. 70% of the decisions of a young kid is taken by the parent, and the parent themselves have got very less understanding or exposure about the education system, about the opportunities of skills. So counseling is not only required for the kids, but it is more required for the parents who today influence the decision of the future of their child. So counseling session at any school, any parent-teacher meeting, I think what are the opportunities and how vocational courses is going to make their life different needs to be highlighted. I think it should be made a point, And that's how, for the first time in the country, we have collaborated with CBSE, and we are doing a pilot of junior skill competitions for students in class 6 to class 12. And I think this is very much aligned to vocationalization of education, because the new policy talks about that from class 6, there should be one vocational course which should be introduced in every school. So once the youth undergoes this experience of junior skills competition, I'm sure lot of awareness is coming into schools, to the parents and to the kids. And the offering is that 21 child who are going to win this in 10 different rates, the junior skill championship, they will be taken to Shanghai to view the world skills competition. So one kid and one parent of the winner will be taken to at free of cost to Shanghai to watch the world skill competition, so that they could be prepared for the future world champions. This is, I'm sure that this is going to make skills aspirational, and a lot more kids will take skills as a career in times to come. And this would be a very effective mechanism for awareness creation. Quality assurance, I mean, Madam has touched upon most of the subjects regarding good infrastructure, good trainer. These are very important things for making skills vocational. But once we have a good infrastructure and we have a good learning facility for instructors and trainers, I think what we require is a good quality assurance system. And to have a good quality assurance system, we must have engagement with industry, because industry moves at a much faster rate. The change in the technology in the industry happens at a much faster rate than education system could change themselves. So engagement with the industry is very important. Government of India in ITIs have tried to set up IMCs, industry management committees, but still the decision-making powers are not at par, and we have seen constraints that they can't take faster decisions as the technology changes. In that case, again, we have to build a system how industry owns an ITI and takes quicker decision. Establishment of a good monitoring and evaluation system is again very important, so that whatever we are doing, the feedback mechanism needs to be very strong. Monitoring mechanism needs to be very strong. And a very good management information system. I think Diana Vishwakarma University, the way they are engaging, even though they do not have a physical campus, but they have started so many courses, primarily by engaging with industry. I think that's one of the learning which every school and college should try to see, that any nearby industry that's available in the vicinity of their campus, they must engage with them, so that students could get exposed that how business happens. And from the very beginning, their mindset is open, and they should not fear upon that, going to industry, how things will change. So it makes their life very practical. Some of the areas in which higher education and the VET systems could work together is redevelopment of curriculum and training programs, again with the change in technology and the industry requirement. Both education and the training system should work very together in development of content and curriculum. And once you have got a good content and curriculum, the instructors or the trainers should also be continuously trained. Research and shared vision is equally important. India very much lacks into research. As the technology comes in, and India gets to know about it after a year or two. So we should have a very strong research wing, so that before the technology is adopted by the industry, our ecosystem should try to train people so that they reaches out to industry day one, the technology is ready to be launched.
I would request you to conclude, Nazar, because
Thank
we
you, thank you, thank you, Dr. Rathore.
So thank you very much, Jaikant Singh ji, for explaining the different dimensions, and probably all the participants will take your advice to look into the model of skill universities. Now the next panelist is from the Sector Skill Council, Ms. Monica Behel. And my request to all the panelists will be, please restrict to the time, because by 4 we have to conclude it, and 10 panelists are there, 8 more have to speak. So please don't repeat if any of the aspects have already been covered by 2 of the eminent panelists. Over to you, Ms. Monica.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rathore, and your points are well taken. I'll stick to the time. I'll not get into a repetitive mode. And I must say here, first of all, thank you for inviting Sector Skill Councils and other industry members, as well as the academia partners on this session, where we can exchange views and give our own inputs in a small fashion, which can help in a bigger way to go and get the system more solidified and get into a space, whereas Ms. Kalra was mentioning, where we should make skills as aspirational. I really like Ms. Kalra's presentation. My compliments to Gauriji, over to you, because you've not just mentioned the problem, you've given optional solutions to it. Just to pick up on some, and here I would like to mention that we work, Beauty and Wellness Sector Skill Council, like many other Sector Skill Councils, work very closely with Smart Shiksha, and we've been able to do some orientation program. What we are talking here is what we've done with PSSEIVE, and we've put that into action, as a result of which we've been able to see some good results. We've done an orientation program for teachers, for principals and counselors, which is very important because, as was mentioned in Gauriji's presentation also, the most important pillar for this vocational education training is the teachers. Guru ही शिष्य को आगे knowledge देने वाला है. So it's very important that we put in resources, both in terms of trainings and in terms of upgrading their already acquired knowledge or skills, because skills is one dimension which is dynamic. Things change here. At least I can say about our field, beauty and wellness, it's just like fashion. Every 6 months, there are new trends. And similarly, in other skills also, even if you have to talk about IT sector, or you have to talk about agriculture sector, you have to talk about maybe tourism, hospitality, there are things which keep changing. Having said that, it's, as Jaikanji also mentioned, we need to have our students being updated with the latest that the industry need. If we are looking at getting employment for these students, or getting them even skilled to be an entrepreneur tomorrow, so that we are able to cover that gap from job seeker to a job giver, we need to give them the latest skills. And that can only and only be given if our teachers are skilled with what is happening as of today in the market, what is the industry need. What I've seen in my practical experience with the school teachers is that the teachers who are teaching in VET or in ITIs, they are the ones who've passed themselves out 20 years ago, 25 years ago. And due to maybe lack of interest or lack of resources, they've not been able to upgrade their own knowledge. As a result, what we are passing on to children today is not what the industry needs. So we need to make sure that this gap gets covered. We at our end, at Sector Skill Councils, we are doing that by updating, by changing the versions of our courses every 2 years, 3 years, updating our NSQF aligned and approved courses. But at the same time, it's important and crucial that VET, through VET, we get into TOT programs of the teachers. And it's very, very important to have a counselor. Maybe every school may not be good enough to have a counselor to themselves. Maybe there can be a system where a district can have 1 or 2 counselors, and the counselors can keep moving. Otherwise, what happens is the student, when they pass out from class 8, when they're given an option to pick up a skill, it's... Hello. May I request others to please be on mute? Mr. Murthy, please. Okay, so when they pass out, a student pass out, it's very difficult for them to choose, because they may have their interest in a certain field, but it's more of a peer pressure that student get into. So on one side, we need to make the skills aspirational. On other side, a right counseling. So the passion of the child is given the priority, and the skills according to that passion, whatever they need, and will make them be job ready tomorrow after 12th standard, or be an entrepreneur themselves, are given. So having a counselor and doing the capacity building of the trainer as well as the counselor is a must. Secondly, coming on the resources, what Ms. Kalra had presented, that infrastructure resources are not there, or the teachers are not available, specifically in rural areas. BWSSC has come out with a blended form of learning, where the theory component of which is about 30% of the entire job role has been made into a blended form of learning, which is available to the student as well as to the teacher, and this has been done with the best of the industry partners, giving the latest and the updated knowledge in that subject. For example, if I have to talk about beauty and wellness, something as simple as a haircut. What are the trends in haircut? We all need a haircut, and men need it more than women for that matter. So it's the need of the hour. So it's more like a requirement rather than a luxury. So what are the trends? What are the colors? How it goes? So the blended form of learning, we've involved the best and the biggest names in the industry who've done these videos with us. Some of them are available on eShiksha platform, which are free of cost. Some of them are in the blended form of learning, where the demonstration and the theory component has been taught by the best. So even the teachers can learn from it. Every chapter has the learning outcomes along with it. Students get to know what have they learned, and student can learn at their own pace, because every student gets a login and a password, and they are given that opportunity for the entire year. In case if they've missed out on any class, they can always go back, study, or they've not been able to understanding, it's not been clear to them in the first go itself, that can be available. Currently, it's available with us in English and Hindi. So maybe for skilling, we can get into that mode of learning. And the practicals in this are done under the teacher's supervision. Coming on the industry participation, we've opened that forum to both Smart Shiksha as well as to CBSE, which is running our courses, that BWSSC as a SSC is more than willing to bring the industry partners on board, wherever our industry partners are. And currently we've got the biggest names in the industry who are our partners. They are ready to handhold these students either for industry visits, or even we can get you introduced to these salons, which are ready salons where the student can get a workflow experience. Plus, they can maybe do their practicals there, because generally in salons, the afternoon hours or the morning hours are little lean. You can maybe look at doing that at your end if required. So that was the second way we can, as an SSC, come on board. Third, it's very, very important for students and for their parents, as Jaikanji was also mentioning, to have some role models in every skill. Fortunately, at least in our skills, beauty and wellness, whatever we cover beauty, we cover fitness, we cover yoga, we cover retail of the beauty products. We've got big role models, you name it, and they've been so successful in their own way in their field within India and outside India, that they've got the brands where every student who will pass out today or tomorrow would love to work. We can bring them on board to even present and give a motivational talk to these students. So there's a name which the student can relate to, and then they can maybe follow their footsteps. And it's a first-hand experience. Student will get to hear from the horse's mouth themselves that how they've made it big in life in these job roles that they've come out with. So that's very, very important. And we've done the same for CBSE teachers and the principals also. We will be more than happy to extend that forward to VET of the Smart Shiksha. In addition to that, the new education policy, where, as it was mentioned, that from 6 to 8 also a student is supposed to be picking up at least one vocational course. Beauty and wellness is for overall development. What we look at is giving them from 6 to 8 a basic hygiene knowledge, the basic nutritional knowledge, what is the right food they need to eat, what is the grooming standard that they would need, not only today, but tomorrow also when they go out in the job market. how they have to present themselves, how they have to conduct themselves tomorrow when there's an interview. So we've made that curriculum again with Dr. Mehrotra and the team, which is a 12-hour kind of a program, and it's more in the form of a comic strip book to get the students attracted to it, to make sure that they follow the principles of the basic and simple living, like sitting in a proper position so that your spine is in the right position. You're not putting extra effort on your neck or on your eyes when you're doing an online course. So all these are very small components of the beauty and wellness, but goes a long way. But when it comes to basic curriculum, and we'll be happy to announce that a lot of our industry partners are ready to pick up students immediately after 12th, because by 12th, they are level 4 pass. So a lot of our industry partners have job aggregation ready with them, where they're ready to pick up the students. And India Skill is the competition which Jaikanji has already given a lot of information to all of us. So keeping that in view, beauty and wellness, both from our industry side as well as from the side of getting the new job roles, whatever is needed, we are on board. And we would love to see the girls specifically, since it's a sector which gives women empowerment as well. And to a young child, to a young girl, to become an entrepreneur is the biggest thing. That's a dream come true. So we'll be more than happy to participate forward as well going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Monika ji, for respecting the time lines. Now, I would like to invite the next panelist again from Sector Skill Council, Professor Gayatri from Logistics Sector Skill Council, to share her thoughts.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for inviting me and giving an opportunity to share what the Logistics Sector Skill Council is doing with the school education. As we are a sectoral council, we scale up our education along with the skilling till the PG level, so that every skill NSDC and Ministry of Education, everybody know about that, how the Logistics Sector Skill Council working on it. And so today that discussion is for that, how the possible solution we can bring for the institutional challenges, as well as how we can overcome that one. So here, first I would like to bring to the discussion that we are little bit lack in research and development. We are introducing many, we can say that many programs, or maybe the new policies or procedures, many things we are introducing. But what is happening to us, we are not continuously doing the research, whether what is an impact we are getting on the curricula, or maybe the job roles, whatever we are implemented in the skill ecosystem, whether the students are getting an improvement in their skill, or the skill what we, or the job role whatever we are given, whether it is giving an employability in the industry, that we are not doing. As an institution, as an that complete stakeholders of the skill ecosystem, we have to first look into the research and development of each and every curricula, as well as the job roles whatever the skill ecosystem is developing. So I can give our own example. So previously we used to have different job roles in school level, PSSAV level. So we found that we did the continuous research, and we found that we need an improvement in the job roles. So we have included new job roles, and we are implementing to the class 9, 10, 11, and 12 new job roles we are introducing. So what is happening when we are knowing that there is a positive impact, or maybe the positive job opportunities is not available to the candidates? It is a responsibility for the industry as well as a sector skill council to develop such type of requirement to the students as well as the skill ecosystem. Then second point is that I would like to bring it to that we have to concentrate on higher education more than industry management committee. I believe that we have to have a complete collaboration with higher education institution. Rightly, Ms. Gauri said that we should have a private the partnership with the higher education institution, and we have to ask the institution to give the their resources to the rural area schools. So here I can give an example what we are doing with the Sector Skill Council Logistics. So as we have taken some of the education program, the school programs and the literacy program in class 9. And we have partnered with the Pune based colleges. We can say that BMC College in Pune, as well as Nagendas College in Bombay. So we asked them to help us, the school students, whoever is located in the nearby rural area, to help them to develop the subject knowledge as well as the skill knowledge. Because the capacity, as rightly said, that the teachers are very they are not updated their level, but the college teachers, institutional teachers, they are up to the mark, and we are asking them to give the guest lectures and video lectures, and through that, as well as the teachers and the students, they are getting an improvement in the learning pedagogy, teaching and learning pedagogy. Then third thing is that I would like to tell about the ICT based learning method. So this is very important, that the blended way of learning and teaching is very important, as 30-70% of the school education is having a skill and theory. So what we have done that most of the learning system through the LMS portal, we are giving to the students to be updated information communication technology based learning method. So they are very much with that, and that ICT based new technologies such as stimulation learning, or maybe game based learning, or quiz system, this will be giving them the more interest to the students when they are learning online. Then third thing is that fourth point, I would like to bring it to that, designing the curricula, or maybe the structure of the course should be convenient to the students. There are many dropouts in the rural area at the class 8 or class 9. So what is happening? They are becoming a jobless, and they are not able to continue their studies, as well as they are not getting a proper job. So to overcome that one, what we can do, we can design the curriculum such a way that it should help them to go for some of the job roles with the BTP training and as a apprenticeship in their in case if they drop out. And the fifth thing is that build the capacity of those people, those who are doing the curriculum development, not only the faculties, but also those who are in curriculum development. We should have a periodic brainstorming session, and with relevant to the research and research output, we have to find that whether we are able to, we are in that gap, are we filling the gap or not. Then there should be a supporting system as from the VET, the education courses, to the students, especially the disadvantaged communities, as well as that people like widows, or maybe they, apart from the age groups. So in case of that, we can say that NIOS scheme, and with that our PSSAV has to have a bridge, that whether they can work on the school dropouts, or maybe the people, those who are working without the education knowledge, try to balance their credit framework with their experience as well as the education. That can also be help them to develop their skill ecosystem. And finally, before I conclude, I would like to say that as a sectoral council, we have developed many degree curriculum from the BBA as well as BMS in many subsectoral level. So as we know that logistics sector is having a different subsector, is the both are having a interdependency. So like without e-commerce, now you don't, now the pandemic condition, we will not be able to survive. So we can say that logistics sector has done a wonderful research, and we have done BMS e-commerce, BMS land transportation, BMS XM, like that. We many degree program we have bring into the higher education institutions. So what I'm trying to say that, so relevant to that, we can impart the awareness to the students in the schools, as well as the parents, as complete stakeholders of the schooling system. Then they will know about that, what are the career opportunities available, in case if even though they drop out, or if they are continuing, they may be getting the proper career guidance, and they can grow vertically with the available source. Before I conclude, I would like to say that only one point, that the complete ecosystem can be more successful when there is a sharing of knowledge and sharing of the whatever the equipments or maybe the technology with the higher education to the rural area. We have to adopt some of the rural areas, every industry as well as a higher education. Definitely the skill ecosystem will grow in a positive direction. Thank you for giving an opportunity.
Thank you very much, Professor Gayatri, and especially for your concluding remarks that to develop the complete ecosystem, that interlinkages between the different stakeholders, starting from the institute to higher education institution to the industry, definitely that plays a very critical role. Thanks for sharing what Sector Skill Council Logistics is doing in the skill ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next panelist is from the Sports Sector Skill Council, Mr. Tahsin Zahid. He is the Chief Executive Officer of Sector Skill Council Sports. Mr. Tahis, you're welcome to share your thought process in institutionalizing the TEBIT system.
Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. और मैं सबको बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ इस चीज के लिए. And I'll not take much time because many of the major points have already been spoken by the earlier panelists, and we are already running short on time. So, in a quick nutshell, our take from Sports Sector Skill Council, and especially about when we are saying excellence, institutional excellence in vocationalization, main factor what we have been experiencing, especially in the Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan, we have been dealing with around 350 plus odd school where our course have been adopted, that is physical education instructor course. Main problem comes, the student who is in class 8th and goes to 9th, probably first time he is going to experience the skilling education. That's the first time he will be experiencing that feeling of what is skilling all about. The problem starts if we really want to bring excellence right from day one into the system. The problem starts that the sector skill councils have been mandated to create content in association with the industry partners. So whatever skill set is required in the industry at the end of the day. So the outcome of this entire skilling program or a Skill India mission is to create livelihoods and jobs for people. The right kind of job for right kind of skill set. That's the end thing. And whatever we are doing, it is just a bridge. So we are trying to bridge that gap in between. The problem occurring in the bridge itself is that the course that we create in association with the industry expert, exactly that course is not getting implemented right at the starting of this entire system. When I'm saying I'm very, I may be a bit blunt on this, but we get to know somewhere in the month of February and March that these many schools have taken our courses, and these are the classes or the students that we have to send for assessment. We don't know who has trained them. We don't know what content they have been taught. We don't know who is the training partner who has given the classes there at the school level. We have no idea which school has adopted our course right from day one. If all those things are informed to Sector Skill Council at the starting of the academic year, probably SSC can help more, can actually provide more guest lectures, can coordinate with the schools on counseling students about what course they are going to take, what is the future of this course, what skill sets they are going to learn. We can have some online counseling sessions from our head office to the students, or even to the teachers of the school, to the principals of the school. So if this gap can be filled up, I think a lot of issues can be taken care of. काफी हद तक के हम वो प्रॉब्लम, अब बच्चा क्या करता है, बच्चा जब 12th से पास होता है तो प्रॉब्लम कहां पर आ रही है कि उस बच्चे को अभी क्लियर ही नहीं है कि उसको 12th के बाद इसमें करियर कैसे बनाना है, व्हाट इज द नेक्स्ट स्टेप, उसको बताया ही नहीं गया है. सो आगे क्या कोर्स लेना है, अगर उसने फिजिकल एजुकेशन किया है तो क्या उसको बताया गया है कि नेक्स्ट लेवल आप बीपीएड कर सकते हो, एमपेड कर सकते हो, उसके क्या आगे जाके करियर ऑप्शंस होंगे आपके पास। जब वो पास हुआ तो उसको एक सर्टिफिकेट मिल गया एसएससी की तरफ से, उसको उसका पता नहीं है कि करना क्या है। तो ये जो इंटीग्रेशन है ऑफ इंटायर हायर एजुकेशन टू एंड विच गोज डाउन to the school education. So I'm not saying school education to higher education. I'm saying higher education का जो integration होना चाहिए स्किलिंग में, it is right from class 9th. हमें वहां से स्टूडेंट को काउंसिल करना पड़ेगा कि आपको आगे कौन कौन से कोर्सेज ले सकते हैं, क्या करियर बना सकते हैं, और उनके पेरेंट्स को काउंसिल करना पड़ेगा। अभी क्या होता है, पेरेंट्स मजबूरी में बोलते हैं हाँ स्किलिंग कर रहा है बच्चा, बट उनको पता ही नहीं ऑप्शंस क्या है। ये सारी चीजें मिसिंग है इस पूरे इकोसिस्टम से। एंड आई एम जस्ट टॉकिंग बिकॉज एक्सेलेंस इंस्टीट्यूशन में तभी आ पाएगा जब आपके सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स आर वेल इन्फॉर्म्ड, right from principals, right from content creators to students and their parents. Parents are the decision maker. सबसे important है how to involve and engage parents in the entire counseling sessions. This is a major thought which has come from our side. We have been there for last 4 years in Samagra Shiksha, and this is a beautiful platform. अच्छा, आपका हम बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं कि आपने इसका हमें मौका दिया यहाँ पे बुलाकर सबके सामने अपनी चीजें व्यक्त करने का। सो ये एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट था मेरे साइड से, और आई थिंक बाकी सारी बातें हमारे पहले गणमान्य सारे स्पीकर्स कह चुके हैं, तो मैं ज्यादा समय नहीं लूंगा, और इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपको। नमस्कार।
Thanks a lot for touching the unspoken components here and sharing your thoughts. And now the next speaker, the next panelist, Dr. Swapna Mishra. She is from the Sector Skill Council, Textile and Handloom. Over to you, Dr. Swapna.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I would request if you could confirm if I'm audible and visible.
Yeah, you are very much audible.
Thank you. So I had prepared a PPT, but since I cannot share the screen and due to paucity of time, I would, straight away go to, speaking it. I will straight away go to the recommendations. The textile sector is actually the second largest employer provider next only to agriculture. And it has huge potential for growth. The sector we are dealing with actually can be divided broadly into two. One is the textile mill sector, which is highly organized and labor and capital intensive. And on the other hand, we have the handloom sector, which is very unorganized and not so capital intensive. So I would give the recommendations for these two sectors, which would also be applicable to other sectors which are organized or unorganized. So in the textile mill sector, the initiative we have taken is that the training is conducted only in the textile mills. That is, the textile mills are training providers. The training is done as per the industry needs, in the industry, by the industry, and therefore the placement is guaranteed post training and certification. This is located in major states like Tamil Nadu, Andhra, Karnataka, Telangana, Gujarat, Maharashtra, West Bengal, UP, MP, Rajasthan, and Kerala. And the placement is in government organizations, big corporates, private organized sectors, MSMEs, and self-employment. This is basically a shift-based employment, 8 hours per day and 6 days a week routine. And the job roles require a very good physical stamina. On the contrary, the other sector is the unorganized sector, and we are all aware that India has many renowned handloom clusters, each of them famous for its own kind of products. There are handloom organizations and self-help groups and NGOs who are training providers, and they offer self-placement opportunities, that is self-employment opportunities. The challenges can be, grouped into two. The first is academic course versus skill courses, and the second is textile mill sector and handloom sector job roles. So first I would list the former one. The academic courses, as we all know, they provide status in the society. They have acceptability in the society. They are long duration but monotonous. They lack practical involvement of the candidate, and they do provide required theoretical knowledge and soft skills for employment. but the product is generally educated or with a degree, but not employable. Whereas in the skill course, these are short term, they involve the student practically and they provide the required skills. People are employment ready, but they do not offer the status, that is, it is not acceptable in the society. Similarly, for the textile mill and handloom sector, the challenges are that the mills are located only in the select states. Therefore, the employment is available only in those select states. It is a highly capital intensive sector, and therefore we cannot have the infrastructure in a third party training provider or schools or colleges. Mostly the people employed are migrants, and technical textiles is still a developing area. Most of you would have noticed that, with the COVID pandemic, within 3 months, India started from being zero in this field to the second largest manufacturer of masks and PPE in the world in 3 months. So though we have the potential for technical textiles, it's still a developing area. In the handloom sector, we have a very rich, skilled manpower who are skilled, but they are not educated. They do not have access to market trends, latest designs, online marketing, or what are the requirements for exporting their products. So in one sector, there is a shortage of people who could be skilled. In the other sector, there are already skilled people, but there is a shortage of how to send their products to the market. Textile Sector Skill Council has done some unique initiatives in this, which I'm just listing. Anybody who needs the details can just connect to me. I'm listing it for paucity of time. We have a computer-aided designing software, which costs around 6 to 7 lakhs, which is available to the viewers for free. We also have a program for class 10 certification of handloom artisans, which is a blend of formal and informal learning through National Institute of Open Schooling. Then there are opportunities in Bachelor of Vocational Training programs of UGC. Then we have a handloom entrepreneur program, which takes class 10th pass students and trains them for 4 years to become, for 4 months, to become handloom entrepreneur. And there is also a hand holding from Indian Institute of Handloom Technologies to these candidates. We also assist people for international virtual exhibitions to showcase khadi and handloom products, and we handhold for online marketing. So, owing to the paucity of time, I'll briefly give the way forward for short-term training. In mill sector, we propose that there should be more technical textile job roles which should be taken. Now, as we are aware, this sector is a capital intensive sector where the equipment and infrastructure in running production cannot be there in schools or colleges. Therefore, we propose that introductory and theoretical training can be done at school level, whereas the practical training can be in nearby textile organizations. The training cost can be covered by, under various government schemes as per common norms. We have spoken to the industry associations that they would be able to provide transportation to and from the educational institution, to pick the candidates for practical training and drop them back, and maybe also provide lunch during the training. Of course, there is insurance cover for certified candidates under PMKY. For the handloom sector, we propose that equipment and infrastructure be, put up at the schools itself. The mobilization and training is done at school. And after the assessment and certification conducted by TSC, we can facilitate them for loans, online marketing, to make them self-sufficient and also to reach the wider markets. As far as the long-term training is concerned, we propose a blended model which has 40% academic component and 60% skill component. The academic component is assessed by the institution, whereas the skill component will be assessed by the Sector Skill Council or the awarding body which owns the qualification. The successful candidates will be employment ready as per the requirements of the industry, having a good combination of both academic as well as the skill, and it will offer the candidate the advantages of both the models, purely academic and purely skill. One example is the UGC BVOC model, the Handloom Entrepreneur course which we are offering. And the third is the NIOS, that is National Institute of Open Schooling, Class 10 certification for handloom artisans. So that is all from my side. If anybody has any queries, they can visit our website, which is www.texskill.in, that is TEXSKILL.in, or write to info@texskill.in. Thank you very much. I know I have, given a very brief information, but any details required, you may connect to me and anybody from the audience, and I'll be very keen to help out. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Sapna. And if any queries are there, as Dr. Sapna already mentioned, that they can directly send the queries to the respective sector skill council, and even they can write on the chat box here so that she can reply. Thank you for your sharing information. Now, next two panelists are from Samagra Shiksha, and I would request due to paucity of time that if both of the panelists can just highlight that what are the challenges, basically, because you're at the implementation end. So what are the challenges basically at the institutional level you are facing to meet the parameters of the excellence, whatever is defined here, that how to reach that excellence and what are the challenges being faced. So first panelist I am inviting is Mr. Partha Das from Government of West Bengal.
Am I audible?
Yes, Mr. Das.
Okay. Good afternoon to all of you. This is a nice session. I am hearing from all distinguished panelists. First of all, Gauriji already have given in her presentation the challenges and also as well as solution. But it is true that we have to face different challenges. But apart from challenges, I want to highlight that institutional development in terms of school specific, particularly in our state, we are implementing vocational education from a wide range, that is from Sundarban to Himalaya and Darjeeling district, approximately more than 700 schools with extensive diversity in vocational education. I want to share just one PPT.
I would just request Mr. Partho, if suppose you can just speak, because by 4 o'clock we have to conclude the session. So whatever you have made in the presentation, if you can just...
Okay, no problem. I just want to show you that the name of the two schools, that is Shiliguri Boys High School in Darjeeling district and Vidyanagar GD Vidyam, this is in East Bardhaman district. These schools are actually implementing vocational education with innovative model. I just want to highlight and showcase the activities of these two schools. This is Shiliguri Boys High School in the Darjeeling district. Here, this is they are actually using a diverse set of ICT tools, particularly to communicate, create, disseminate, store, and manage information. And they have also developed a flipped classroom model, and the students are getting benefits from this classroom model. They are actually using this model, and entire teaching learning methodology is being taught from their home, not only during pandemic as well as beyond pandemic situation as of now. And more interactive exercise they are actually doing in their classroom. This is a unique model they have set up. Next, they are also organizing some e-poster competition to motivate
all students of the Darjeeling district to share their original ideas, thoughts, and views at state as well as national level. This is another school, Vidyanagar Gayaram Das Vidya Mandir. The vocational trainers are throughout the year actually motivating their students in different form of vocational education. They have developed an excellent lab setup, is a kind of state-of-art lab. They are offering hands-on skill training throughout the year, and they have developed one book that is Retail Awareness on Organized Retail. These books has been developed by themselves and also published in the state for benefit of all students of retail sector. And they're highlighting the retail sector by celebrating World Youth Skill Day, Retail Employee Day, World Consumer Rights Day, etc. And for the students of IT, ITS sectors have developed this innovative few model using Microsoft AI technology. That is automatic door lock system, dark sensor, etc. This is the just for a glimpse for implementing vocational education in our state as a state specific, but we are also trying to mitigate some challenges. We are not taking it as a challenges. We have taken this scheme as a mission. That's why any challenges we have to overcome, or we have to try to overcome any hurdles we are facing now, and hope that West Bengal in near future may set an example to our country that is an innovative practice of vocational education across the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Partha Das, and especially for your comment that you are not facing any challenge and you are taking the challenges as mission. So that is very encouraging. Probably everybody will adopt this. Thank you very much. Next panelist, Mr. Anil Kumar TV, is from Kerala.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm from Kerala. My name is Anil Kumar. I know most of the panelists, the eminent panelists, have actually mentioned a lot of points which is very relevant to vocational education process and more relevant towards the institutional building process. And I have been working in a different organization for some time. Presently, I'm in a vocational higher secondary system. And taking example out of the previous organization, I was working for the last 8 years. Probably I can cite some points in connection with this particular point. The organization was called Additional Skill Acquisition Program, ASAP, which was rated as a very highly successful skill development program of the state, and the ADB assisted program was rated very highly. And as the first point of institutionalization of the vocational system, important point is we need to have institutionalized system for vocational education rather than institutions built up for the purpose. The additional component in ASAP was actually against this, because in vocational higher secondary in Kerala, we started this program, the vocational higher secondary system, in 1983, and recently, of late, we have decided to integrate the entire education system, school education systems of the state, like the school education, the higher secondary system, and the vocational higher secondary system into one unit. And the next step in this is integrating the vocational system into the school education system in adding the vocational components into the academic education system. This is one thing which is very, very important as far as a successful educational system, institutionalization of the vocational system is concerned, because we will have something additional to the higher secondary system, and which may not be accepted by the system as such if you are keeping the vocational component additional to the academic system. If you can interwoven this the vocational system into the academic system, which is not visible as an additional thing, this is going to be successful. That is one point I wanted to push for. Second thing is we need to have a continuous system of improving, rather revising, reviewing the kind of courses being offered in a particular system rather than continuing a particular course for years together. In vocational higher secondary education system of the Kerala, of the state, we have decided that we will review the courses every year. The next year, when you're going for the admission process, we'll have a review system where we'll decide whether this particular course is required for the next year or we need to add a little more, add a few more. And more than that, we need to have an integration with the industry around the institution, rather than looking for the big industry somewhere else. We need to have an integration system where the industry will be benefited out of this educational process rather than the institution getting benefit out of the industry only. The industry should feel that this product coming out of the institution is useful for me, useful for the industry, for the better performance. And this give and take mechanism in the industry and the institution will definitely enhance the feel of the industry in a positive way, and the institution will be in a better position to perform. And the next point is, of course, the COVID pandemic has actually taught a lot of lessons to us. We in a vocational institution, we should have a system which will provide online education to the students if it is required, whenever it is required. We should have excellent infrastructure facilities for the smart classroom facilities, the online system of education. And in Kerala, actually, we are having 47,000 classrooms of the government schools transformed into smart classrooms last year. So this is going to be helpful, and we should have a very good connectivity throughout the institution, throughout the state, so that we can provide better education system for the vocational system also. And the next most important thing is, we are having thousands and thousands of job roles in the NSQ have set up. The NSDC job roles are there. Most of these job roles, 80 to 90% of these job roles are either below the level 4 NSQ or maybe around 3, 4, etc. And for a student who pass out of that system with a level 4 certificate, naturally will have a question whether I can go for a level 5 course, level 6 course, etc. And we are clueless in most of the cases. We should, the SSCs, the NSDC, the QFile owners, the QFile developers, etc. should focus on developing more courses in level 5, 6, 7, so that the system can provide an opportunity for those coming out of the vocational education system to go higher. And we dream a lot about integrating between the academic system, and we have multiple entry, multiple exit dream, which is there for the last 10 years at least, and it's not practically possible even now. And if at all we can say the pass out of the vocational education system and direct him to an academic course of the next level, which is practically available there, naturally this is going to the institution, the vocational institution system, the vocational ecosystem is going to grow further. And the vertical mobility is one of the most important points. I'm not taking the allotted time even because I know the time is running out. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the patient hearing. Thank you very much for
Thank you very much, Mr. Anil, for understanding the problem. Now we have last two panelists, a very important one because they are representing the industry. But again, I would just like to flag the issue that we are running short of time. And my request to both the panelists would be if within a 5 minutes span, you can punch the thought or your ideas before this panel. So for first, I would invite Sri Pradeep, who is the chairman, MP State Chapter, PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industries. Mr. Pradeep. Mr. Pradeep, are you available?
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon.
Yeah, welcome, please.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Dr. Rathore, and every panelist here. It was really an opportunity for me, and it's an honor to me for speaking in this national conference. And I thank to Dr. P. Varishji and Dr. Rajesh, who has invited me and given this opportunity. See, I'm listening to all these great eminent speakers from various specialist field. और मुझे एक चीज समझ में आई कि as industry representative, we are on the implementation side. We are the people who are basically the people who are going to take all these trained people and skilled people and young students to our industries. So we are the very important stakeholder. I just brief you about PhD Chamber of Commerce. PhD Chamber of Commerce is India's oldest chamber, apex chamber. 115-year-old. Previously, it was Punjab, Haryana, and Delhi, but now it is Progressive Harmony and Development. And we are present in 22 districts, 22 states, and presently having 58 special skill councils. We have 58 different type of councils which supports various categories of businesses and various fields. We work majorly into policy advocacy and also the development of industries and MSMEs, and we are looking forward for industry academia in key role. Right. So my suggestion is very simple, because I have a very short time. So what I have heard so far from various, from Madam Gauri to Madam Swapna to everyone, that the problem is remain there. The problems are very simple. That is, first, we want to have a continuity in your course curriculum. That is very important, that every year you should have a continuity. Then what I found, that there should be a TOT, training the teachers, and there has to be something related to practical education, practical trainings, and all three places. We assure you that industry can come forward, and we are also interested, because we are also the stakeholder to this whole education and vocational education, and not bookish education. So we can always say that yes, industry is keen to do that, and we can always take that privilege to invite all of you in our area and also in our 22 states of PhD chamber, that wherever you need IIT support or you want practical support to your students, where you want, so let's sit together and we can always decide that which type of training and which type of practical exposure your students needed. We are ready to that, and we can also always can in Bhopal, I can say we have a global skill park. We can have a recently passed Govindpura engineering cluster, and so many things are there. And I know all the industry stakeholders and all the people who are doing in Madhya Pradesh, that they are all eager to help our future generation, or you can say our future employees and skilled employees, to work with us is with more provenance, because we also want that good people should come to us, and we also want the gap between industry and academia should be filled. So I welcome on behalf of industry side that whosoever, whichever method, Vocational Institute, NCRT, and all these people want to connect with us, we are very much eager to work with you. And especially I feel that like in universities we have board of studies. You can always have a board of studies for preparing your course curriculum, where you can invite industry people to take care of that board of studies. I'm not aware about the processes of how you design the courses. But yes, you can always call the industry people, the experts from the industry, the practical people from the industry, that this course is viable or not, when it will be completed, will it be useful for the industry or not. All these things can be taken care under the BOS, Board of Studies. Whenever you design any course, whenever you upgrade any course, similar services can be done. So at PhD Chamber of Commerce, we can also have an MSME cell. We can also invite and create a cell for vocational training and vocational training supports, and we can jointly work together, and that will be my endeavor from my side and my chamber side, that whatever support you need in vocational training for the future employee development of the country or future skilled people of the India, we are ready to help you. Thank you very much and giving me this opportunity. Thanks again. And I think I spoke for 3 to 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks for extending all your support and help. Now, last but not the least, I would request Mr. Murthy for his quick comments, his quick remarks. Mr. Murthy, please. Mr. Murthy. I think Mr. Murthy is not connected. If the organizers can help.
I think he's sharing the screen. This is Murthy sir's screen, I suppose.
Yeah.
Murthy sir.
Hello, Mr. Murthy sir.
If someone can speak.
Yeah, I will call.
मूर्ति सर अभी तक था
So looking at the shortage of time, if suppose Mr. Murthy joins in between.
No, I can keep speaking. If they cannot produce the PowerPoint, leave it. I can speak.
Okay, please.
I want to come on the screen and talk.
We already shown PowerPoint, sir. You continue.
We can see your slides, sir. Please.
No, that's okay. There are several slides, but doesn't matter. Let me get on to the time. Chairman Saab, is it okay if I start?
Yeah. Start.
Anyway, let me thank PSSIV management for this opportunity, and nice to be amongst our eminent speakers here and panelists today. As Rathoji has mentioned and the cues he has given to speak of the excellence parameters and the synergy, let me focus on 3-4 issues towards these 2 points of few parameters for the institutional development. Number 1 is to benchmark and look at the best practices available in our country. Chairman Saab, am I audible?
Yes, sir, very much.
Yes, very much.
Now, just to give an idea to the panelists and the people listening, Bosch has been adjudged the best establishment in this country and a President Award winner on the skill best establishment for the last 50 years, year after year. And that is why Honorable Prime Minister visited a couple of years ago with Angelina, the Chancellor of Germany, and they were wanting to know how this Bosch is doing this. So the question is, when you benchmark an institute and find out what they are doing for the excellence, and that throws some light. Number 1, in addition to the infrastructure funding and the trade-wise what Bosch does with a focused social objective, Bosch adopts multi-skilling and all-rounder approach. Bosch adopts 80% practical, 25% theory, and Bosch adopts 30% field exposure to students, and Bosch focuses on incentives and awards. And today, Bosch is recognized as a nation builder in vocational training, because most of the guys who get through the vocational center of Bosch, most of them are employed in Singapore and elsewhere. This is to give an example of looking at a benchmark and looking at the best practices. The second suggestion from me on institutional development is to connect to the industry societies. Take, for example, Society of Automotive Engineers. There are 60,000 schools in United States who run a program called A World in Motion, and that is what is required for the world focus on automotive sector, for example. So we need to look at this. You can keep running it. You let people see what that is. This is the best establishment award going on for the last 5 decades, year after year to the Bosch. You can continue the slides from your side.
Yeah.
Third point I wanted to mention. The third point I want to mention is, how do we motivate students towards vocational? What is important today between general education and vocational education? Now the student should be more focused and oriented towards vocational, and that comes with several ways of doing it. Motivate them on do-it-yourself competitions, collaborations, and several activities that will focus students to be more towards the vocational, because they should see. This is the example of Society of Automotive Engineers, how they motivate the students towards the vocational actions and various competitions. So then another thing is to get a field connect. How do we get the field connect of professionals, practitioners, and industry people with the students? What kind of intergroups we can make in WhatsApp? What kind of intra-groups we can make in WhatsApp? How do we connect our students to the people who are actually doing things outside? So connecting people, connecting the students towards orienting them to vocational is a very, very important thing to motivate the students, because they should know what benefits do they get. For example, if you take an industry to get focused on vocational, today the CSR 2% towards encouraging a vocational program is existing in the government. And that's where the industry can manage their expenses towards this or contribute socially towards that. At the same time, the students also need to know, if they know the emerging jobs, if they know what things they should do, what things they should learn from their childhood to catch up for the next 20 years, they get motivated. So motivating people, the students, is a very, very important thing, as much we try to motivate industry towards supporting vocationals. So let me conclude. Benchmarking the best practices is the point number one. Point number two is connecting to industry societies where professionals are plenty in number, whether it is a solar energy or automotive, whether it is a wind energy or whether it is a textile group. So we need to get this experience from the experienced people to students in a voluntary way. And it all depends on how the institute focuses a mechanism, a strategy, a communication, a process within themselves. It is not that they have a big infrastructure. It is not that they have a big facilities. The way we run our institute is equally important for us to capture these things towards excellence. And then coming to the synergy issue, which the chairman has mentioned us to talk about. In the synergy issue, what is important is when the goals are standardized, then we know what we are going to get, and then we need to be evaluated on how much an institute has scored. I'm giving an example of Bosch. Why only Bosch should get for 50 years, year on year, as number one skill center in the country? Why? That's what people have come to see. It's not only Bosch, I'm telling you. It is Tata Motors. I was for 20 years in Tata's and more than 20 years in Bosch. So I see these things, the focus towards the objective. And these things have to be inculcated by the leaders of vocational in the respective institutes for their excellence. That's all, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murthy. And probably what you mentioned, this was something like the concluding part, basically. So whatever the other panelists were discussed, so all those gist was there in your slides. As informed that we have now some time for taking up some questions.
Yes.
The house is open. If anyone is having any question, because we are having very eminent panelists who are present. We are having the representative from Government of India, from the state government, from the industry, and very seasoned and experienced person like Mr. Murthy, who is present here. So we can take advice, we can take guidance from the eminent panelists who are present. So the forum is open.
I have
Questions.
I have one point to mention before other questions come.
Yeah.
Today there is a disruptive industry practice coming up for next 20 years. That is called servitization. Now today, the industry is trying to sell the outcome, not the product. For example, if Apollo company wants to sell the tire, they don't want to sell the tire. They will say that we will give you 10,000 kilometers. To run 10,000 kilometers, they will have sensors in the tire which will give the predictive maintenance. So the boys not only need to know Industry 4.0, I did not touch that issue today, but at their level, they need to know what is going on in industry, where are the emerging jobs, and The children who are today need to get the jobs for the next couple of decades, whatever it is. So we need to identify them, focus on them, have inter-competitions. There's several ways of doing, motivating people, because you need to motivate, as our Jaikant ji was mentioning, that we need to motivate the parents. I agree. But equally, the person who is on the spot is the student. Why should student go to vocational instead of general education? So we need to have a target, and we need to have a measurement as we do in industry. What is the goal and what is the percentage we have achieved in terms of the outcome? So these are different things which we can't say in 5 minutes time, but I want to tell you that there is a disruptive practice coming up. The example classic is Ola. What is Ola doing today? Tomorrow, a company will say, I will give you a car tomorrow and I will give you a car day after tomorrow to go wherever you want. You don't need to tell me all the information. So everything is the outcome to the customer. So if the boys know how the tires are maintained, how things are done, so the one practice in Bosch is the all-rounder approach is equally important to one vocational person. For example, I will give you, the other day I got an electrician to my house and my problem was the geyser. But I had a problem, my wife was talking about a plumbing problem. But believe me, he sorted out my plumbing problem as well. Anyway, I don't want to go and take your time, but the point here is an all-rounder approach, a focused approach, a social objective, a passion, as we are talking about, and outcome measurements are very essential, and we know, and we should know the way in which the industry is going, the way in which the jobs are going, and how do we capture them well in time when the boys are tender.
So besides the training, what Bosch is doing, what specially has been done for the apprenticeship? Is Bosch specially doing something for apprenticeship also as well?
Yes,
just
yes.
for information.
Bosch, you go to the internet. I have shown in my maybe Viraya Garu should show those 2 pictures where Modi ji was there in depth to see why this institute is getting #1 in India, because it's the President Award. 50 years, not a small time, madam. So the way you will see right from the President of India 50 years back, everybody's picture you will see in that hall, like you see in the Reserve Bank of India, all the Reserve Bank governors. I've gone to Reserve Bank, I've met the governors, I know the people. I was with Sam Pitroda in Knowledge Commission. I was in different activities in the past 15 years. I see these things, that's why I'm sharing with you.
That's what the industries are doing their part, and what I feel is the right audience is not aware that so much is happening and so much opportunities.
See, the awareness is the most important thing in the vocational story. What is it that brings money in terms of jobs is the benefit to the student, and for the industry, they also won't pick up A, B, C, D. They pick up the best. So one thing is, how do we take care of their expenses towards this, either CSR, otherwise, #1. #2, they are interested in people who are devoted to the cause. We don't pick up anybody. Just because somebody gets a distinction, we don't recruit him at all. How much activity he is in, how much does he do with his hands. So this do-it-yourself practice, because generally in students, 50% of them are academic, general. They will only read. They will only recite, but that won't work. You have to solve a problem. You have to solve a problem. You should explain a problem to a colleague. If you go to Netherlands, I have been to all these countries. I have seen several units in Germany. I used to go every month there. See, in the Netherlands, where 2 workers work together, they work in groups. They don't work in single. One person doesn't do a good job. The other guy says, slow, it's no good. That means he's scared of the other guy and he does his job best. So doing the best, looking at best practice is the measurement there, for example. So anyway, these are the things. It will go on, but with the permission of the chairman, I wanted to touch the cues of how do we get into the excellence, what efforts should be made, he was asking. That's the reason why I touched all these issues.
Very brilliantly, you touched upon all the points for reaching towards the excellence in the institution level. One question which I found while I was going through the question chat box, probably Ms. Gauri can answer that. That as during her presentation also she mentioned that leadership plays a very critical role in implementing the any new policy. And whether government, one question was there, whether government is doing anything for capacity building of the leaders of Tibet.
Yes, sir. Actually, the orientation and the training for state administrators, the leaders, is very important, and Samagra Shiksha has a provision for it, and the states can very well plan. And moreover, through CIV, we always have regional and national workshops. Beyond this Univoc national workshop, we have Samagra Shiksha workshops also. That is also a very good platform where such orientations can be done. And otherwise, at the state level itself, the states can very well plan, and there are provision in our scheme to do that.
Thank you. Thank you. So if anybody is interested in that, so probably they can visit the websites for getting any update in for doing this leadership development program. If Mr. Jaykant is also present here, so I would quickly want to ask him, because one very common point was emerged in this discussion and in other platforms also, that the vocational education is not aspirational, and to make it aspirational, everybody is working for the world skills event, and that is like Olympics in the field of skilling. So if he can quickly pitch in and inform, if suppose some dates are there of that competition is still live for India or for the states.
Mr. Jaykantji.
I might give some clue on this question if Rathorji is okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, I'll take that question. Monica from BWSSC. Yes, the registrations have been extended till April. And how it works is that the students, generally the age limit for joining this program, for being a participant who will go and represent India at the World Skill platform, age is a criteria of cutoff. So currently the age is any student or any individual who's a skilled individual and born on or after 1st January 2000 is eligible to be a participant in this. The enrollments were done last year, but due to lockdown and the India Skills and the World Skill, India Skill had to happen in 2020 and World Skill was scheduled for August 2021. Now it's been postponed by a year. So India Skill is happening now in August, September 2021, and World Skill is happening in Beijing in 2022. So all the students who are doing different skill programs under the university and under the school programs are eligible to participate, provided they have been born on or before 1st January 2020, on or after, sorry, not before. So age criteria will be 21 years as on the time that they participate in this. The entire competition is divided at district level. First, the selection happens at the district level. The winners of the district level go forward and participate at the state level. After the state level, the regional championships happen. So this year, there are 5 regional competitions will be conducted: Northeast, East, North, South, and West. So these will be the 5 regional competitions. Each skill will be represented by the students of the state. They will compete. Before they go into the regional competition, there'll be a boot camp by the training providers, which will be with the sector skill councils and the states. Will be facilitating these boot camps for the children so that every student is at the same level. And we've got chief experts in skills who train these students. After the regional competitions, this year the nationals, till today the nationals were happening in Delhi, but for this year 2021 the nationals are happening in Bangalore. So the winners of the regional championship there'll be another boot camp for them, a very aggressive boot camp which can go on from 2 weeks to 4 weeks, post which they'll participate in the national competition. The winners of, for each skill, we generally take 2 or 3 winners, and we start working on them for 1 year, so that they are being skilled enough to go and represent India at a world skill championship. So we put from Sector Skill Council, from NSDC, from MSD, we put all our resources. Sometimes even if need be, we train the students through foreign teachers who are the world skill experts, in addition to our chief expert. Or even if required, we sometimes sponsor the child to go outside and in that respective field and be trained in the best in the world. So once this training happens, these students are practically being adopted by the Sector Skill Council and by the chief experts. They live, speak, breathe, eat world skill and India skill by that time. And then they are being competition ready, and they are taken to the World Skill Championship, which is happening in Beijing for 2022. And there they go and compete. And it's a proud moment for all of us. And it's, as Jaikanji had also mentioned and has been shared also by Dr. Rathore, it's just like the Olympics of the sports. This is the Olympics of skilling. So last India in the world skill, which was in Kazan, Russia, India won its first gold medal there. So it was a proud moment for all of us, and we are doing pretty well. We, in the longer run, are even looking at hosting a world skill maybe in 2027. The target is that India should be the host country also. So 22 is happening in China, 24 is in France. So 26, 27, let's see, we will surely be going ahead with it.
Monica ji, for India skill competition, is registration date is extended up to 15th April?
20th April, Dr. Rathore.
20th April. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So and moreover, we have a junior skills championship, which is being carried along with CBSE. That is like more for the school students, in which CBSE is actually carrying out along with NSDC, the partnership. So as Monica mentioned, that is there the age is 21 years, but this is a slightly junior level competitions, junior skill competition, and in which the students of classes 6 to 12 are also eligible. So I would request to look for the website of CBSE as well for this junior skill championship, which is especially for the school students. Of course, it is a building block towards the world skill championship, but this will give a good platform, good foundational competition level skills to the school students, the junior skill championship.
Absolutely, Gauriji, what you mentioned, but there the age limit is 17 years, and in the main, 16 to 17 years, and the main skills is 21 years. And the students who are passing out from 11th, 12th, if they've done the vocational course in 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, they are more than eligible to be the participants in the main India skills as well. So they'll have to start competing from a district skill level.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Monica and Gauri, for updating on the world skills and school level skill competitions, basically. So all the participants who are present here, who are attending this national workshop, all are requested, if suppose they themselves are good in some skills, or if suppose they knows anybody who is good in skill, so just encourage them to participate in this. As Monica was rightly telling, that means all the stakeholders, especially the sector skill councils and government, are investing a lot in it. Means preparing for their preparedness to make them ready to participate in world skills. So this is the one way in which this skill education, or the skilling especially, can be made aspirational, as everybody was mentioning. So
Dr. Rathore, if I may just add a little bit here, since we are wanting to make skills aspirational, and we've got a lot of school and the school teachers here, if they go on NSDC website or even on BWSSC website, there's a very small clip of 3 minutes of world skill 2019, where we participated and we won the first medal, a small clip of 3 minutes, which is there on NSDC website. I will request all the participants here to go and have a view of that. It gives you goosebumps to see the way India was represented and everything. And it will give you even the platform, the bigness of where we are talking of. What we are talking is all verbal here. Unless you see it, you will feel it. You will only get to experience the magnanimity if you go through it. So all the schools can start showing that when they are doing an orientation program for any of the skilling, that this is where we would love to take you as a student of this school to be on this platform tomorrow.
True.
Yes, thank you, Monica, for sharing this information. They may visit the site referred by Monica.
One more thing I can add. I'm Pradeep Karambelkar.
Yeah, Pradeep ji.
Yeah, one thing I want that, see, as industry chairman, we are not much aware about this vocational things on the industry side. So we can always have a collaborative programs on awareness on needs of this side. Because sometimes what happened, we are busy in our businesses and doing other stuffs. Sometimes not aware as a owners or entrepreneurs or businessmen about all these things which education side is doing. So there has to be a continuous interface between us, so that because ultimately the product will come to us on a raw language. So ultimately it comes to us, right? So the participation of ours is very important. Like once I visited Bhopal Vocational Institute, then only I come to know the depth of all these things, right? During my last 20 years journey, I never knew that this type of things can also happening, and that level it is happening. So similarly, many industrialists and many people are not aware about all those things, right? So we can always have.
Sir, in our context, like we understand and we are got to understand that sector skill councils are industrial bodies and they are very well collaborating with all of you. So I think our interaction only is limited till the sector skill councils. And hearing this, I feel that yes, in industry chambers and all, we should have some direct dialogue and
because
interact.
see what happens, still council, I was past chairman of the CII also, now with PhD chamber. So what we are saying, an individual industrialist or entrepreneur can be encouraged, can be bring to this thought process that okay, I have to contribute to this thing because they are our future assets only, they are human capital of ours only. So once that synergy will come, that when we understand that this human capital will ultimately comes to us, so we can always take a stake on that, and
that is
we
the
can
true investment which has to be made.
Yeah, I have an incubation center also, and we invest in startups. So I am in startup investor in personal capacity. So so why not to invest in those people also who are yet to come, but may not be in business, but yet in other ways also. So many industries can think about it. Those CSR की तो बात आपने की ही थी. CSR के अलावा भी there are possibilities where people can take these initiatives. Small companies even can associate with ITI, local ITIs, because government cannot provide the perfect infrastructure for trainings and other things. It's not possible for government. It is always the practical thing which we have already established. Utilize them, and I think that awareness campaign has to be there, and we should have at least quarterly one awareness programs for industry at various sectors with different SSC and different products, that these can be used and how you can collaborate. That can
be very good suggestion. Probably the representatives from the sector scale councils who are present here.
Yeah, very good point. We are taking it to that.
Yeah.
Already we are having 150 plus industry members and more than 50 chambers, and they are all already in our sector scale council. But as he rightly said, that we can also take into consideration of small and medium scale industries also as industry representatives. Definitely it will be helpful for us as we are running many apprenticeship degree based programs. Definitely they can give job opportunities as well as apprenticeship.
Madam, our small industry consists 80% of industries people.
Yes.
80% is MSME in small.
Yes.
So and they employ, see, what the people who are skilled in vocational or ITI, they generally don't go to very higher big companies. They generally been employed by these MSME and SMEs only.
Yes,
So,
yes.
so I think their interaction with these people, because they are always facing a problem of good employees. So at least we have a good gap, and we can understand that this is a place where we can get something.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Point taken.
I think in the time ahead, ICT-based vocations are emerging in addition to other clean technology vocations. So these are also some of the issues that we need to consider.
Very true, sir. Very true. So probably I would like to thanks organizers for extending the time. Initially it was up to 4, then we got some breather that it is extended till 4:30, so we could actually discuss some good points in between. Otherwise we were just rushing out of the time. So really it was a wonderful session, and very important ideas, suggestions came during this discussion. Uh, and all the panelists beautifully presented their thought on bringing excellence to the vocational education. We started with Ms. Gauri from Ministry of Education, Government of India, and she rightly mentioned that we have to create the awareness about, because really it's true that the awareness about such programs are not there in the society. And if in the new education or the national education policy, we are talking that up to 50% students are to be enrolled or trained under the vocational education. So definitely that awareness needs to be created, and everybody must work together in this area. Then one very important aspect Madam Gauri touched is that it's very difficult to create the infrastructure in all schools or all the educational institutions, or just to create the training facilities in the vocational training centers. So if the infrastructures or facilities are available, just adopt the collaborative model. If we can collaborate with universities, as she rightly mentioned, if we collaborate with the industries for that training purpose, so the cost on the infrastructure aspect, definitely that can be reduced. So one model which is emerging is that the collaborative model, and in which the hands-on training can be imparted by associating the other stakeholders. Another very critical point actually, which she flagged about the quality of the trainers. Yeah, everybody is worried about the quality of the trainer, but yeah, some central institution like this particular institutions and others at the national and state level, they should come up to standardize the quality of the trainers. Though the sector skill council are organizing the TOT programs, but such standardization is very, very critical to take upon. The next panelist, Mr. Jaikant ji, he also explained about the world skills, and another important aspect actually which he touched, that we should move from lab to experiential learning, because Madam Gauri was also mentioning that the facilities in the lab are limited. So that must be expanded. The student must move out from the labs, and the industries are the right place, or maybe the universities or the technical institutions are the right place. Then the third panelist, Mrs. Monica, she rightly talk about the concept of upskilling, reskilling, and another aspect was the blended form of learning, that it's always not possible to create the infrastructure, but using the blended form of learning, which Murthy Sahab was also mentioning, that using the ICT in the vocational training, that is very important. Madam Gayatri, when she was speaking, she touched another point, and that point was research in the field of skill ecosystem. Yeah, that is lacking somewhere. that the academia as well as sector skill council, we are not very much into that research aspect, but yeah, that should be taken into consideration for continuous upgradations of the skills from the sector skill council sports. Mr. Tashin, while he was speaking, that the sector scale councils or the professional bodies should be involved from the inception level, means they are only coming to know at the end that something is taking place only at the assessment level. So probably this aspect should be taken into consideration. And another very important point actually which he flagged, that the career pathways, the student who are enrolled into the vocational system at the school level, they must be counseled to have the knowledge of the available pathways, that in the, if suppose vertical progression they want to go, so what are the levels which they can reach, what are the job opportunities, what are the self-employment opportunities which are available. So all those information must be presented to the students. Dr. Sapna from another sector scale council, she informed about the various schemes of that sector scale councils of textile and handloom which is available, and she extended the help for hand holding if suppose training centers are interested in digital marketing like activities. Then the representative from Samagra Shiksha of two state, they shared the success stories, that how successful Mr. Partha Das gave example of two schools. Then Mr. Anil gave example of the vocational education implementation part, that how the improvement based on the yearly review is taking place, and how Kerala has built a strong infrastructure by upgrading more than around 47,000, as I heard correctly, a smart classroom. Then we had the industry representatives, Mr. Pradeep and Mr. Murthy. Very good, great suggestions came from both the representative. And I am very much thankful to Mr. Pradeep, first of all, for extending all the help, all the supports. What he correctly mentioned, that involving industry at each level is very, very important, because just after making a product, and that final product, if you are going to place before the industry, there may be some reluctancy in accepting that product. But while designing and developing the product means student. See, from that level, if the expert from industry are involved, so definitely that will be very helpful. And he very rightly mentioned that in our different boards, board of studies, like statutory bodies, the representation from the industry should be there, and the representation from the industry should be encouraged. And he was very open that the industrial association like PhD chamber or other associations are willing to do that. It's a very welcome step. Thank you very much, Pradeep ji, for coming forward in building this ecosystem.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for inviting.
Mr. Murthy, means that time also I mentioned that he covered everything. Means in his one slide, all the aspects was covered. And very important, most critical thing what I could take from his speech was that the holistic development, means now it's not the time that a person is skilled in one segment, one narrow segment, but overall the holistic development of the candidate is needed. And all the aspects, not only the soft skills, hard skills, but marketing skills, whatever the skills are there, all should be embedded together to make him industry ready immediately once he completes the training. So the contribution from all the panelists, you made immense contribution in this panel discussion, and I am thankful to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to chair this session of all the eminent speakers. Just before concluding, I would like to mention that as I was introduced that we are the first government skill university. I represent the first government skill university, Shri Vishwakarma Skill University. We are right now operating from our Gurgaon campus, but we will be shifting shortly to our full-fledged campus near Palwal, means it is around 50 kilometers from the Gurgaon. And as Jaikanji was mentioning, that right now we don't have our permanent campus, but with the support of industries, we are having a very good industry association. Around 100 industries are associated with us, and we are running all our program in association with industry. Means we don't have our own infrastructure, but we are very thankful to all our industry partners that they are providing us all their infrastructure in conducting the hands-on training. And right now we are running around for 37 program in different areas, and in all those 37 program we are having the industry partners. So that was all from my side. Once again, thanks to the organizer for giving me this opportunity to conduct this session. Thanks to all the panelists for sharing their thought, and thanks to all the participants for their active participation and shooting some very good questions for the panelists. So thank you very much. Thanks a lot from my side.
Thank you very much, sir. I also, on behalf of PSSCV, thank all the panelists and the chairpersons and for a very fruitful and detailed discussion. And even though first we thought the time is less, but now the time is for 15 minutes. We have taken extra for the other things. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you
Dr.
all.
Rathore and all the panelists. We are now moving ahead for the technical session 2, which is on professional development of teachers for VT excellence in schools. I now invite Dr. RSP Singh, Director, School of Vocational Education and Training, IGNOU, New Delhi, to chair this session. And I also invite our colleague, Dr. R.K. Pathak and Dr. Kuldeep Singh. Dr. Pathak is professor at the Department of Agriculture and Animal Husbandry at our institute. Dr. Pathak is there, I can see him. And Dr. RSP Singh, are you there?
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
he has joined. He has
Yeah,
joined.
so welcome Dr. Singh to this session. And thank you very much for chairing this session. We have 3 presenters. I'll just confirm their presence. Dr. Pramod Shrestha from Nepal. Are you there?
No.
So I think he is not able to join. Dr. Renuka Raju, I can see her. Namaskar, madam. And a very
Namaste,
good
sir.
afternoon. Namaskar.
Good afternoon, sir. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I can also see Dr. Marjorie Dubeji. She's there.
Yeah, hello, sir.
So, yeah, hello, how are you?
Good,
So, she's the founder director in SN Hyderabad, and Dr. K. Renuka Raju is from the founder of Covida, Hyderabad. Welcome to both of you. And now I request our colleague, Dr. R.K. Pathak, take over this session.
Thank you very much, Professor Mehrotra, for your kind words. First of all, good morning or good afternoon, everybody. I welcome one and all to the first day, second technical session of the National Conference on Transforming Vocational Education Training for Excellence, Perspective and Challenges. The session topic is, as you are aware, professional development of teachers for vocational education training and excellence in schools. I would like to take a minute to introduce our chairperson of this session, Professor Dr. RSP Singh. Dr. RSP Singh is a professor at the School of Vocational Education and Training, IGNOU. He also coordinated 8 Plan India project on skill development sponsored by Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India. He has several publications in journals and books of national and international repute. He has been specialized in area of interest in instructional design, curriculum development, training and assessment of vocational education. Our session is also graced by actually 3 eminent speakers, but only 2 speakers have joined. One is Dr. Renuka Raju and Dr. Madhuri Dubey. Dr. K. Renuka Raju or Mistress K. Renuka Raju achieved his master's in education from College of Education and Allied Professions, University of Toledo, Ohio, USA. She was member of Strategic Communication Group of National Literacy Mission till 2012. She is former member of the Indian National Trust of Art and Cultural Heritage. She is a founder and CMD of Covida Limited, an organization focusing on educational and training solutions integrated into modern technology. And second speaker, Dr. Madhuri Dubey. Dr. Madhuri Dubey founded this, is going to deliver the lecture on, or the topic is ICT Professional Development of Vocational Teachers. Madam Madhuri Dubey founded National Skills Network NSN and digital platform to share a positive impact of skilling and vocational training. She was also involved in pro bono work of government organizations like CDEC and private organizations in vocational training, e-learning and digital marketing. Her book on e-learning, effective e-learning design, development and delivery, launched in 2011, remains the first of its kind of India. Madam, welcome all of you. And with this, I would now invite to Professor R.S.P. Singh, chairperson of this session, to proceed with today's session. Dr. R.S.P. Singh.
Thank you, Professor Pathak, for introducing all panelists and me. And first of all, I congratulate everyone, particularly all organizers from the passive and all participants for joining these sessions. Already we are a bit late in these sessions, and also we are at the end of the day. So maybe the participants and must be tired, but still the sessions which today we are going to discuss is very important. And we all are, most of us are directly or indirectly doing the same job, that is a teaching job. It's a very pious, very important job. Whatever we are thinking, whatever we are planning to transform, as the national conference is saying, on transforming BET for excellence, will reflect, with the outcome reflects on the basis of the performance of our teachers. So teachers play a very important role. They are at the front level, at the grassroots level, whatever you say. The end products, basically, it's being dealt by them. That's the students, the learners. So unless until teachers are trained properly, whatever we are thinking to the changes, the changes we are intend to see in the learners. So the teachers also need a similar type of training. And particularly this changing worlds, it's a very dynamic thing. The technologies are evolving, the society is changing. So vocational training also, it changes very fast with the dynamic. So teachers trainings also needs a dynamic system. Some dynamic systems should be placed. So this is something opening remarks I thought of to share because time is less. We'll keep on discussing. So I will, since the time is less, I don't know whether we'll exceed from the 5:30 or not, because the session is up to 5:30 only. But since one panelist is not with us, so still we have a time for half an hour. Right now it is it's a 5 almost. So we have a 30 minutes in hand. So in 30 minutes, what we will do, we'll give a 15 minutes times to each panelist, and followed by question answer session, and then we will conclude it. So with this remarks, that's teachers play a very important role. They are the front runners. So let us hear from our panelists. So what I will do, I will invite first Dr. K. Renuka Raju. She is there to present her view, her studies to these sessions, and then we'll go for the next one. So over to Dr. Renuka.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. And there are a lot of good points are covered whole day. And I'm going to focus on assessment and certification of how we're going to do this into 21st century. This morning, we heard about the kind of changes that we require and how things have to move on. In skilling or in general education, we need to focus first on self-assessment. This is something that we do not teach our young people. Self-assessment is the first one that we have to teach them against rubric or a standard parameters. That's the first thing. The second thing is peer assessment, again with a standard rubric or a parameters. The third is where trainer assessment against a rubric and assessment aligned to again standards. The fourth one should be something like a sector skills council's assessment. This is one way we can reduce the malpractices. We need to focus on why we have to reduce our recognition in the world that we have higher standards and we have standards that actually leads from the student to the next every level up. And every standard, for example, a student does maybe a cake, bakes a cake, but they can also compare what is their result against a digital video clipping or something like that. And they can take another help along with the group. And then the teacher trainer or the trainer. Then the last is the external trainer, external evaluator for certification. We talked about excellence. Excellence will not come unless we start with self-assessment. I think this is something that we do not teach adequately, even in regular education or in skill-based education. We somehow miss this. This is the starting point, especially when there is so much of do-it-yourself learning that is happening that we need to take cognizance of it in the light of this huge digital foray. We need to equip and empower and educate our young people on self-assessment. The way to do it is we have to teach them what are competencies. You know, if the young people do not know what is a competency is and how they can reflect on themselves. So when we have to look at competencies, the first process is we have to inform them what is their understanding of the content, knowledge, education, ability, value, skill, attitude. All these things, they must have self-assessment. And then only the young people will understand what is a competency. The vocational teacher also understands what is expected of the young people. Yes, we do have a huge issue with the teacher quality. Therefore, it is all the more important to empower and educate the young person to look at and self-reflect and lead themselves. And that is where I'm coming from. Self-assessment is the first starting point. And all this has to have a lot of digitization. Without the digitization, we do not have reference points. Mostly the reference points should be captured into digital portfolios so that there is a portfolio of a young person's work sample that can be referenced, tagged, assessed, remotely or in the same institution. These are possibilities that technology and digitization will afford all of us. And this is something that we should be very, very cognizant of and utilize and move boldly into 21st century. Many young people may be competent, but what about performance? When they don't understand what is a performance-based assessment and competency-based assessment. These two assessments are two different things. Again, in the context of professionalism of vocational teachers, ethics, young person, first of all, should understand these things. What is a performance-based assessment? What is a competency-based assessment? How these two things are very different. And to me, if young people are made to understand, as far as, when there was a time that I have given young people the opportunity to evaluate themselves, they are far more strict with themselves than the teacher was. We are usually more harder on ourselves than somebody else will be. I think that will actually drive the young person towards excellence and also continuous learning, upgradation. And these should be internally driven rather than externally enforced. So therefore, the 4 levels and the young people to be equipped to know what is a performance-based assessment, competencies-based assessment is also key for young people doing better for themselves. Many speakers before did speak about the skill courses should have theory of 20 to 30%. That is so true. And 80 to 70% shall be based on skill. And that testing is very, very important. And that flexibility is important because young people's skill is more important because that is what they want to specialize in. And that's what will earn them the future, be it qualification or a pathway, or maybe entrepreneurship journey, or maybe a job. So therefore, having a mix of 70–80% on practicals is a key, especially if it is a design course. They have to have at least 70% into practice. Otherwise, theory will not get them the necessary skill set that they will have to demonstrate for a certification. And I just don't want to go any more details onto this one, so that I will pass on this. Ethics are important. Ethics have to be addressed only through process and a procedure. And then only it gets addressed. Ethics cannot be addressed by preaching. It is to be through a process and a procedure. And this is a process and this is a procedure I put in front of this galaxy of leaders who spoke in front of me, so that this is to transform 21st century education and skills, so that self-assessment is a starting point. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Renuka. Well covered, well presented, very to the point and very focused. Particularly, you have focused on the assessment part, and which is very rightly said also, unless until we have a self-assessment, and we cannot proceed, whether it is a teacher or learners, or make the learners bring it into the practice for the self-assessment. They will be the right person to judge themselves. And moreover, this is the very democratic way of learning. So this is the very right thing. Maybe in the 21st century, we are moving ahead, the transformations we are looking ahead, as the NAP is also thinking for the reimagining the vocational educations. So in this parameter, if we move ahead, really whatever we are thinking, the changes for the VAT, for the 21st century level skill required by the industry or by the employers. So really it's going to help it. And I think so. We'll ask the questions maybe once the over with our next panelist. So we'll take the questions together after the
yes,
this. Better.
It requires a self-assessment. I may have explained it in a very simple manner. Self-assessment requires training of the young person almost to be skilled as teacher to know what to look for and how to improve themselves. And there's a lot goes in there. Rather than they are doing at least 60%, 50% of the teachers' work themselves. And
very true, very true.
It sounds easy, but it is not as easy as I made it sound.
Very true, ma'am. And particularly in skill and vocationals, maybe the experts sitting over here, they have experiencing also same thing. For a skill and for the vocational training, you need to rely to the teachers who is with them, with the learners. We cannot compare this system with the conventional teaching or classrooms, the educational system. We have to trust the teachers who is in front of that learners, who is seeing the whole process to gauge the assessment part. The self-assessment can be one part, portfolio assessment, as you were saying. Very right. We need to give more discussion, thoughts on these points as you have raised it. Now let us move to the second panelist, very learned panelist we have. She is the founder also. So let us listen from her, Dr. Madhuri Dubey. So you are invited to share your experiences. Over to Dr. Madhuri Dubey, please.
Hello, everybody. I hope you are able to hear me. Am I audible? Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I would like to get ahead first by thanking the organizers, everybody at PSS CIV, my co-panelists for having such wonderful discussions throughout the day. And me being the last speaker, I have a challenge wherein most of the things that I perhaps would have wanted to say would have been covered. But then since I have also been listening in, I have noted down few points, and I do have my own presentation to share. And I'm very happy to tell you one thing which I observed since morning is almost every speaker saying that we need to create more awareness. Awareness, I think, is the word which is kind of ringing in my ear session after session. And I'm so glad to tell you that me being the founder of National Skills Network, which is popularly known as NSN, we are into the business of creating awareness. And we have been doing this consistently and dedicatedly for the last 5+ years. And I would like to share a few points from there as well as from my expertise in the domain. So I'd like to get started by sharing my presentation, sir. Yeah. So the topic that I will be speaking about is ICT for professional development for vocational teachers. And this session is also going to focus on excellence in vocational training, I mean in vocational education, and excellence in vocational teacher education, I would say. So keeping this topic in mind, I have put down a few points which I think is much required today. So let me go ahead. I would first say that vocational teachers are the most challenged people today in the teaching community, because we consider them as TVET champions, because they are the people, they are the pillars on whom the entire structure of vocational education is built, not only in India, but all around the world. And in India, we have our own challenges, as most of them were discussed during the day. I will not repeat them. Vocational teachers are expected to be multi-skilled professionals, and they are the facilitators of knowledge and skills to the younger generation. And vocational teachers today, especially post-pandemic, when we are talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat, local for vocal, promotion of local industry, for promotion of MSMEs, I think they also have the additional responsibility of promoting local industry through whatever they do. So I feel these are very important aspects for vocational teachers today to keep in mind. And how does ICT help in all this is a question which I am also exploring today along with you. So 2 questions I would like to put forth here as guiding questions for my presentation. One is, how do we make vocational teaching and training itself aspirational? We're talking about making skilling aspirational. We're talking about making TVET or vocational education aspirational. Me as a founder of an organization that is day in and day out trying to create awareness and share the positive impact, I can tell you it's not easy. And this is one of the most difficult tasks we have taken up from our organization, And we are trying our best to do it through many channels. So if required, please visit our website, nationalskillsnetwork.in, to know more about us. And second important question that I have here is, how do we make excellence our culture? It has to be a part of our culture, which means it has to gradually get ingrained. It is not something that will come when somebody gives a ranking. It's not something which is connected with certification. It's not something which is externally imposed. It should be like, hey, look, I want to excel in whatever I'm doing. So with this, let me go ahead. So I would say professional development of vocational teachers today has many challenges, but there are hidden opportunities also. So challenges again, the fact that professional development is very much needed in an area or in a domain where not much has been done, which is very new. As we know, in India, only with the last education policy, that's NEP 2020, we are talking about integrating skills with skills and the mainstream education, or bringing vocational education and mainstream together. Many things are in a very nascent stage. It's all new. So we cannot expect a change to happen overnight. So the same applies to developing the professional competencies of vocational teachers. It cannot be achieved very easily, but ICT does have a role to play in it. So how does ICT help in overcoming these challenges? One is, at present, it is mostly formal and it is with certification. At present, most of them will have to take time off from work to do any professional course. Reaching out to teachers in every corner of the country is quite tough, and industry awareness is very less among teachers. And teachers who come from the industry to teach as vocational teachers need to understand pedagogy, pedagogical principles about how to teach and train. And there isn't much flexibility in the programs. I'm sure all of you know about this, that most of the programs are bound by time, bound by many terms and conditions. We need more short-term and modular programs specific to a certain trade or a skill. And we also need programs which are just in time, just enough, which are going to satisfy the needs of the teachers and trainers for a very particular and specific requirement. So I feel these are the challenges, but hidden in the challenges are opportunities for ICT adoption and integration. Now let me show you a slide from PSSCIV. I'm a huge fan of the work that's being done in PSSCIV, and I regularly follow most of the updates from Dr. Rajesh Khambayat, Dr. Vinay, and all the other people with whom I'm connected there. And when I saw this on the website, I was very happy. This is actually a part of the presentation where they're talking about the goals and actions in connection with the national education policy. And one of the points was to do with how do we promote the use of ICT in vocational education and training. And the action that is given is, adoption of massive open online courses, which are MOOCs, flipped learning models, virtual learning methods, and many others which are connected with it. This is absolutely the way to go. But before we go there, there is also a lot of awareness which is needed, so that the teachers understand how important it is for them to fall in love with technology. I would say, to love technology. Recently, what has happened during the last 9 months, whether we liked using technology or not, we were forced to do it because pandemic was the reason for us. But due to that experience, some of us might have fallen in love with technology much more than maybe some of us have also understood the importance. So I think in a way, the pandemic, COVID, was a blessing in disguise, because especially the teachers would have understood that technology is not a threat in the classroom. It's our friend, and we have to befriend technology more. So I think now what has evolved is blended learning models, hybrid learning models, which can be used for the professional development of the teachers in the vocational space as well, which will lead to more of experiential learning, immersion kind of learning, and also give scope for collaboration and social networking and all. Because today each and every platform is not a very old traditional e-learning, but it is connected with the social media platforms. It is more of gamification. It is much more interactive and playful than what it was traditionally, when I was in e-learning when I wrote my book in e-learning. I think the world has changed since then. So a classroom learning and technology enabled learning have to come closer even in the professional development. And for this to happen, I feel teachers, vocational teachers have to acquire, have to learn, and have to look at ways of gaining digital competence. That is the crux of my presentation, where I feel vocational teachers can gain digital competence in many ways, and this involves first and most important, trying to learn and understand about conventional and social media. We can't say that social media is something harmful or negative things about social media. Believe me, it helps if it is used properly, and if it is used for professional reasons, there's nothing like social media. So a lot of social media channels and conventional media, which could be print media and so on, the teachers have to acquire the skill of using these platforms. Then of course, digital skills, using digital platforms, because today, as we are into platform economy and gig economy, where everything is happening digitally. They should also have basic computer skills, which most of the teachers have. And as I said just now, the pandemic has made it mandatory for us to have, whether we like it or not. And information management, I think, is one of the most important skills to be digitally competent. We are inundated with information. So being a vocational teacher, they will have a lot of responsibilities. And if we inundate them with information which may not be useful, they are going to absolutely get tired of it and may not be able to appreciate what we are doing. So information management is a skill. And another important skill is content development, because today every teacher is empowered to do something on these digital platforms. Now, how does the digital competence help in professional development of the teachers? It helps in three ways, I would say. One is content development, second is industry connect, and third and most important is professional growth. Let us also remember that we are in a world where we have to continuously learn. And since morning, many speakers have also spoken about 21st century skills and many other skills that are needed for the teachers as well, not only for the students. So these are the three areas where digital competence will be very helpful. So when it comes to content development, when we are talking about professional development of vocational teachers and integration of ICT, I think the teachers should be empowered to design their own courses. It may not be a very full-fledged course, but at least few modules like they were doing during the pandemic, when they were able to use some live classroom and do things. This was much more haphazard, but I think we can learn lessons from them as from there and help these teachers to acquire these design skills. A bit of instructional design and development is absolutely useful for them, and upskilling and preparing teachers to develop the content in many ways is definitely going to be helpful. And this is again, as I said, connected with digital competence. And next important point for me is the industry connect. Through digital competence, vocational teachers have an advantage to be updated. Like to give you an example, if they are on LinkedIn, for instance, a very useful professional platform, or even on Facebook, Twitter, or maybe these three platforms, and if they are connected with industry members, let's say Sector Skill Council CEOs, or maybe with us, NSN, we share a lot of information every other day. So you get to see what is happening in the industry, because if they are not connected with the industry, a very dynamic thing that's happening, they might easily get outdated. And this is also something that keeps them excited. Then of course, networking opportunities, as I was saying, and most importantly, when they have digital competence, they can also improve their hands-on learning experience, because they can access let's say simulations, virtual learning platforms, or even YouTube videos to some extent, and then try it back on their own. So all these will help them in becoming a better teacher, and professionally more savvy, and more expertise level also could increase. And coming to the professional growth, which is the third important point for me from the digital competence, professional growth, let me reiterate and repeat, professional growth today is not somebody else's responsibility. A teacher's professional growth is his or her responsibility. If somebody says, I didn't get a chance to go and attend faculty development program, sorry, that's not going to work. One has to take the responsibility of continuous learning and collaboration, because the world has changed. And as we know, COVID has brought new challenges. And this is where I think the roles are also changing for each one of us, especially for teachers. So the more initiative they take to do continuous learning on their own, that is where ICT comes in very helpful. So if they are connected on various platforms and enroll for courses that are offered, I'm sure they have an advantage over other teachers for their professional growth. And implementing and applying new learning as and when they learn is something absolutely essential. Otherwise, whatever they learn will be just staying in theory and it won't get applied. And then also there should be a lot of playfulness in this, where they are trying to play around and have fun doing things. I think that's also a part of the culture that needs to be inculcated. And as a result of this, for them, I think vertical and lateral growth in their profession will not be a big problem. Even if it is, there is ICT, which they have learned to enjoy and embrace, that's going to help them. So I think with these points, I would like to just summarize a couple of things. For me, the most important aspect is belief in ICT. First of all, have belief and trust that it is our friend, and then try to learn every day. And then it's not just WhatsApp messages or something when we talk about digital skills. Of course, that's one of the easiest things, but one has to move on from there and try to access other platforms, other courses, and develop digital competence, I would say. So I think with this, every teacher would have an advantage, in the community. And to go back to my first point, we see them as TVET champions, and TVET champions, when they embrace digital technologies, I'm sure their life is going to be much easier. And we look forward to their help and support in creating awareness about TVET, about vocational education and skill development in India and elsewhere. Thanks a lot for giving me this opportunity to speak today. I look forward to your feedback, comments, questions, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Madhuri. Very well said, very nicely covered, well presented, and it's very relevant also for the teachers, for the today who are practicing teachers, or those who want to be join as a teaching profession in this skill ecosystem, because teacher is at the central role as a whole. If you a skill ecosystem, what we are saying, we all are also as some way, directly or indirectly, we all are teacher. Either as we are teaching to each other, teaching is a continuous phenomenon, and we always learn from a day we born until the end. So we keep our eyes and ears open for everybody, whether it is a learners or whether teachers or stakeholders, the policymakers, whoever is there, whatever the changes are happening. So unless until the whole system works in the same directions, we won't be able to meet our goal. So with these words, first let me listen. We have a very good number of participants still are there on the panel. I can in this sessions. It's very the evening we are having a so big numbers. It's thanks to the organizer as well as the participants who are listening to us to this session. So let me invite questions. Now the floor is open. Any questions pertinent to this sessions with the professional development, teacher development, you are welcome. Question, please. Any questions? I think so. Whatever the presentation we have made, it's has gone well to the all, and maybe it's the.
Hello.
Asfa, yeah.
Yes. Good evening, Dr. Professor RSP Singh sir. Welcome you here in this conference. Yeah.
Good to see.
Okay. I'm switching on my video. Well, that was a very good presentation by this NSN Madhuri ji. This is I'm very happy about it that you spoke very well, and you've touched a real ICT for teachers. But just I have one thing here we have been observing, that teachers somehow, I mean, we are not talking of the class, very good schools like public schools and all, but we see the things on the ground. Ground root level, that where teachers are not very much comfortable with the technology. So what can be done to to bring them to the same platform, that the fear is gone off and they start using the technology very comfortably? That is a very, very difficult proposition when we give training on computers to the teachers who are either working in rural areas, or where the technology is not, the computers are not available. So we have, our country is a very, having diverse situations. So I'm worried about these teachers, that what you suggest for this, that how awareness and how basic training and this fear is taken out from them.
Yeah. Can I answer this question right away?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much for raising a very, very pertinent point. Due to paucity of time and the limit of my presentation, I just could not go into that area. It's an area which interests me a lot. And we did have a few articles on our website on this particular topic. I remember one from Dr. Leena Vadia, who had written about this. I can share it with you if you share your details about this.
Yeah.
And another thing I would like to tell you upfront is, this is not only a problem for teachers, this is a problem ever since COVID, the impact of COVID and technology adoption has happened. There is a sector, it's not just the rural, but also those who are not so privileged, who don't have the devices that we are using. How do we make them use ICT? And as I said, this is not where I can give solutions as such, but this needs to be debated. But few things I can tell you from the discussions we had through our platform. I think one most important thing is the device and the technology availability is most important. First and most important, the device which they use has to be good enough. Now, if you ask me how we can procure the device and all, maybe we can have it offline as a discussion. But from some sources, the devices which they use should be good. The data connection should be good. Or if they are not able to do it individually, we have to bring them together at a central location where they are all able to collaboratively use some device. Give them proper training on using the devices, because sometimes the devices themselves are threatening. Okay, one is the device and second is the network, if it is live, I mean. And third and most important is, as I said, training has to be given on using the device. And third is, e-learning or online learning doesn't come to us naturally. In fact, it might seem like double work for people. Array, what is this we are giving through e-learning? And they are asking us so many questions. So believe me, this requires humongous patience. It just doesn't happen easily. So they might behave as if they have not understood anything, and we might lose patience saying, Array, it's so easy, why can't you do it? No, it is not easy for them. It is not their life, it is our life. For most of us who are in the cities and urban areas, it's our life where we are quite comfortable, but for them they are not. So a lot of hand holding on this. And third and most important is use of vernacular languages, where the language threat doesn't bother them much. The moment I speak to somebody in Hindi and start teaching in Hindi or give content in Hindi, the response is very, very different than forcing English on them. This is one. And have something like a support center, or I mean, people who can, like I would say, people who can handle them. There could be volunteers, who are with them in the initial phase when they are using a laptop or a computer or a desktop or a mobile phone. And learning from mobile phone is also not an easy thing. The interface is so very difficult. So depending on the device, I would put a lot of emphasis on device and connectivity. Content is of course important, but access to the content should also be smooth. Then comes the content. Of course, there are a lot of things about the content. I would love to have a discussion with you online, offline, I would say, and also share more information. I'd be happy to speak more, but on a different occasion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And you have raised a very valid thing, that yes, availability of device and technology is a extremely important aspect of this. And then, of course, when they start handling things and they see the things themselves, then the fear and that it is, I think, computer phobia. That is the right word for them. So let's hope that it goes well, and teachers,
Just,
our teachers
yeah,
becomes
just
more
one,
friendly with them. Yes.
just one last point I would say. In all my 25 years of experience with technology, I've been saying, look, the way people are using mobile phone for watching videos, look at the
Yes.
way they are using it for entertainment, look at
Right.
the way they are using it for time pass. Now,
Yeah.
yeah, now take that experience and try to replicate it in education. It may be very difficult, but it's not impossible.
That's a
मुश्किल
good
है,
message.
yes, मुश्किल है पर नामुमकिन नहीं.
Namumkin nahi. Yes, very good. Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank
And
you.
thank you, Chairman sir, to give me this opportunity to get this interaction done on this platform. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Very well said and very nicely answered also by our panelist. Some more questions are there on chat, I think so. Let me read it out. What is the role of vocational counseling? How can teachers also become a counselors? Or is it recommended to have two as a separate functions? I think so. Vocational teacher can play as a role of a counselors also, and counseling play a very important role, particularly in VET. I think so. We all agree to it. And there is one question from West Africa. What are the core digital competency to VET teachers required? I think so. It's very good questions he has asked. I think so. Dr. Madhuri has made a presentations in her presentations also. There are certain skills which is required as a basic skills for the digital literacy or a digital training, whatever the things. So these things already have been covered. Well, we have well in time. Any more questions? Can we take one more couple of questions if we have any from the participants or any other persons, experts? Else, I think so. We can conclude now if there is no questions, because all the organizers, they have throughout the day, then this is the first day. They have done very wonderful job today. It's a very wonderful sessions today we have. I have heard before lunch also sessions. Dr. Rajesh is now there. Under his leadership, things is going on well. And to bringing all these people together on these platforms, whatever the thinkings we have, the learnings, the new normal is now there because of this COVID-19, as Dr. Madhuri was telling. And in this session, we have covered very well. Although we have 3 panelists, but somehow the experts from Nepal could not attend this session. But even then, we have 2 panelists, and they have made a very wonderful presentation. First, Dr. Renuka, who has made a good presentation on the assessment part, which play a very important role in the VET as a whole system. And she has advocated for the self-assessment. It's which is a very, if we make this habit, whether it is a teacher or as a learner, things will be very easy to assess and evaluate the teaching learning process as a whole. If the self-assessment and make the things in a transparent manner, so that whatever the things is going on, accordingly, the teaching, learning, instructional design can be made changes accordingly. So self-assessment play a very important role, as very rightly said. And Dr. Madhuri has well covered, and it's a well-known fact now these days in this changing scenario. ICT can only meet the goal, whatever the challenges we are facing. Just see, because of ICT, somehow we are today, we are here because of ICT. Otherwise, holding the conference with the so big numbers of people across the abroad, we have people. So because we are practicing it in our system, so we are here, and still, in spite of so much of odds and challenges, we are moving ahead with our teaching learning process. And developing insights and policy, whatever the changes is required, whatever thinking is going on. So show should go on like that. And ICT, I think so, can play a very important role in these things. And particularly for the teacher, we can say like that, we should have a provision of a skill in the skill ecosystem to prepare teachers, trainers, instructors, because the VET, we cannot compare the system which we are having prevailing in our conventional educational system. We need to have a different model at all. Maybe we can think of something disruptive technologies. How can we think of out of box? We have to think on, because if we want to really meet the goals, the training, the target groups. So unless until we think out of box, this is not going to happen. So we need to have a very robust, responsive teacher training system, because as we know in all sessions, maybe if we agree, whatever the industry is looking for, and the changes are happening, technologies is evolving every day. Dr. Madhuri has rightly said just now. And in all, if you see the scenario, things are changing very fast. Whereas the teaching learning process, the teacher particularly, they are not being trained, they are not equipped with the latest technology, they are not up to date with the current things, what is happening. So unless until we make the system like that, he's not going to deliver the things what we are expecting as a teacher who can do the things and ultimately who can deliver the things in the classrooms and whatever the goals we have set for it. So with these words, I express my sincere thanks and gratitude to organizers for this conference, national conference. And still a day is there, one more day is going to have. So, and also I thanks to rapporteurs, Professor Rajiv Pathak, and very eminent learned speakers on today's sessions, Dr. Renuka and Dr. Madhuri. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor RSP Singh. Just the formality. I would like to present my heartiest gratitude to Dr. RSP Singh, chairperson of this session, and three respected, out of three, only two speakers have joined. Speakers for taking out the time to be present with us in this session. I hope this session was beneficial in preparing a roadmap of future vocational education plan and policies also. Thank you very much, one and all, once and again. Now, over to...
Now we can conclude. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Rajesh.
Near 545 or near about 228 participants now also joined. So the success of the program and interest they are creating and paying the interest this program.
Thank you so much, Dr. Singh, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Great. And especially thanks to Madam Renuka ji and Dr. Dubey. We are always eager to listen to them. Wonderful. I wish we could have had a big, coffee together now, but
okay, sir.
But even at this point of time, I see many questions still cropping up, and there are many exciting things people are expecting from professional development of teachers. I could see from Iran and many from UniVoc network, they're watching this particular program. So I think this is a very opportune time that, can I take 1 minute only?
Sure, sir. Sure,
because our UniVoc friends are joining, so I could not resist my temptation to thank them also for joining all of us in this endeavor. Across the world, teacher has a very important role to play, no matter what stage of career he or she is, whether he is in the early stage of career or whether he is in the higher, later stage of the career. We all have a different role to play. And that's why it is very important that continuous professional development of teachers is a very key. And the world is moving fast, as we have seen. And not only the technical domain knowledge, we also need to embrace the digital competencies. Content may be acquired, but digital competencies will make the vehicle, make the things much faster and better on that one. For the benefit of our Univoc Networks colleagues, there are two important initiatives we have taken very recently. The first initiative is that we have launched a diploma program in vocational education and training. It is a one-year diploma program exclusively for preparing vocational teachers. And that also includes digital components and ICT. And second important initiative which we have started and working on is on vocational pedagogy framework. This vocational pedagogy framework is exclusively for developing the core competencies among vocational teachers. So there are 6 modules, and one of the modules is on using ICT for teaching learning. So I would request my friends from Univoc Network to visit our website. They can download the curriculum and the vocational pedagogy framework for this vocational pedagogy, as well as they can also access detail about our diploma program. We are developing digital content, and we are trying to develop like a certificate program, online certificate program for vocational pedagogy in the coming months. So we are working on this one. So I think there are few things which remain common, whether a teacher is from Iran, South Africa, India, South Asia, anywhere. So core competences remain very common. And I'm sure all these, whatever initiatives we are taking will be for a greater good when we are talking about excellence in the vocational education. Thank you for this opportunity for me to speak few minutes. Thank you everyone for wonderful participation and support. Thank you every one of you.
Thank you very much, sir. And I also thank Dr. Pathak, my colleague, who has served as a reporter for this session, and also the chairperson, Dr. R.S.P. Singh. Now I have some couple of announcements to make. The first one is like tomorrow we are meeting at 9:30 a.m. So I would request all the participants to kindly join by 9:15 a.m. So that we can start the session at sharp at 9:30 a.m. Especially because the session is on transforming VET through excellence, and regional and international experiences would be shared during this session. And you would be listening to international experts, Dr. Janet Bumster, Dr. Janak Jailath. So they would be there. Dr. Akim Shrestha is not able to join us because of his last minute some assignment. So we look forward to the there's one more expert who would be joining us, Dr. Oki from Nigeria. So we are expecting him to join tomorrow. So this is a very important session in terms of getting to know about the international experiences on TVET from the international experts. We also have technical session 3, New Age Quality Vocational Education System, Challenges and Perspectives. Then a session on New Education Policy 20. We have been discussing this new education policy for quite some time now, and there are a lot of priorities that we need to set so that we can draw upon the action plan for both the school, colleges, and universities. There's another session on building VT excellence through partnership and networking. And then good practices and lessons learned in VT. So there are a lot of sessions that are going to happen tomorrow. So I request all the delegates to please join us tomorrow again at 9:30 a.m. sharp. We are going to start. We'll be also be sending the feedback form tomorrow with the request that all the delegates may kindly fill the feedback form and submit it online so that we get to know your opinion, and also we'll be able to bring about further improvements in our the way we have conducted this conference. So it's going to be a very important aspect for us to get the feedback from the delegates. So I request all the delegates to kindly fill the form tomorrow when we share that online. So I think with that, we are going to finish today's program with so many good suggestions, comments, which we have received online. And Professor Khambat has already talked about some of those questions. So we look forward to you all joining tomorrow with the same link. So you have to use the same link which we have sent for the delegates, and the new speakers and the chairpersons would be joining with the link sent to them. Thank you once again and have a great time. Namaskar.
विक्रम सर,
अरे वो तो ऐसे ही बैठा है, फोटो है इसकी, बैठा था।
आ गया विक्रम
जी। थैंक्स वेरी गुड डे रानीवल जी।
सौरभ जी कहाँ से
कहाँ से? घर से और कहाँ से? थैंक यू।
क्या हो गया?